are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
This land is calling.
New Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Victory for all sentient beings.
Well, there it is. Day one of PMWC has concluded, and it was electrifying. And speaking of electrifying, we've got to talk to the coach of Team Falcons, the home team. We got Coach Pecco here. Coach, it's great to see you. How you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling actually fine at the moment. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Without a doubt. I mean, look, first off, Esports World Cup. You're in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. You're representing the whole team. Here on the Boulevard, I'm sure you've had a chance to walk around, experience everything, experience the heat. I know it's hot here. You've been bringing the heat too. What's your experience been like, though? You know, here on the Boulevard, here in Riyadh.
Okay, actually Riyadh is a really good city. I've been here 3 times already and I enjoyed every time. The Boulevard is pretty nice as well. It's actually fabulous. I've enjoyed my stay here. I came here yesterday and it was really, really enjoyable. So I'm really enjoying myself right now. So. What was your favorite thing to do? Did you get to do anything? We had to shoot some content here. It was like really fun. Then we went to our booth, I think, Falcons booth. Yeah, and it was fun as well. We saw the stores and yeah, we played some games as well here. So it was pretty fun. Yeah. Right on. Yeah, you guys have literally the headquarters right here on the Boulevard. And speaking of that, the home team, also the returning club championship team, right? Team Falcons. It's a lot of pressure for your team to perform, a lot of pressure for you as a coach, I am sure of it. But before we get into that discussion, what is it like to represent the home team and have the biggest crowd out there supporting and screaming Team Falcons? It's always nice to have supporters supporting us all the time. It's I wouldn't really say it's a pressure. It would motivate us to do good. Today we didn't really do good. We have done some mistakes, but we're definitely going to learn from them and try to perform better for the fans, at least for the last day. Yeah. So, a couple of stages we're doing. Obviously, this is just group stage, the very start. How do you feel your team has adjusted to the LAN experience? Obviously, they have LAN experience naturally. You've got Koa on there. You've made some drastic improvements. But what was it like for your roster day one? And what improvements do you think you need to make going into day 3? Because you have the pleasure of having an entirety of a day off. So you get a chance to study, talk to your roster. What are some things you think your roster needs to do to improve? I think we just need to adapt on the lobby. We have been playing in PMSO EU. It's so different from PMWC. Obviously, we got better teams and everything. So we're trying to adapt. We're trying to fix our mistakes that I've done today, and hopefully we will do better for the last day. So adapt. I know you don't want to give too much away. What are those adaptations, though? Like, what do you think your team did well today? What do you think they need to improve on going into day 3? We'll check all the team's rotations, try to adapt ours as well, depending on theirs. And then this is mainly adapting. And then for our part, the mistakes we have done, we try not to do the same, try to do the least mistakes possible, and that's it, yeah.
Well, fair enough. That's Coach Becco. And of course, I want to hand it back to you one more time. What's some words you want to give to your fans, to your team, and to the support you got not only at home, but out there in the arena?
I'm really thankful to them, to be honest. They have been motivating us a lot. I'm really sad that we didn't do good today. It's just a league. They should just wait for us, and next time I'm pretty sure we're going to do good and we'll make them happy.
Well, best of luck to you. You guys are talented, and I can't wait to see you move through the stages. Coach Becco from Team Falcons. Well, there it is. PMWC Day 1 has concluded, and it was electrifying to say the least. We had two talented groups of 8 go up against each other in red and yellow, and we had some standout teams, but also some notable placings towards the bottom. First, let's start at the top. 4 Thrives was incredible. Yes, they only secured one winner chicken dinner. However, their consistency, not only in eliminations, but also in placement points, put them at the very top to secure place number 1. But it doesn't mean that they are dominating just yet. Alpha 7 is right behind them, representing Brazil. They are the top dogs. They return as the previous year's champions, looking to be champion once again. Slaying out was the name of their game, but winning was also something they were able to do. They secured 2 wins out of the 6 games we end up watching. But another team that was very notable was DRX. Highly consistent themselves. They started off the day with the win, and they would go on to win yet another game, and in fact, get a 2nd and 3rd place finish, finishing in top 3. They are a roster that could very well sink the ship for a lot of others like Alpha 7 and potentially even 4 Thrives. We'll have to see what they do when they return to that very stage. But of course, we talked about positives. Let's talk about a team that needs to improve. Team Falcons, the home team who had the biggest crowd in the venue. Team Falcons, 12th place. I know they're not happy with that result, but they did show that they have some high potential. I think they're going to return even stronger when they return on day number 3. At the end of the day, if your favorite roster was towards the bottom, no worries. There's 6 more games remaining for both red and yellow, respectively. So plenty of time to come back and overcome adversity. Day one of PMWC was incredible. So many heartbreaks, but also some powerful moments from the teams you know and love. It was just the start. We've got plenty more to go, but we've been tasked with the, I think, impossible challenge for casters to just wrap up day one in 2 words. You mind if I give it a shot?
Go for it.
Okay, so 2 words, gonna be hard like I said, but for me, I look at 4 Thrives, taking the charge, taking first place with the winner chicken dinners plus Sealands, but they had a challenger. It was Alpha 7, the top dogs who are looking to take it all once again. So for me, Chaos Unleashed will be my 2 words to describe day number 1. Do you think you can one-up me?
I don't know about one-upping, but I'm going to give it a go. It is certainly a difficult tournament here for a lot of teams, and I think most notably for the Falcons and Regnum Kaya. Finishing out the day with a chicken dinner for Regnum Kaya, but they were a little bit faltering. So my 2 words, false start. Ooh. It is hot out here in Riyadh, out here on the boulevard, but we are ready for Group Green to come into play. We'll see you guys on the battlefield.
Everyone, Maxman and Niptura here in front of the beautiful keys from all of our beautiful teams here at PMWC 2025, and we're here to talk about the top of the leaderboards, and more specifically about Alpha 7 and DRX. The Alpha 7 in particular had an amazing start here at PMWC.
They really, really did. I mean, 2 massive wins coming in. I mean, that Miramar was huge for them. And then on the Erangel, 2 players winning against 2 full squads as well. Huge stuff coming in from the reigning champions of last year's PMWC.
Yeah, of course, they're trying to defend their trophy here once again, this time in Riyadh. But when it comes to players for Alpha 7, I was very happy about Mafioso in particular. Yeah. You're looking a lot at Revo, Carrillo, but here with a Mini 14 on that Miramar game you were talking about, he was putting on an absolute clinic. And I do wonder if we can see that happen again on their second day's worth of play, because let's not forget, they're not playing today. They have that break, which is very important for teams to fully use to do research to get ready for their final day.
It really, really is. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of teams try to catch up to A7 in today's matches just because they aren't playing today. One of those teams is going to be DRX, right? 1 point behind on the leaderboard so far. 1 point separates them. Today, they are going to overtake them. But can they get enough of a lead now where A7 can't catch back up tomorrow?
I'm a little bit scared about DRX because we saw, of course, them get also 2 wins, just like Alpha 7, but outside of their wins, they get a lot of 0-point games. And that is a little bit scary because their bad games are very bad. I want to see some better bad games, which I know can sound a bit weird, but just a few eliminations, a few placement points, they would be looking very comfortable to make their way straight into the grand finals here at PMWC. Though another team that I think is going to be interesting to mention here that maybe didn't quite perform on the same level as DRX and Alpha 7 is Team Falcons. That had, I think you said, a good start, but did tend to fall off a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, it was a really good start for them. I mean, we talked about it after game 1. I was really impressed with how they played. They came out guns blazing, but then they kind of just fell off and it kind of just went down from there. And it was really unfortunate to see. Maybe tomorrow they can bring that back up, but we did talk to the players and the coach after the games as we were all heading off back to the hotel, and they did have a few things to say about the Miramar, didn't they?
Yeah, it's mostly about scouting, getting information and knowing exactly what kind of play you want to make based on that information they gathered. So I think the scouting is going to be focused on quite a bit more going into their second day's worth of action. So you know what? What position can Falcons be in? Do you think they can make it right into the finals?
I would hope so. I think they definitely can. If they can get the scouting back in order, then yes.
Yeah, I heard Pekko can do amazing magic tricks. Hopefully he can do a magic trick also in the game. But with that said, we're going to go and throw it right on over to 7 and Blank.
Well, thank you, Max and Niptura. I'm glad you guys got a chance to talk about those teams. Now, let's talk about 4 Thrives, because that team is currently in first place by just 1 point over the defending champions Alpha 7.
I am having to walk so slowly because of you and my long legs. But yeah, Alpha 7 were behind by 1 point versus 4 Thrives there. We were doing fantastically well yesterday. A great team coming out from Pakistan. I think a lot of people were very surprised. And Noki, what an unbelievable turnout by him on that final Miramar.
Not even just Naki, I mean, Sleepy from Horror Esports, he was able to get MVP, over 3,400 damage. That was impressive. And also Falak, even though he has been playing for a very long time, I feel like he's finally starting to come into his prime, and he was able to agree with me on that. I mean, in one match, when they actually ended up getting the chicken dinner in Erangel, he ended up with 7 eliminations.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Falak, one of my favorite players in the whole world. But in the meantime, let's head over to Veracity and see what she's been checking out.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the STC Club Championship update. We've just closed out our 9th game title here at the Esports World Cup 2025, along with the 9th unique club to walk away victorious. We had none other than Basilisk and Cyril walking away with another victory under his belt, which I know is pretty impressive in itself. In second place, though, we had Virtus Pro, the 2-time runners-up, adding significantly to their club championship points, making them fully eligible for prize money now. We also had Team Liquid and Cure walking away with their very first podium here at the Esports World Cup, and they're currently tied for 6th place. In the side of this Team Falcons camp, though, they secured themselves a 4th place finish, but they still have yet to walk away with a victory in any of our game titles at this event. Only time will tell whether or not the reigning champions will be able to make it happen. So let's go ahead and find out.
Well, thank you, Veracity. Yes, we're going to get started here with day 2 of PMWC at EWC 25. Yesterday, we had plenty of surprises. I mean, 4 thrives from Pakistan, as we were mentioning earlier throughout those videos, finishing in first place and getting really, really close to Alpha 7. But before we even dive into all of that, how are you feeling, Natira?
I'm feeling very good about everything that's gone on so far. Very good. Yes, Max, I know.
No, Team Spirit's not here.
Hey, okay, for the record, he said it first. It wasn't me. Yes, even though Team Spirit's not here next year. Next year. Anyway, yeah, I'm feeling really good about today in particular, based off of what we saw yesterday. Coming into today with a new group, but also basically all of the teams that were in the top 5 minus A7 also coming in as well. I think it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, like after today, some teams will already have secured their spot for the finals. I think we're all in agreement on that point, but some other big teams going to be joining the battlegrounds today, right? Yeah. You got Thunder Talk, you got your Alpha Gaming. A lot of people are going to be supporting them today, so are very excited to get in these games today, 7.
Could it be the docketing happen again? You know what? We'll wait and find all of that out. I'm hoping that it doesn't end up happening, but in case you did miss day 1, let's take a look at the Krilla top plays from day 1, because we had a bunch, and I mean, talking about this player, 4 tries for lock. He was able to put up 7 eliminations, as we mentioned earlier, in just 1 match. He ended up popping off, Max.
I mean, come on, it's Falak. Right now, the uncontested best player in Pakistan, okay? The guy has that MVP potential, unless I pick him, apparently, like in the PMSL CSA finals. Quite unfortunate. But it's good to see other players rise next to him, like T24 has always been looking really good here, Neb. But especially Noki, securing that game almost on Miramar in a 1v3. Didn't go quite the entire way versus Alpha 7, but he got so close. I was very impressed with his individual performance yesterday.
Yeah, I think in CSA we saw a lot from T24, we saw a lot from Falak, but we didn't really mention Noki all that much. He's really shown a different side to himself, I think, in at least yesterday, in the last 6 games. I mean, it's in this very game that he got a very near 1v3 clutch against A7. So, like, A7 won that game, but Noki, man, he was kind of the star of the show on that game.
Yeah.
We saw a highlight. I saw a clip somewhere on Instagram, I think from Alpha 7. They were having their reaction, oh my god, we're about to win. Yes, we're about to get the second win. And then all of a sudden, Noki just started popping off the other players, and they're like, it might...
Wait.
It might not go as smoothly as we talk, but let's look at some of the Crunchyroll reactions from day 1. We had DRX. 2 wins. Nobody expected that. Alpha 7, 2 wins as well. Honestly, I was not expecting that because of the caliber of gameplay that we expected to see here at PMWC.
No, I think it's a really unprecedented sort of result that we're getting here for 4 games to be won by 2 teams at this level in this lobby, as you said. And especially, I think, not to be that person, but coming from Alpha 7, who historically don't do anything until later on. You know, they kind of are slow to start. You said this, 7. I'm using your own words against you here.
I said
they are slow to start historically.
Yeah.
So I think it's cool that we've got now 2 wins coming in from them as well.
I'd agree. Yeah. And Alpha, you said everything. I can't take anything off the back of that. But no, GRX and Alpha 7, they're looking great. They already secured their spot, in my opinion. If they don't have a horrible 0-point day, I think they're good to go. So, you know what? We're going to have at least South Korea and Brazil making it there.
Well, the good thing for Alpha 7 is that they're not going to be playing today. They're going to get a chance to kind of sit back, relax, see what the other teams are going to be doing, and see how they can maybe adjust to stuff that they saw from yesterday, because there was a lot of surprises yesterday, as we're going to be taking a look here at the overall ranking after day 1. 4 thrives, as we mentioned, first place by just 1 point. And the fact, Max, that they are just so close to Alpha 7, it's what's so impressive to me.
I want to see how big a gap They can create not only Fourth Rise, but also DRX against Alpha 7 because they're the reigning champions. They're going to be your main competition going into every single stage here at PMWC 25. So you want to see how that's going to be working out for those two teams in particular. But I want to go a bit lower here, and I know this is a team that you're quite passionate about also, Neb.
Yes.
It's going to be Team Secret. No chicken dinners, still up there in 4th place, just above Regnum, that did get a win in the last game yesterday. Team Secret, the true silent survivors here in this lobby.
I am shocked that they have as many points as they do because I don't think we really saw them yesterday at all. I was like, they've got this kind of weird 1-3 split coming through here. They kind of have this sort of very, very passive, secretive, if I may, sort of strategy about them. But for them to get 32 elims out of that does not seem even right to me. So, I mean, GG's because I didn't even see that. So that's a really, really good result from them. But I guess I'll have to look more from them today.
Yeah, I mean, they are a very silent, sneaky team. They just get in position. They're like, oh, we see a third-party potential from a distance. We'll just steal eliminations. I can tell you that those eliminations, not all of them came from their side. Like, they stole a bunch of those eliminations because they were so silent. They're going on to the second page here. Teams we want to see a little bit more from, I would have to say Nongshim Red Force, especially another team from South Korea. You got DRX at the top, Nongshim Red Force at the very, very bottom here. Quite an unfortunate bunch of events yesterday in their 6 games, not quite able to get anything of value out of them.
Not really, nothing at all. It was really weird to see because we've seen Nongshim in the past. We've seen them quite recently as well. I mean, they did enough to qualify here, so really, we should be seeing more from them.
Yeah, Ned, something to look out too for some of these teams is that the teams that are currently in Group Yellow, I'm going to be looking at Influence Rage. Like, this is going to be your last day for Group Stage. You got to make sure you have a great performance because Group Red is just going to be looking at this, and by the end of today, we're at least going to have a limit of where they need to aim to make sure they qualify to Grand Finals directly or to know if you're going to end up going to Survival Stage.
Yeah, I mean, we will know where that cutoff point is going to be. That's going to be a difficult thing to really go for because, yeah, if you're Group Red, you're kind of going, okay, we can pick apart that team, we can pick apart that team, we can pick apart that team, and it's like, okay, hang on. Group Yellow really have to do something. Group Green as well, they're going to be under a lot of scrutiny coming into day number 2 because now they're going to be like, okay, now we've got Group Red, the group of death that we've seen coming in here. At least that's what they've been called. Actually, though, I do want to kind of change that because Group Red so far has not been the group of death. It's been Group Yellow.
I mean, they've been dying a lot in games, so I guess it still kind of works. There's just a different meaning to it.
I mean, I suppose. Yeah, you know what? We can keep it. That's fine. If you want to keep it, go for it. Group of death, it just means lobby time. More lobby time for them.
I feel like it's like the group of death slightly, right? Everybody here. I mean, even the Group Green coming in today, you got Thunder Talk Gaming. You got APG. You got a bunch of other stuff as you're going to be able to see right here. Remember that Group Red is going to be sitting out. Group Green is going to be coming in. You also have Alter Ego Ares Max, which, I mean, a lot of people are looking up to them. And then you have the PMSL America's Champions in Intense Game.
Yeah, I mean, Intense Game, I think, for Americas have been very impressive. It seemed that people were just expecting Alpha 7 to win every season, I feel like. But no, it was another team. It was Influence Rage up there. It was Intense Game up there actually being over Alpha 7. So maybe we can see another Brazilian team take the trophy away from Alpha 7. That would be a sick storyline going into this. But Alter Ego, I'm exceptionally hyped to see Rosemary play again here on the international stage. She is by far the best player in SCA. He was the PMSL SCA spring season MVP. So this guy can go the entire way here in this tournament.
As we're going to be taking a look there at the Jamil Motorsports player arrivals. I saw Top at one point. He was smiling. He's feeling good. He's looking to possibly get an MVP here, Neptura.
He is.
No?
Maybe. I'll say maybe.
That was a long pause.
There's a lot of players, though, that we could say the same thing about. So it's like,
no, I do agree.
Say it?
Top will have a harder time to be MVP, and there's one reason. The formula changed for the first time since 2020. True. There's a lot more of an emphasis on getting knocks and eliminations as to before it was all about getting good survival time and getting a lot of damage, which you can easily do with a Mini 14. But if you want to get knocks and limbs, it's going to be all about the shotguns and the ARs. And you know that he does not always have that shotgun in his arsenal.
And what are they going to be doing in regards to adjusting to Fourth Rise? Because yesterday, at the end of the day, we heard Falak say, hey, we're going to be changing some strats because APG is going to be coming in. We just don't want to leak them yet.
That is going to be such an interesting thing to watch because, yeah, that is such... It's not even like, oh, they contest or whatever. It's such a direct contest because they have to cross that bridge a lot of the time directly into Fourth Rise. And that is going to be such an interesting thing. Like, how are they actually going to change that? How are they going to adapt from that? Is something that I'm really excited to see what we're going to see going into Aramco.
Well, we'll have to wait and take a look, right? It's going to be an interesting battle there. But let's take a look at the Aramco power rankings, because a lot of us ended up picking APG, Fourth Thrives, and then that third team that ended up mixing up. I ended up with Team Secret, Natura, Regnum Karya, okay, and ooh, Max.
Interesting.
The surprise team.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was very happy with how they were playing throughout yesterday. They surprised me. I mean, a lot of teams, XGMG impressed me, Team Secret impressed me, Yangon Galacticos impressed me also. I want to see that possibly continue for their second day's worth of action, because we could have a surprise here. I think that, of course, we've got a lot of favorites that we want to see qualify going into the finals, but we're going to have a few stragglers here that no one expects that are going to be weaseling their way into the finals, and I think Yangon Galacticos could be one of those teams.
It could be, but as we saw there on the Aramco rankings, all of us ended up picking APG. So before we even dive down into them a little bit more, let's take a look at this video.
They go by a new name, Alpha Gaming, but this roster has been grinding for years. At its heart, the core of 4 Miracle Vibes, who put up a strong performance in the group stage with a 3rd place finish, ended up 12th overall at PMWC 2024 after struggling in the main tournament. This year, they have fought through the toughest lobbies, and now, with the rebrand, with a reloaded lineup, they are aiming for global recognition. They have brought Top, formerly of Star Wars Esports and Team Falcons, one of the most fierce fraggers in the region, aggressive, unpredictable, and clutch. And leading them all is Doc, the IGL, the tip of the spear and the team's top fragger. He doesn't just call the plays, he makes them confident, calculated, and deadly in pressure moments. Seal and Reefus are powerhouses of their own, and together they become one of the scariest teams in Central and South Asia. At the 2025 PMSL CSA Spring, they left no doubt 216 points in the survival stage with 3 chicken dinners, 170 points in the finals, and 2 more wins. They walked away as champions with the title, the prize, and a ticket to PMWC. Now they head to Riyadh. For Doc, it's a chance to lead his team into history. For Top, a shot at a global redemption. For Seoul and Reefus to show just how dangerous they are. This isn't the star of their story. Alpha Gaming is coming, and they are not coming quietly.
Well, Max, I was kind of hinted at it there at the beginning of the show. Neb, you kind of heard it too. Is the docketing going to be happening? And well, you know what? Before we even get a yes or no, explain to the viewers what the docketing is.
Okay, for those who did not watch PMSL CSA, docketing is a very important thing that keeps happening for Alpha Gaming, which is Doc being like, sorry guys, I'm going to go 500 meters away from the rest of the team and do my own thing. And usually that results in him going out early or his team getting squad wiped. And because of that, the survival time goes down, they don't win games, and it really hurts them. That's what happened in PMGO, right? He got MVP Doc, and the rest of his team was so low on the ranking. It was just a crazy bunch of events happening back to back to back in every match. So Doc, hopefully no docketing. Hopefully he sticks with his team, which he was doing in PMSL CSA, but he didn't do too much in the Hong Kong Invitational, and that does scare me a little bit.
I think it comes down to this. If the docketing doesn't happen, they're slated to possibly win the entire thing.
Exactly.
If the docketing happens, it's not good, guys.
Doc MVP, but no trophy.
Yeah, basically Doc MVP. He secures that. That's good.
Okay.
The rest of it, the rest of the team is like, okay, cool. Have the MVP, that's fun.
Quick little theory here, because we did see in the interview that Four Thrives have a game plan to take care of Alpha Gaming. What's Alpha Gaming's response going to be to that? Because they saw that interview. I can tell you, they saw that interview happening with Taylor.
Ooh.
What's the game plan? Right?
Probably the docketing. About it. They're probably going to be thinking about what's going to be happening in the bridge, because that's what Falak from Four Thrives was saying too, right? They always end that meeting in that western bridge. So I'm pretty sure they're just going to be adjusting those strats. I'm hoping, though, that when we end up going into Sandhawk, I don't want to see as many hot drops. You want to see hot drops?
Yes. It's fun.
Boot camp.
Ooh. Okay.
Alpha Gaming.
And?
I'm not sure. I think someone's going to try and contest it on the rotate around them. Maybe Influence Rage.
Yeah, it is a team that does end up going there. But I mean, as we're getting started, Sandhawk, I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to end up winning that first match. I'm looking forward to seeing what some of the new teams now from Group Green are actually going to be doing, because that's going to be the big surprise, right? Are they going to be starting off slow? We did have some teams yesterday where they started off very hot and then it slowed down, and vice versa. But with all that said, I'm ready for Sandhawk. We're all ready for Sandhawk. I'm pretty sure you are. So let's send it over to the stage.
8 teams sat on the sidelines yesterday and watched day one unfold. Strategies were implemented, mechanical skill was tested, and flaws were exposed. But now it is their turn to step onto the stage and perform under the lights. It's gonna be absolutely wild, and I cannot wait. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host for the 2025 PMWC at the Esports World Cup. And let's keep that same energy going as we introduce our teams for day 2 of the group stage. Kicking things off with Team Secret. Trope Gaming. TT Global. Intense Game. Esports. Alter Ego Eres. Yangon Galacticos. Esports. Influence Rage. Regnum Carrier Esports. Flux Esports. Team Vision. Gamax Esports. RX. Alpha Gaming. And finally, 4 Thrives Esports! We have some of the most feared and respected teams in the entire world, ready to go toe-to-toe on the main stage. Truly, anything can happen. We know in our heart of hearts that each and every one of these teams has the ability to lift that PMWC trophy. The only question is that when the lights go on, will they be able to handle the pressure? And so with that being said, sit back, relax, and let the carnage commence.
I love that we have 4 Thrives there at the end, as they are currently the team that's being hunted down by everybody else. The question becomes, Neptura, can that team hold that lead? Even though it's just 1 point, remember, as Max said, they are going to be trying to create a gap as Naki's just flexing those muscles right there. Or are they just going to end up crumbling under the pressure?
I think they're going to continue how they've been going. They look very, very strong to me. They look calm. They look confident. They look very chilled. They know what they want, and they know how to get it so far. So, yeah, I think that as long as they maintain that cool, maintain that composure, we should be looking at a really good day from them again today.
I think one thing you're going to be looking at, though, Max, is going to be looking at that consistency from the team when it comes to decision-making, because yesterday they had some questionable decisions.
They got a little bit indecisive at times. Me and Nick Churro having a lot of back and forth about this, that we saw some games where the execution was on point. It was absolute fire what we were seeing from Fourth Rise, and sometimes they're just not in a very advantageous position. The circle is moving away from them. They're like, well, what do we do? And unfortunately, if you keep delaying making a strong decision, you are going to put yourself in a really bad spot eventually. Teams are going to be in way better positions than you, and you're going to have to crash to just survive the next circle shift. So I want to see them go for big plays and just commit, even if it's a bad play. You know what? Sometimes bad plays happen. You have to commit to a bad engagement. Do it as a team. Send it early. Do not let teams make decisions for you, because otherwise you're going to get pushed down in the leaderboards way lower than where you really want to stand.
And one team that kind of surprised us a bit yesterday as well throughout the whole day, right up until the end when they ended up getting a chicken dinner, was Regnum Karya, Max. I mean, out of all the points that this team had, they had 16 placement points, 10 of them coming into that last game. They cannot allow that to be the same case here going into the last day of group day for them.
I'm going to be also a little bit critical about Regnum Karya on that one win of yesterday.
Yes.
I think the reason why they won it is because of a DRX mistake, where they gave the high ground position for free. Sure, Silas saw that there was a mistake being made, like, oh, I can capitalize on this position. I can take the high ground away, and off the back of that, we get rid of Team Secret, we get rid of DRX, we get the win at the end of the day. I do love that execution, but it was kind of given to them. I want to see PMGO Regnum Karya here. That is the Regnum Karya level gameplay I want to witness in these matches, because if they do that, this is a team that can take home PMGO trophies, PMWC trophies, PMGC trophies. They can win global tournaments if they bring the absolute S+ tier gameplay. We just haven't seen it just yet.
And if to another team, I mean, DRX, that's one that just kind of comes to mind, right? They ended up getting those 2 wins yesterday. Outside of those 2 wins, it was only just 5 placement points for this team. Are you looking for them to change anything, or just keep doing what you're doing and hope that you get another 2 wins today?
Hard to say, because, you know, the strategy that they're doing got them 2 wins, but as you said, it also got them only 5 placements the other, 4 games? It's kind of insane. No, I think that they probably have gone home after yesterday, gone, what was the issue? Why has that happened? I wouldn't change too much at this stage. You know, it's working to a point, and if you change things too much, you're going to overload the system. You're going to actually just confuse the players. So tweak things, maybe a couple of points, just 1 or 2 things, not the whole thing. Just keep what they're doing. Bit by bit, just tweak something.
Yeah, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but it's very important to see how your bad games are. Right? If you can just get a few placement points, I'm not asking for a lot, just 1-2 placement points, you get 1-2 eliminations over the course of a tournament, that stacks up to like a lot of extra points, double-digit points very, very quickly. So you want to make sure that your bad games are still relatively good, and that will allow you to just be a lot more comfortable and have peace of mind.
Yeah.
Because then you just know, okay, it's fine, we sure didn't get a chicken dinner, we get a few points, we're still comfortable, we're not playing under pressure. Because when you start playing under pressure, that's when unfortunately diamonds become a big lump of coal.
And one team that you were talking about earlier too, Max, was Yangon Galacticos. They ended up with 31 eliminations for the whole day. On top of that, followed up with just 11 placement points. For this team, I mean, I feel like we got a big surprise out of them when it came to Sandhawk, especially Sandhawk, because I think they ended up with something along the lines of 14 elims total. For them to have most of their elims, half of their elims just in one match, are you looking to see something different out of them today?
On the Wrangle, more specifically, right? Sanhok, it's good. Happy to see them get a good game over on the Sanhok on the jungle map, but you want to have good maps on Miramar, and most importantly on Wrangle, because this is going to be your bread and butter. Literally, if you do not do well on the Wrangle, which is like, why are you not doing well on the Wrangle? Like, we've had this map for like years now since the game came out, but you are going to be losing a big chunk of those possible points. And all of the teams that are currently at the top, guess what? They've got wins over on Wrangle. You're looking at DRX, you're looking at Alpha 7, you're looking at Fourth Rise. They're all up there because they can perform well on the grassy pastures, as Kalaris would tend to say. So we need to see more presence from Yangon Galacticos here on Wrangle.
No, I agree. I think it's something that you really want to see. It's okay for teams to be really, really good at Miramar, for instance, rather than Erangel. As long as you have a decent game on Erangel, then yes, Miramar, it's okay to be really, really good at that map. We've seen that from APG. We've seen that certainly from A7 in the last, yesterday's games as well. So that's fine. It's the problem comes in when you get all your big elims, all your big points on the Sandhawk, and then you're looking at going over and then just not doing a whole bunch of anything.
Now, Neptune, I'm over here just before we saw Rosemary and Alter Ego Aries, I was pointing at the screen because we ended up seeing Kinotrope Gaming, and I know that's one team that you've been kind of hype on.
I love this team, actually. I've seen them once in the Hong Kong Invitational. I thought it was awesome. I thought they were awesome. They didn't do too much after a couple of days, right? But this is a team that has almost zero experience. They only have Ozzy-san at global level, with global level experience. The rest of the players have regional experience only. So for this team to come in, be grouped up in roughly a year they've been a team, and come from, in a year, from not doing really much of anything global to now at PMWC, now fighting against a lot of global teams with much more experience and doing very well from what I saw. I'm excited for this team.
And it's exceptionally hard because everyone in their minds, when they think of Japan, they think of Reject.
Yes.
Right? And you have to live up to those expectations that you are replacing Reject, not because like you just got swapped, but because you qualified instead of them.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of pressure, really, because now all the Japanese audience is looking at you like, you replaced Reject, you better perform, or else.
So true.
Or else, I don't know what.
Or else, yeah.
Put mean comments in the chat, I don't know, maybe.
They're
Or
gonna
else.
get DM'd on Instagram.
Yeah, it's going to happen. Don't worry, though. Max tries to reply to every single DM that he ends up getting. Right, Max?
I'm struggling. I'm trying my best. If I didn't reply to a few messages, I'm sorry, but I'm giving it my best.
It's what happens when you start getting too famous, Max. That's exactly what happens when you start getting too famous.
The Max Man.
I mean, he said he ended up getting like 1,000 followers on Instagram. If you guys haven't checked him out yet, make sure you guys hit us with a follow. Maxman Cast. What's yours, Neptura?
Neptura Cast.
There you go. In the 7WG, we've been posting a lot of content for PMWC. So if you want to go check that out, go for it. Another team that we really haven't gotten a chance to talk about. Hey, yo, that worked out perfect. Whoa.
Yo.
Thunder Talk Gaming. They do have a player, Max, that a lot of people are saying that he's more than likely going to be the MVP.
It is Jing, and not King. Okay, a lot of people know is this Jing. A lot of people are going to be looking at him. Confirmed.
Okay.
Officially.
Confirmed.
Okay,
Okay.
no, Jing is the front runner here for the side of Thunder Talk Gaming, and he's been doing really good locally. I mean, this is a team that we keep seeing winning PL over in China, but that transition from playing in China to making it here to global, the rotations are still good, but that fragging power from the Brazilian teams, from the CSA teams, from all of these squads is just so much higher than PL, in my opinion, that they just go into a concrete wall. And that is just the CQC fighting capabilities of all these teams that they really struggle with. If they worked on that, then there's maybe potential. The rotations, we know they're going to be good, but Thunder Talk, for me, I would not favor them instead of the Weibo, because Weibo have way more international and successful international experience.
Yes.
I mean, that's right. The thing, as you mentioned in the past too, and something that we talked about in the past, is that with Thunder Talk Gaming, this team just kind of tends to crumble when it comes to global. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case here coming into today, especially after they got a chance to see what some of the other teams are going to be doing, which leads me to a completely, I guess, kind of in the same side of the world, but for Alter Ego Aries, Rosemary, Rose Carey, as we usually like to call them. What are the expectations for this team? Obviously, I know everybody wants to be able to get the win. It's not feasible, even though we wanted to. There's no participation prizes here besides the prize pool. But what are we expecting out of this team, Max?
I was talking with the Indo talent, and I was talking with, in particular, Jelly, and she told me, apparently, Rosemary is the SEA doc. He just leaves his team and does the Rosemarying, we call it, apparently. So he does a similar thing to Doc, and he just plays away from his team gets eliminated, or he gets eliminated as a solo. We also don't want to see that. Hopefully he can stick with his team, and if they do, maybe this is going to be the one chance for SEA to do well here at PMWC.
The docketing, but for we'll think of a name. Okay, we'll think of a name. Before, while we're thinking of a name, let's take a look at this. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I was taking a second. I was just enjoying that little flex there of the jersey. There you go. Now that we have Rosemary, let's take a look at this video from Alter Ego Aries.
Magic! Pecco, you got to learn from him. What was that?
Perasaan aku kembali ke Riyadh sangat seneng karena dimana tahun kemarin kita gagal untuk ke Riyadh, dan tahun ini kita dikasih kesempatan lagi untuk main di sini lagi. Menurut aku, performa tim aku selama saya berkarir di Alter Ego banyak yang up and down-nya, banyak yang masalah-masalah yang kita lalui, dan puji Tuhan kita masih bisa mengatasi itu semua dengan apa yang pengen kita capai lah. Jadi kita mencari chemistry bareng sampai di mana kita mendapatkan hasil yang lumayan bagus, dan disinilah kita akan membuktikan semuanya gitu. Kalau untuk ditanya sebagai kayak terpressure dengan fans atau apapun itu, sebenarnya aku tuh menanggapinya dengan secara positif, yang dimana kalau itu pun ada tekanan dari hujatan dari netizen atau apapun itu, ya kita ambil dengan secara positif aja. Mungkin mereka peduli sama gue sendiri, jadi ya bodo amat lah dengan apapun itu. Jadi gue ngelakuin apapun yang aku pengen aja gitu. Mungkin mau dikenal sebagai juara dunia aja. Yang bikin tim aku pede karena dimana kita udah membuang waktu banyak, waktu latihan apapun itu, membuang semua energi kita buat ngelakuin hal yang terbaik, dan inilah hasilnya. Makanya di sini kita bakalan coba ngasih yang terbaik dan membuat Indonesia bangga lah sama Alter Ego juga. Untuk fans Alter Ego dan fans aku sendiri, terus doain kita, support kita, mau kita lagi di atas atau di bawah, tetap semangatin kita aja terus dan percaya kita aja di sini bakal ngasih yang terbaik buat kalian. Thank you.
Well, Max, that was an amazing magic trick that we got a chance to see before.
I was so impressed. I just had to cut the outro. That was, oh my god, Rosemary.
I wish everybody would have been able to see your face because you look at like a kid at a candy store.
I can't even do that. Like I don't know why. I don't have good control of my hands. I struggle.
The coordination's not there, okay? It happens with the glare. It happens. Now, Natura, I want to move along. We got a chance to talk about all the teams pretty much that are going to be playing today. I want to talk about some of the teams that are not going to be here, that are going to be getting a chance to just sit back, relax in their hotel room, take a seat, and look at strategies that some of these other teams are doing. One of them that was able to kind of perform in a way good for my liking was Hora Esports.
Yeah, I think Hora played... Honestly, I'm going to be super honest. I think they played okay. Yep. I don't think they played super like we are used to seeing them. I think there was a couple mistakes, a little bit of hesitancy coming in them, particularly in the last game of the day yesterday, where I think we talked a lot about this, Max, where they were like, you wanted them to go after the high ground next to DRX, and then I want them to go and try and get fourth rise on the north side. They did neither of that, and they kind of just fizzled out, got taken out one by one. It was something that I'm not used to seeing from Hora, that they were trying to control, but they just didn't follow through, which again is what we've been talking about as well with like fourth rise, is they just weren't following through with the execution of what they wanted to do. Yeah, they got top 8 in the end.
Yeah.
They did get top 8. That's fine. That's cool. But coming into tomorrow, we need to see, I think, a lot more from them if they don't want to go to survival.
Yeah, I mean, one good thing is they're playing the last day. It's not like they're just sitting on the couch in a hotel room like, okay, please, guys, everyone suck in these games. Please have horrible matches, so that's going to be enough for us to qualify. I actually talked to the owner of Hora, CR7. He said, like, no, the guys are looking confident for tomorrow's matches when they start playing. They are wanting to initiate a bit of a bigger comeback, hopefully to be nice and comfortable in the top 8. I wouldn't be surprised if they do go through survival, though. But I do think they could make it through survival. So even if they don't make it and qualify from the start here in the group stage, don't worry, there's still hope here lingering in the shadows for Hora Esports.
Ooh. I mean, they got plenty, right? They ended up in 8th place with a total of 38 points. I feel like I agree with what you were saying, Natura. And I feel like they at least put themselves there in a position where they can make it to the grand final directly from group stages. And that's what you want to see. Now, there was a team that I felt like it was a favorite coming in. They started off slow yesterday in day 1, Max, and then they started to turn up the heat. And I'm talking about Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo, I was talking about this team with Jackie a little bit earlier and how they were playing, actually going for these interesting splits and sometimes struggling to regroup and getting kind of overwhelmed by the fragging power from some teams. Yesterday, especially on that DRX win on, what was it, Wrangle? They had a really good entry point. They didn't really have to fight too many teams to get in that position in the first place. And then they just kind of give a really huge amount of terrain over to DRX and get completely cornered against the side of the blue zone. And they can't do anything off the back of that, get picked off one by one. I think they need to be careful about their timing. Timing is very important in the lobby, like here at PMWC. You need to be a little bit quicker because otherwise, if you're slow by even just 5-10 seconds, teams will see that opportunity and they will take it for themselves.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say, talking about timing, talking about sort of the control that they were having, because yeah, it is something that we did see, and something I noticed is that they really were trying very much to control and time that control very well. But as you said, yeah, they kind of gave a lot of that high ground over to DRX, gave a lot of control over to the zone. I do like how they keep to themselves. They kind of stack a little bit, keep to themselves off in the corner, and then they will actually spread out and try and get that. We saw in the last game of Miramar as well, game number 6. They were doing that. They had large control over the north side of the zone, but then the zone just ended up messing them up. The circle shifted down to the south. There's nothing they could do. But still, the thought was there. That zone control was there. And coming into their next few games, I'm kind of hoping that we're going to see maybe something built on top of that foundation.
I would have to agree. I think there's definitely a lot of potential there. It's just slight improvements that they can definitely take. Again, they're not playing today, even though we're talking about them. So there's going to have that one day to prep. And also, you can watch your direct competition today. You're going to be watching the group that are going up against tomorrow. So you can see how they drop, how they rotate. If there's any changes between scrims and the actual main tournament itself, they can get ready for that. They have all of the information available just in front of them, really, to make the best kind of play and changes that they can go for to hopefully make it right into the finals. So Weibo, I'm very confident they can make it. It's about, can they make those changes in time?
That's right. And just a fun fact for me, it was that Sook wasn't using the explosive bow, which I was highly disappointed.
Yeah.
Sook, but you know what? I'm glad that you're being able to adjust with what's given to you. But I want to go back. I know we're getting ready for the first match of the day here in day 2 of PMWC at EWC 25. I want to take a look at the overall again, because we're talking about some of these teams that are currently not here, like Alpha 7. For this team, I mean, at this point, I don't want to kind of see them do anything. If anything, I'm kind of going along the lines of what you were saying in the past too, Max. I want to see some of their worst games be better, because if you look outside of their wins, that is just one placement point.
That's not good. I'm sorry. Like, I know that's putting it in very simple terms, but we need to see their bad results getting a few eliminations or a few placement points. I don't care how you do it. You just need to do it. Because if you look at, for example, all global champions we've had in the past, Regnum Karya, PMGO, sure, they get chicken dinners. If you look at their bad games, 3, 2 placement points, 1, 2 eliminations. Again, it stacks up pretty quickly, so you want to make sure that that is going to be worked upon. Like the 2 biggest teams that have been doing that so far have been DRX and Alpha 7. Yeah. Despite the fact that they did get 2 wins, which are hard carrying them. But then you look at, what if they didn't get the win? Then what? How low would they be? Would they be on the cutoff point of like 8th position? Would they be out of top 8? It's tough to know.
But maybe is that part of the strategy, though? Because in some ways, when you have a group stage like this with a rotation of groups, you have to think about the mentality. You have to think about maybe different strategies coming into based on if you're doing day 1 versus day 3. For an Alpha 7, for a DRX, are they looking maybe at going, we just want to go big or go home, get as many points, big wins, get all that momentum, get all the craziness out of the way, and then once they have that gap initiated, then they can use their second day to kind of just flow through, just kind of glide on that.
Okay, but I'm going to tell you why I'm scared about my point I just made about inconsistency. I'm looking at DRX in particular. Sure, they got 2 chicken dinners. Remember the circles they got. The 1 Erangel, the 1 Sanok. They got gifted amazingly good positions from pretty much phase 2, phase 3 going forward.
You're kind of right.
If they didn't get the circle, would they have still had that good a game? Would they get in top 5 or top 3, get a few eliminations? If they don't get good circles for an entire day, which happens to teams, I think they would be way low in the rankings. I think they would be on the 2nd page here.
Whoa!
So I want to see them get a game where the circle is not quite in their favor, even though, again, they're not playing today.
Talk about a Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib hot take right there, Max. Let's go over to the 2nd page, though, because I want to see where some of these other teams are also going to be at. I mean, you got Influence Rage currently in 8th place. That is a team that is also going to be in their last day of group stage. I want to see them be able to do a little bit more. I think this team, I honestly thought that Influence Rage was going to be outperforming Alpha 7 coming into the first day. That is not the case.
Actually, I'm really happy you bring up Influence Rage, because we're going in Sanok on this first game. Instead, they drop in Bootcamp. Alpha Gaming usually like to drop there. Bootcamp. Yeah, you want to keep going?
Nah, do you want to hit me with the beatbox?
No, we're not doing that. No. Do we have a game plan for Influence Rage to leave Bootcamp? Because let's keep in mind, going into yesterday's matches on Erangel in Milta, they were fighting power. After the first game, they go back to Saverny up north. I think that's a really good show of respect from Influence Rage, I would like to see that happen again on Sanhok because sure, it's only one Sanhok per day. It's not going to hurt you that much if you go out early because Alpha Gaming are very, very strong in bootcamp. I think that it would be to their advantage here to maybe go somewhere else, even around bootcamp if you want, but don't drop in the city itself because it's messy and teams are ready to third party. Actually, that makes me go on to another point. Back in MENA, we saw R8 constantly third partying teams trying to leave bootcamp. So that might be a similar game plan here that you're fighting bootcamp. We wait for the fight to like cool off a little bit and then we third party because we have all the resources to take the fight. We have 4 players. You might be down to a solo, a duo, a trio. We can easily take those points early on.
Do you think we're going to be seeing that hard drop?
I think we are, yeah.
I think so too. How about you, Neptura?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah, I think with the way that these teams usually tend to play, I think they're just going to be fully committed to it. I don't see APG, even though it is their first game, I don't see them doing anything different here. There was a team that we were talking about earlier, Weibo Gaming. I want to take a look at this interview from this team first.
第一次来到 PMWC 还是比较紧张的，然后也是第一次参加嘛，还比较开心的。第一天的话就是还是个领先嘛，就比较顺利。然后第二天的话，也是一样的。然后第三天的话就是有被 IF 给超了一次嘛，但是最后冠军还是属于我们的，所以还比较平淡的那种感受。 我觉得这次香港赛冠军是我们团队的一个起步阶段吧，我们进步空间还是挺大的。我觉得我们战队就是4个人相互信任嘛，才能让我们夺冠。备战其实也不多，因为我们就是刚组建了就是3个月嘛，然后就去打那个比赛了。想对低过我们的战队的人说，游戏理解。想对粉丝说，谢谢大家的支持。
Biraz small güzel olmuş.
Evet.
Şu an XX 4 istersen ama.
Ha benim tişört işte.
É o Rio. Essa aí tem nem dúvida.
Com certeza.
Sou eu.
Ele já assume, né?
Böyle bu da gidiyor birebir dönüyor milletle. Herkese vururum, herkese.
Ele também, é tudo ele.
Só pensa nisso.
Zaten yeni kurulduk yani.
Eu não.
É, você fica assim.
É o carrinho, pô. Você fica durinho no lugar assim.
Eu duro.
É.
Só pegar os MDM, vocês, rapaz.
Só pegar os MDM.
É tu. É sempre nos lugares estranhos, mafioso.
É.
Geç rotate'de yokum.
Yo varsın.
Geç rotate atmıyorum ama en çok loot'u ben yapıyorum.
Atıyorsun oğlum, çok loot atıyorsun sen.
Hayır,
geç
geç
otomatikmen en geç sen gelebilirsin. Yani.
Tamam, genel olarak.
Sen bir fight'ı vurduk, sen gittin loot atıyorsun.
Tamam.
15 dakika yoksun işte.
Yani aldırdığım yerleri konuşmayalım istiyorsan.
Ele disparado. O cara dorme 15 horas no voo, é ele.
Não, mas é diferente.
Não,
pô.
não é diferente não.
É diferente.
É ele. Para de mentir. Nem você acredita nisso,
Ele dorme mais que eu.
Você dorme mais que eu. Você é louco. Tudo que esse cara dorme.
Você dorme mais que eu.
Você.
Para, eu tenho mais 4 horas hoje.
Eu tenho mais facilidade de dormir, mas você dorme mais que eu.
Meu amigo, você dorme 15 horas no voo. É você, é o mafioso.
É,
mafioso.
Não. O Revo.
Porra, que mentira, moço.
Vai falar que eu.
Não,
para de mentir.
você, velho.
Que isso, galera?
Pra ele também.
Tu mesmo. Lazaro, do Enem.
Eu chamo de... Kimse şöyle masayı gösterin.
Mafioso. Revo. Mentira, fala mafioso.
Empatou. Vocês estão de complô aí, vocês
Que complô, cara? Você que tem TDAH.
Bence benim. Ben dürüstüm olmaz da benim diyorum. Senin gibi saklamıyorum.
Squash.
Não acho nenhum engraçado, não. Tá turma lá. Mafioso.
O Revo.
Tá, tipo, muito legal, nós dois.
Oo. Daha da var. Daha da var ama. Ona bakarsan. Ondan şöyle.
Revo. Não, sem dúvida isso aí.
Vou apontar pra ele.
Eu mesmo me aponto. It's me.
Thank you. Valeu.
Oh, fantastic look into the inner workings of some of our teams there. Good dynamic, Blank. I enjoyed that one. That was fun.
That was actually hilarious. I mean, I think the Alpha 7 bits were the best for me. Remo just won't own up to anything. When it comes to who complains the most, he'll accept that.
Yeah,
he'll accept that. Yeah, he'll take it.
Oh, man. Incredible bits. But thank you for tuning in. Of course, we're getting ready to kick things off here. Day 2. And if that's anything to go by, I'm hoping for some smiles, some good moments, some excitement up on the stage. Very intense day of games yesterday. Bit of a switch up here, of course, as well. New teams coming into the fold. Curious to see what the lay of the land's looking like.
Absolutely. And we were catching our stream right now. Fireflux had a little bit of a rough day yesterday, let's say, as our stage rises into the air. I've been down there, right? The mechanics of that are terrifying.
Yeah, about getting stuck.
Yeah, I had to crawl around underneath there. As I wanted to see how it all worked, I was thrown out. Yeah, that's why I'm in here right now. I'm actually in a separate room. They won't let me go anywhere near the stage now.
I did wonder why you were escorted in by security, but I thought you were a big dog like that, you know?
Yeah. No. That's not the case. No bodyguards. They're just like, I look like a wandering cat when I'm in the stage room, so they can't have me in there anymore.
They've got to round you up, keep you safe.
But we're starting off things here over on Sandhawk for a fantastic day number 2. With 4 Thrives currently thriving at the top, and you're going to hear that one quite a few times. I'm not letting it go. It's an easy one. It's a low-hanging fruit, and I'll take that where I can.
It's a staple. It's a classic.
Yeah.
You could work it in, make the most of it.
Yeah. I respect you calling it a classic.
Yeah.
A classic, yeah. Low-hanging fruit classic.
It's easy. I mean, that's a safer way to put it.
Yeah, it's an alternative.
Yeah.
I'll take the alternative.
Same meaning, but of course, just different words.
Absolutely.
Crazy how language works like that.
Alter Ego Thunder Talks very close to one another here at the start. Alter Ego breaking wide up towards that north side, trying to get away. So Thunder Talks in the mix of it. You got King even heading down towards the bottom with Moana. I'm pretty sure Max just said it's King, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay.
It'd be a bit of risk if it wasn't,
He's got me second guessing now. I hate that guy. I love him yesterday. Today, that's annoying.
God, 2 sides of every coin for you.
Ooh, Alter Ego. Already. One down already.
Yeah.
This is it's an awkward drop, honestly. I think when you start seeing shoots with you, I don't think you full commit to sending south. I think you got to go one place only. As soon as you see Thunder Talks, they have control of full of Camp Alpha. What's the point? You got to break elsewhere. That might be just an awkward start to the game for you, and try and work down towards that south side. Now you've got the Northwest Island. There was no reason why they couldn't have played those west compounds. That would have been an easy pickup. I think for Alter Ego, they get spooked there. They get spooked there massively.
Yeah. Thrown off a little bit. Seems like Rosemary's got a little bit of damage back over as well. Knock picked up there. Of course, dialing in at the minute. We get to see a little bit more from Yangdong Galacticus. I think they looked really crisp yesterday. So obviously a good start on a drop could be a nice way to get them straight back into that same mindset from what we saw on day 1.
Yeah, I mean, day 1, Sandhawk for Yangdong Galacticos. Fantastic 14 Elim throw to pick up there. So it was a really, really good first match for them. Kind of fell off a little bit towards the rest of the day. You can see there. 42 points, though. So they were bringing it back over on the final 2 Miramars, but the air angles looked a little bit lackluster from game 2, game 3.
Not bad so far, though. Scent of Rosemary certainly in the air. You can see he's still keeping himself above water with some of the pickups back over. It was that initial knock, full takedowns, obviously leaving the free.
Yeah. I mean, for Krypton, again, it's like your entire team's sent out.
Yeah.
No one's with you. I don't know why he tried to go for a solo drop inside of Camp Alpha. Maybe there's miscommunication there. It wasn't made fully clear. He's already full committed over towards Camp Alpha. He's like, where's my teammates? No one near you.
The boys are not to be seen.
They could have easily had center northwest on the hilltop. I don't know, man. Bit of a weird one, but they can adjust. They can adjust.
Yeah, we'll see if they can bounce back from it. A little bit worse for wear. Seems like they've got some to work with, though, topping themselves back up.
But Yangdong Galacticos actually leaving that engagement. Smile takes a lot of damage, actually, coming through from R8. Do you send them off? So they'll take the entirety of Paradise Resort. Doesn't really matter too much. I think for Yangdong Galacticos getting out from Paradise Resort early, especially when this is leaning up towards that northwest side, you're wanting to get away from it early. It's not the greatest of positions to be in Paradise Resort. Getting locked in there as well is a very easy thing to do. I think it's more of an ego thing as well, where you really don't want to lose that fight in Paradise Resort. But with the fact that for Yangdong Galacticos, there was a free rotate down towards that southwest side, I think that shows character. It shows maturity.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think it was nice as well because obviously it was the mid-portion of that game 1 for them where they really started to turn up the heat and just kept compounding it. They had a good read on when to get stuck in with the third parties. Rotates were nice, obviously. Rough early game would not be the ideal recipe going into this. Rigo again, though, it's Moana being absolutely unloaded on from the sidelines. DBS up close, but they give him no distance to playoffs. Zol's able to grab that one. Full commit, another man goes down from the squad.
This is a ridiculous team, by the way, for Alpha Gaming. I mean, if it's your first time seeing them, they have many players that have been up to the tippity top of the international level with Zeol on the team way back when on Zeus Esports, getting huge amounts of work done there for Mongolia. You've got Top coming through, previously Stalwart before they all broke apart, and Doc there as well. And everyone knows Doc's name. I'm sure even if you're not very aware of that team in general, you know who Doc is. He plays in most internationals. Very, very, very strong player. Now, I do worry though, because it's a team with a lot of personality on board. His Vision though moving in over towards Sandhawk.
This is Vision grouped up, looking to rock together. Go for the burst in. DBS is bringing the baseline as the beat comes through. Bit of a shot back over from Vision. 2 knocks instantly onto them. Marcelo up close towards the window side, just baiting off his teammate's contact, looking for the close range engagement. And it's not ideal for Team Secret. 1 by 1, ripped to pieces. And yesterday we saw them performing far better when they could play passive blank. It felt like if they were able to play from a distance, it was good. Here it's a rough early start.
You do wonder if Fourth Rise is going to get involved on this. I mean, Falak has seen this. Takes a good angle down towards that south side as well. Gets a little bit of damage in. Will finish off that final player of Team Secret as well. But that's a 3 knockdown there coming through for Vision. It's a hard one though, because you don't really want to give up the bridge crossing on the north side. But also that could have been 3-4 pickups, giving you a bit more of opportunity to rotate down towards that south. It's a tough decision. Here's Alpha Gaming though, once again, coming up against GMX.
It's already costly as well. A lot of dividends between both of these teams. You're down to 2 players. Of course, 1 knock there as well, so effectively just a solo. Doc with the nade for the clear on the angle. No real health to play with either. DBS raining out bullets back onto him, keeping him in check. Even if they come away from this, you're going to be so low in terms of what you've invested into it.
They'll run back into it.
Oh, mate!
It's not gone off yet! Not gone off yet!
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, my days. That is... That's an interest.
I thought we'd at least just commit at that point on the double take.
I was like, okay, that's a mad play. It's not gone off. He's just going to straight the building. But instead, he's just stepping on it over and over again, going for the bop hit maneuver. This is not footy. You can't kick that thing away. So, yeah, Alpha Gaming, though, they do lose 2 players. Just Top, as well as Doc remaining on the team. Pretty strong combo to have. But as a 2-player unit, not ideal. So already losing Team Secret and Gamax and a total of 14 players. 7 minutes in the match. This is getting hairy real quick.
You mentioned it as well, of course, with Vision potentially getting dove down on by the 4 Thrives roster. It seems that they are throwing out a few bullets their way to keep them in check. And on the move.
Yeah, that's a decent shift for 4 Thrives, 100%. And Falak was having a look in. You're right, you're absolutely right. He was having a look in down towards that south side, but now I would say their position in the circle becomes way, way, way stronger in terms of real estate. You do have this difficulty though, Jackie, I will say, where you've got 2 players up towards Hatin, you've got T24 as well as IQ down towards the southern compound on the bridge. You're a bit fragmented right now. If they feel like they can hold all that area, sure.
I suppose we'll see if they do overcommit to it. Seems like Falak's still curious if they can actually get anything from it before they back up and play a little bit more for the long game. Could be a risk you run into. You have Rosemary up on the hill as well, just taking shots down, and he was able to find some impact there, of course, towards Alpha. Got pushed up on. It was a rough early fight for them. I think losing 2 from it, considering how they were hoping, obviously it'd just be a quick smash and grab, it's not ideal. They haven't made out like bandits.
Yeah, it was 2 fights back to back, right? And they were just forcing that position on the south side, which can actually be a really, really strong place to play and keep you in check for a long time, because it's the slope that comes down from where APG are currently playing down towards Kinotropa, who's just making it in now. Thunder Talk's currently playing in the Watchtower. You got Intense Game looking their way. But there's another shot coming through from Rosemary. Doing some great job on these pot shots. 600 damage already into the match here. Lovely stuff, because I think Kino Troop was trying to find a little bit of presence here, playing up on the cliff tops, but they're disconnected now.
They're quick pop-ups as well. Actually, the shots he's been hitting, you can see how crisp he is from distance, which is nice to see he's still on it. Finding influence here, considering obviously the rough opener they had going into this. Dive in of the top, Silence getting aggressive. Got the nade ready as well. 3 seconds on the cook. I don't know how he just keeps doing this. Yeah, absolutely is dominating. Just from that one position on high. He's been given so much freedom to rip his way through anyone that dares to step up. Oh, that is going to sting. Smited back down to the ground. Up close with the DBS. You feel the full force in your chest on that one, Blank.
That's decent coming through from Intense Game. Very respective of their region as well, right? It's a very aggressive region that Intense Game play in. They see an opportunity, they're going to take it. And they only lose Rafa as well for it in the process. Adrian, very, very strong player on that team. Really, really good fragger. But it's nice to see that Rafa and Silence also having a lot of success there in that engagement. So 4 elims so far coming through for Intense Game. But yeah, Alter Ego, it looked bad. It looked bad. They had to have a bit of a reset there and try and find some compensation. They didn't find all of those knocks and flushes, but Rosemary's certainly been putting the fear into these teams surrounding them.
You love the heads-up call as well, obviously, just playing off one another, have the respect to play from distance, just go for those more solo maneuvers. They're not just thinking, okay, slow this one down massively, look to rat it out. They're actually keeping themselves involved. They've got the gun skill for it, bro, so it makes sense. Like, even with a rough start, just see what you can do, play your own game.
It looks a lot more confident as well from Alter Ego. In the past, you see a lot of these teams coming through, especially previous iterations of Alter Ego, a little bit too passive. And again, it reminds me a lot of Sook from yesterday, where he was just going for plays where in that moment, it was the necessary play to make, but it was risky. So they go for this 1-1 split here coming through from Alva as well as Rosemary. And you're right, they were playing off each other very, very well. Fourth Rise, they don't over-egg the pudding here. They play Hat in. They've got Noki in the back line there. Influence Rage is on the way from that western side. So at this point in time, I'd quite like to see Falak pull himself off from this position. I think it's just more worth his time to hold Hat in and give up the ghost on that compound. Just hand that over towards Vision. They can hold your south side.
Yeah, it's a good call instantly as well. You can see they've got the audio from this. So as soon as they've got Vision, call for the backup, like you said, they reposition from it. They're not going to guard towards the circle edge there on Vision. And you can see everyone starting to make their move over. It's DRX that are close behind Influence Rage on that crash up towards Hatin as well.
Yangon Galacticos back on screen. Sandhawk Demons, but a little bit quieter in this one. DRX are backstabbing over towards Influence Rage, using the shallows to get the car across, but for how long will R8 be able to hold on to this one? They're heading over towards the compound that Vision would have desperately liked, but Vision is late.
Rosemary still finding impact in the elim feed as well, keeps it going, but let's see if they've got crystal clear vision on this one, or if in hindsight it'll be problematic. Getting the nades ready for the burst over. Meanwhile, looking rough as well for Fire Flux as they're being burned down, but still get a knock over onto Lil Boy. So at least some influence there back over onto the Rage squad.
Yeah, nades are just primed a lot earlier here from Vision. Yeah, R8 does have to back it off, but no one's focused down towards this fight. So R8's not getting stabbed in the back by anyone on that north side. He's got Influence Rage, DRX, Fireflux, who even took a fight in the middle of all that. Didn't find anything off the back of it because they got sandwiched between two very hard, stale pieces of bread in DRX as well as Influence Rage, which is not a comfortable position to be in whatsoever.
Not the sort of sandwich you want, mate. Crumbs absolutely everywhere on that one. Placemat would need a wiping.
It would. Or just removing entirely.
Yeah.
There's no saving it.
Rosemary is literally living his movie immediately.
How much has he done?
It's got to be up there.
In the thousands at this point. Nuts. Alpha Gaming have Doc very, very close by to Rosemary as well as Alva. Alva's probably passed that information back, and Alva will just find him. Doc's down for Alpha Gaming. Not the most amazing start. Definitely some presence was shown, but only the 5 elims on that match. But it's better than some teams. Better than some teams.
It feels like one of these actually where they're kind of just inciting it as well. It's like Rosemary going, feed me more. Give more to him. And there's more on the menu, Blank.
He's just seasoning the team at the moment. Getting themselves some more points on board. Currently the highest scoring right now in terms of eliminations inside the lobby. And that's all just been with 2 players. But look at that. That is a horrible shift for a lot of teams. People kind of wanting this one to move away from Heartin, and Fourth Rise might just get themselves a freebie off the back of this one. They do have to play it smartly, though. I like that T24 as well as Falak have sent out over towards that eastern side. You play along that cliff edge. They know that there's 2 teams off towards the western side. Noki just needs to keep looking in, pulling out the telescope now and again. Realistically, their main problem is going to be Regnum Karya trying to push up over towards that cliff face and that rocky outcrop. So Falak as well as T24 going to be very aware of this.
This was DRX, obviously. They got up close towards Influence Rage quite some time ago, but they've been biding their time up until now. Dive in towards the compound, looking to force them out and see if they can seize control of this one. Leave themselves with good compound control inside of the zone. Dive in instantly, find the first pickup, and start to at least secure themselves some cover to play with. Vision as well, popping back up. That's the delayed fight between them and R8 that's been going on for quite some time.
Yeah, good timing from Influence Rage. I think they realized that, honestly, for them, they need to start backing it up. But for DRX, that was a tough situation to be in. I'm glad that they make the move that they did. They had to happen then, because there'd be tons more teams trying to wrap on that western side. Right now, Alter Ego is in a massive fight and currently are decimating over towards Ida. Only Emre still up and kicking. This is 7 Elim, 6 for Rosemary. Both players doing a hell of a lot right now.
Well, this was the thing as well, right? Obviously, he's been playing for that position up on high for so long. They got vision. Oh, they realized they were ahead of them. Tried to go for the backstab into it. Rosemary found some impact now. Down and out. All up to the last remaining member. Falls out. They're able to keep themselves in it. I mean, fair play for the amount of influence they've had on the lobby. For 2 players, Blank, with Rosemary popping off, that's big.
It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice, especially with how it started as well with Thunder Talks. I do think that's a classic Rosemary moment. Didn't really wait for Alva to get in a position and just try to gun it, try to finish that one much quicker. Yes, they had to get a move on, but that could have been played better.
I think he was hyped, if I'm honest.
He was feeling it, right? Yeah, he was feeling it.
It's just one of those. He's gone for the solo play, thinking mechanically he's just going to pick it up on himself, because he was really just absolutely slaying. Like the quick shots he was getting from on high, you could see. Didn't matter. Distance wasn't real in his mind.
Yeah, try to get Medieval on him, but it's not meant to be. Vision. Trying to make their way up, but Regnum Kai is in good spots. Whenever we see Regnum Kai, typically underneath the bridge.
Where they feel most comfortable.
It is.
They need a roof overhead. I understand it. Sometimes you've got to just tuck in. It's like being underneath a desk. Let's see what they can do, though. When push comes to shove, so many bullets raining in from either side. Marcelo is able to get into a little bit of a cheeky angle around the backside as well. So he's got cover here. Focus drawn over from the other side as that's Falak that gets vision onto them. It's a big pickup.
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier. Falak was just holding this angle for that eventuality when Regnum Kai is starting to move up. You can see that cliff face, exactly what I'm talking about, but you have a small amount of vision as they make that cross. They didn't quite get Loxy, who's going to step up now. Falak immediately retreats back into cover. He's playing around that hard cover as well. Awesome stuff. Yeah, again, I love this player, man. I really, really do.
They needed that as well. That peak there, they had to get the full commit off the back of it, because now you've exposed so much vision in the back line, and literally 2 vision that were just waiting for an opportunity. All attention's turned. You can see once again focusing on that, knowing they're lurking underneath the bridge.
If T24 and Falak even feel like it, they could just go for some nades over the top here, and they could probably cleave through Regnum Kaya fairly easy off the back of that, especially if they want to hold onto those nades a little bit longer. Lovely toss there coming through over towards Toshpik, leaving Regnum Kaya now as just 3.
It's the spacing as well. You're right on the money, Blank. They've got to try and push up and fight together on this one. Baiting out the crosshairs. Volt from the back line gets one straight in between the eyes on Silas. There's the damage back from Falak as well, finding the opportunity to third party onto it, and vision go down.
Getting the steals on that for 4 Thrives. I mean, they've been playing pretty passive this game, but just still finding those moments where they're keeping teams at bay. They make the good decision. Noki and IQ play over towards the northeast side where they can extend their timeout as long as possible. But there's a clear reason for this. They're holding that northeast side for the players coming up from the pontoons on that northern edge, and then you've got T24 and Falak playing off one another perfectly over towards players that might be coming up from that bridge. So they've got all the angles that they were worried about closed down. They know that Influence Rage and DRX are taking a lot of attention from one another. This is just lovely from 4 Thrives.
Yeah. Like you said at the start of the show, mate, they've been thriving. Once again, it's happening here. Decision-making is crisp. Silence goes down. Knocked out by IQ with the quick heads-up maneuver. He's got control towards the ridge of the roof, taking the peaks in. They've got so much freedom here.
Yeah, it's just picture perfect. I mean, this is exactly how you'd want to play Heartin. Yeah, they've had the circle look at coming up this way, but you don't normally see teams just calmly and efficiently set themselves up for any angle that might be an issue for them coming into the future. Falak's going to go for another peek over the top. Now, he is the solo right now, so he has to be very careful about this, but usually he is, and he'd rather come back into hard cover than just go for a full commit over towards Regnum Kaya. He just wants info right now.
Yangon Galacticos as well. They've been waiting in the weeds, back down, trying to keep themselves just out of dodge until an opportunity to actually strike into this. Relatively quiet compared to obviously their opening game yesterday. We'll see if they can steal out any points the longer this one goes on. You can see just observing more than being thrown into the forefront of it right now.
Yangon Galacticos just looking for a higher placing. I mean, 6th place is not bad, but it's not going to get you a lot of placement points. You typically want like a 3rd, 2nd, or a 1st. A 1st would be nice for anyone, but yeah, getting up towards the 3rd or 4th here would be decent points to have. Pedrino goes down. That is off from Diego. The other side of things from Influence Rage. Has been putting in some damage here, but for Influence Rage, this is going to be a tough breakout from this building.
Yeah, it's a risky position. Obviously, you have that opportunity of knowing DRX crashed in early. They'll have that vision on the cross if they want to go for it. Seeing the attention turned. IQ again, same angle. Just living.
Such a ballsy angle as well he's got. They will have to push off now. But there's so much open ground in front of them. They're just going to be clean on this one. This moves completely away from Influence Range to DRX. And 4 Thrives have the opportunity to do something very, very good here.
DRX get a nice burst. Up close and personal with the nades. They've had him trapped for so long. And this is going to be infuriating Rage for them. Not really much room to breathe either zone. Nipping at your heels, DRX have finally smoked you out.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous hold. Sizzy actually being able to get over towards that warehouse, then just play off that off angle. They knew that coming out from these crates is going to be really, really difficult. So very, very well done. Through from them. QXZ now going to peek out, but T24 goes for a quick pre-fire on the angle. This might come down to 4 Thrives versus Regnum Karya at the end of it. Smile's not making his way through. Way too far from the distance.
Yeah, pinned down, no room to breathe. Whoa, deep nade. Hyunbin feeling the force of that one. The follow-up. Big brain decimation as the Nitro's on target.
No way! Oh my days. Yangon Galacticos is actually finishing a lot of that off there, but I mean, IQ's bought his team a massive amount of space.
Oh yeah.
Well, that could have been a terrifying fight for them.
Why, it's mad.
They lays it.
Great work with the nades, man. T24 as well keeps it going. Spots out Yangdong. Able to get the shots back over, keep them pinned in. There's been no room for him to move up whatsoever this entire time. He's basically just sitting ducks. It feels like, again, this has just been 4 Thrives lobby.
He's been clean. 12 elims on the game from what typically for a lot of teams I would say is a fairly passive position to play, but they've had so much influence. And IQ turns what could have been a 4v4, which was easily third party by Regnum Karya, into now a situation where they have to get into a 3v4. But look at Falak moving up over towards Loxy, playing on an off angle. He's spotted now. Just a 2v4, and Regnum Karya could be taking this home.
Silas, the shopkeeper, with the quick checkout on that one. Deals the damage and keeps on moving, bobbing and weaving with the attention turned on them. So the manpower advantage is good right now. In a position where they can build from this. But wait a minute. Oh, the Romeo story. He goes in for the stab in the dark. T24 with the battle back down to the final 2, and 2 are knocked. Battles it out. They're trying to scrap up close. DBS firing shots. Silas from the side, and that's enough to steal it away. It was a good game from 4 Thrives, but in the end, we know who really walks away with a chicken dinner.
Regnum Karya, good stuff for them, honestly, playing in a very difficult position. They bided their time, they made it work from that bridge side. The roof over the head was good, kept them warm and decent all the way until that end game. For 4 Thrives, though, I think you come away with that one very happy with the, I think it was 13 elims they ended up with, so a 19-point game. I actually think they're on top in terms of the match rankings compared to Regnum Karya there. Another banger coming through from 4 Thrives.
It's mad that it just looks so consistent right now. And it was the split as well, like the way they're actually playing off one another in what was a very intense choreography of PUBG Mobile there. Like you're having everything thrown at you. The kitchen sinks coming your way, handled it perfectly. No pressure, no sweat, just perfect elims.
It's a real clean way to play that 2-2 split as well. And that wouldn't have worked if they've not identified that DRX and Influence Rage were on that western side, so they could just fully focus over towards Regnum Karya as well as intense game. In the meantime, though, we're going to take a little less intensity and send you to a break, and we'll be back very shortly.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
That Sandhawk was definitely worth the wait. And we didn't get a hot drop, but we did end up getting at least a back-to-back in a way, Max, from Regnum Karya.
Yeah, I mean, they did it on Miramar yesterday with the last chicken dinner of the day, and now they do it again on day 2 here on Sandhawk, and a very good game for them. It was going towards Hattin for a big portion of this game, but the one team that decided to not go to Hattin ended up getting the chicken dinner by holding the portion under the bridge, which, as we saw, was the main reason why they were able to get that chicken dinner.
And one thing that we were enjoying, that we were talking about during that match, Neptura, was that split that Regnum Karya was doing. It was an interesting split.
It really was. I liked it a lot. I thought it covered all of the bases that it needed to cover, right? You had 2 on one side of that river. You had 2 inside of zone. They were just making sure nobody came around. The other good thing about that is that high ground, that compound on the wrong side of the river, let's say, actually does a really good job of getting as much info as possible down to the south side. So they were able to know a lot of what was going on in that circle.
Yeah, I mean, because of that, they gave themselves 15 points, second top team when it comes to overall points this game, because look at that, 4th rise, 13 points. Okay, they're in the finals, guys. We're good?
I think
Pakistan in the finals, let's go. But no, Regnum Karya said they were able to scout, saw that spot under the bridge. Oh, it's free. They instantly send it. Don't have to do any extra scouting. You take that position, and because of that, they're able to defend against Vision, against Yangon Galacticos, and actually claim a game-winning position at the very end, because as we saw, it tended to move away from Hattin itself. So a very good game from Regnum Karya. This is definitely a lot more aligned with my initial expectations of what I wanted to see this team do.
And one thing that I'm kind of just pointing out here is for Team Vision, they did end up getting 6 eliminations, Neptura, and the rotation that they were able to do, I was impressed by. It just didn't end up working out for them.
I'm really sad that it didn't work out, honestly. I loved that play of them going under the bridge, fighting for that position. It was so nice. I just think that maybe they got a little bit too caught up in the previous fight with R8.
Yeah.
And it just didn't really go that way. But it's a really interesting thing to think about, because that particular compound where they had that fight with R8 is actually, you see those teams that fight there always take way too long. So I think it's something to think about, something to consider when you're talking about where to go, what compound to use, because if you end up fighting there, it just seemed to take forever.
Now, during that fight that was happening between Regnum Karya and Team Vision, I did notice that Falak was kind of third-partying a little bit. He ultimately ended up eliminating Team Vision, at least some of the players there. We were having a back and forth, Max. We were wondering, would that be the time for Falak maybe to just not overextend too much, but see if maybe he could third party even more? Because if he would have taken more players from Regnum Karya, I think it would have been an easy win for them.
Yeah, I think you don't want to take that heat against Regnum Karya at that point. I did like that he was trying to get an angle. You can get an angle under the bridge, but you can't get an angle on the dip of Regnum Karya. And that's why I was so confused with Vision. Why are you stopping under the bridge when you're actively being shot at by Falak? Send it on to the side of Regnum. Take the fight. If you get eliminated, at least you tried. But if you win, you get a bunch of eliminations onto Regnum Karya, and you're safe from all those teams trying to take shots at you from Hatton itself. So I think the Vision got a little bit too hesitant, and that did cost them the game, I think, this time around, because it could have been a Vision chicken dinner, would have been the first Mina chicken dinner. That would have been an amazing thing to see happen here in Riyadh.
That's interesting. Then you think that they didn't extend enough? You think that they stopped too short by going under the bridge?
Which not only gave an angle for Falak, but also makes it very nadeable because it was hiding behind pillars and walls, and Regnum just kept chucking it over the side. So I think that here you just commit to the push. You can stay under the bridge for maybe, 10 seconds, get information, get the game plan. We have to send it, and especially Regnum in the little dip, which is very nadeable. I don't know how many nades they had, but if they had a few, you need to play around that utility to transition in that dip because it was such a good defensive spot.
I see you pondering stuff there.
I'm
Is there anything you want to add to it?
Well, because you and I thought that them stopping under the bridge was actually a fantastic play. I see what you're saying about the angle from Fourth Drives. I see what you're saying there, but I felt like overall it was a really good, at least initial position to take. I did think that Regnum Karya maybe had a little bit of a split. Some of them were under the bridge.
Neb, are you talking about when they stop on the bridge on the other side? Not the side that Fourth Drives could see, because I think that's the one we were kind of pointing out, right? When they were on the right side of the bridge, not super exposed for Fourth Drives. I think that's what you were thinking.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking of that, because then they started using those nades onto Regnum Karya, and then you're talking about when they actually just went onto the other side of the bridge.
Yes.
Then they should have gone forward. I see. Okay, because I was like,
makes sense.
We were talking and we liked it. So what are you talking about? Okay,
we liked it up until the point where Fourth Drives and Falak was just like, oh, are those eliminations? Oh, you know what? I'm trying to go for that MVP. I'll end up taking them. One team that actually ended up surprising us a little bit too was none other than Intense Game. Intense Game just took care of Thunder Talk.
Yeah, I really liked how they played that. You had 3 teams on that western side. The western side generally in these kinds of zones is always so strong of a position that everybody always wants the mountains. They always want the center. It's the west side that often wins games for teams. So it was really nice to see that. You had 3 teams, Influence Rage, Intense Game, and Thunder Talk. Influence Rage ended up doing the whole thing of going center, going straight for the city, going straight for Hatton. That was fine. But for Intense Game, and I think what really proved to be the key in their longevity was actually getting rid of Thunder Talk, clearing that west side completely, because then they had space to actually move in.
No, I think that was definitely a really good play. I like how slow they were playing it on the coast, especially because they were waiting. What kind of circle are we going to get next? Are we going to have a proper Hatton City finish? Are we going to have a coastal finish? They were kind of keeping their options open. So I do like how slow they were playing it. Though I do think they did fumble towards the end pretty massively because they start splitting. And you need players. You need a full squad if you want to go for a push onto, let's say, Influence Rage, onto your Fourth Drives, onto Regnum Karya. Any push you want to go for, I don't care which one you commit to, you need to have that full squad available at a moment's notice. And they decide to send, I think it's Pedrino, in Hatton and keeping 2 of the players over onto the coast before a play even gets eliminated. I was very confused. For me, there was no clear game plan, and because of that, they just lose players one by one and lose an opportunity to maybe not get the win, but at least a strong podium finish.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, we're going to be going to Erangel. So let's take a look at a graphic where he's going to be showing us the best teams in Erangel. And I mean, no surprise, it is going to be Fourth Drives up there as well. You also got Influence Rage and Team Secret. 3 teams that are going to be playing today. Just a reminder for Alpha 7 Horror Esports, they are not here today.
Hey, one thing that you're seeing here is that Fourth Drives, because Erangel is their best map, clearly. Looking at the average elims, they get 8 per game. That's massive.
8?
We played 3 yesterday, and they get 8?
8 per game is absolutely crazy. I was getting distracted by Horror with the 1700 damage average on Erangel, which is also crazy. But yeah, to see 8 eliminations, I mean, we're talking about 8 eliminations in a lobby where eliminations are hard to come by. These guys know how to not get knocked, and so to get 8 average per Erangel is insane.
They get 2 squad wipes per Erangel, like, just to put into perspective. So,
damn.
Thank you,
right?
Seven. Great input. We love it.
I can see your brain just thinking about it.
You saw the damn in my brain right there. Yeah, exactly. No, so it's been working great, and for a lot of the teams here, it's going to be their ticket to the finals is, are you good on an angle? Yes, no. And if that's the case, like we saw for Four Thrives, they are going to be able to go the entire way. Though I do want to go on a quick a little bit of a tangent here. DRX, we said at the start of the day, we want to see how their bad games are. Here, they do get far into the game, but they don't get close to the podium whatsoever. They get still a bunch of placement points and eliminations. Like, this makes me hopeful that, okay, DRX are trying to find that consistency. It was a very good entry point into Heartin alongside Influence Rage. I want to see more of that come in from DRX. Just, no, you're not always going to get into your top 3, top 5s. Just get eliminations on board, and that's going to be more than enough to make me happy and for them to secure their spot to the next stage.
Well, for DRX, so you kind of got a bit of a sight there. They didn't get super gifted by the circle. They did end up doing a good rotation. But don't forget, for everybody currently watching, from July 25th to the 27th and August 1st to the 3rd, log into Summon Airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, from July 25th to the 31st, vote for your favorite airdrop partner for a chance to receive special gifts from them. Don't miss this year's airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise. Max, have you done it?
Not yet. I did put my predictions in game, though. I will not share because I will be in danger. But I have not got it because I'm waiting for the
Is it going good? Is it going... Give us a vibe of how the predictions are going.
I've actually got, like, I think about 50% of my predictions are doing very well, which I'm impressed.
Really good for you.
Full prize, wasn't it?
Let's give them hit them, like you said.
Oh, okay. I did not.
How are your predictions going so far, Natura? Because there is a eyebrow at stake.
Oh,
2 of them.
Shoot.
Oh yeah. 2 of them.
No. Oh, we did agree to this. Dang it. Okay. Yeah. No, it's going okay. It's going okay so far. You know what? I'm happy with how it's going.
Okay. Am I getting that vibe? It seemed like questionable, right?
She's lying.
Oh, not.
She had 8 team spirits, you know.
Hey, if I could, I would, but I can't, so it's fine.
Get Suna pictures everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the main thing that you're going to be just seeing throughout the day. But as we saw a chance there to see the graphics earlier from Erangel, I'm happy to see that Four Thrives is continuing on this performance, Max. And that was the big question mark that I was going to be having for them. Can that team continue to perform like this? We're going to be jumping into Erangel. Can they continue that consistency? Let's send it over to Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, Seven. Can't wait to kick this one off. It's already been damn exciting. First game, Blank, good build-up. And of course, if you want to know more in depth, why not check out our official map feed? It's now live. Head on over there and get that read that you need.
Absolutely, the read that you need on the speed of these rotations from these teams. Because obviously, for the first time ever at EWC, we are sharing the map feed here with you. We've been doing it throughout the year, you know, slowly rolling out a little bit at a time. But we really just wanted to share with you the inner workings of all the teams. Obviously, me and Jackie have been looking at that damn screen for a while now, you know, locking in, making sure you guys know where the teams are. But now you can take a look into the inner workings of PUBG Mobile as well. So make sure you check that out over at PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube. Enough of that, though. We're going to head over towards Erangel itself.
Oh yes, follow your favorite teams and get ready for the scenes that we're going to be witnessing here. Game 2, day 2, the action is heating up, but who will be beating the heat? That's the question and the tagline, and a lot riding on it. Already some interesting developments from game 1 in terms of the early explosive hot drops that resulted in a rough start for Alter Ego that somehow turned into the Rosemary show, hoping it won't be as bad of a start, but an even better finish for them this time, Blank.
That's what you hope to see here. I think a lot of fans for Alter Ego, some really good players on side. Alva's been around for a long time, as has Rosemary, but 2 players that did fantastically well in our last match. I'll tell you who is beating the heat, though. That player that had managed to create a small wall of water bottles in front of the camera. Not sure if he's hiding his face or just trying to make sure he stays hydrated. Either way, happy for the guy. In the meantime, though, we're heading over towards Georgia Pole from down in Sosnovka. Alpha Gaming out early, alongside with Ketch from Fireflips, but Influence Rage are in position as well, alongside with Thunder Talks. I imagine they're heading over towards another Upmire here.
It's a good system, though, mate. you build up the wall of the water bottles that are slightly cold. The air will then blow that almost as an artificial AC. So maybe that'll even pull them off.
Cracking the lid a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just a little bit of cold air from it. So he's either going to play really hot because he's kind of been like actively cooled.
Yeah.
Or he'll play worse because he's cooled off.
This is really big though, and teams will have to cool off real quick because it's going to be a hot rotation down towards Sosnovka early on here. Influence Rage, Thundertalks and Alpha Gaming already here. This is big news for them, but this is quite a lot of teams for us. I mean, recently we've more only seen maybe 1 or 2 teams over towards Sosnovka early. So Influence Rage, Thundertalks and Alpha Gaming very pleased with this one. 4 Thrives and Very Pia. They have a very quick rotation they can make down towards the South Ridge and that little hillside that looks over towards the west and the east. But again, we saw how well 4 Thrives could hold on position last game, so I hope they can do the same here because you will have teams coming in from that western side and the bridge.
Yeah, sway over the bridge, get that done with early. I think it's interesting as well, you do actually get Alpha up close towards Influence Rage to kick this one off. Obviously, Alpha in the previous matchup, bit of a rough compound crash, right? Losing 2 players early. Might have been a bit of a better story for them. I think that actually was Rosemary as well that got the third party from the ridge onto him, right? Just cleaned up. That's crazy, yeah. We see a little bit of a alter ego highlight there as well, opening it up. We get their vision to start. See how it develops. Hopefully it's a big game for them, bro. It's always exciting. Feels like it gets the fans going early.
It does, absolutely does. They've got a very, very good fan base, I would say. Got to actually cast over in Indonesia too, and it is incredible. The energy
I can imagine.
from that audience was unbelievable. Truly stunning and electrifying, just as it is here at the EWC for PMWC. 4 Thrives currently ahead by quite a bit here on 75 points, but DRX not too far behind, 64 points. Now, I would say Regnum Kayev that last game have really dragged themselves out from the small rut, I'd say they're in, comparing them with the caliber they have, right? 57 points here is really, really good to see for Regnum Kayev, and a team that I expected to do well. You do hear a lot of teams at the moment saying this kind of doesn't matter here in the group stage, but I would go ahead and say this is very, very important. You're getting a direct spot over towards the finals, not having to deal with the pressure on you that happens in that survival stage. You don't want to be there, man. You really don't want to be there.
No, it's so much free information as well. You know, where you kind of get that overview. A couple of days off, you get to watch. Yeah. Exactly. Like the difference of going into it in terms of prep, like it's unbelievably helpful. I suppose there is an argument for obviously keeping yourself warm the entire tournament.
Yeah.
I know which side I'd prefer to be on.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And it was something I would bring up because we've brought it up in the past as well, where staying warm throughout that survival stage and making it into the finals is good, but there's also exhaustion that comes with that because it's back to back to back, and you're fighting for your tournament life for, you know, a few days. But it's not easy. It is not easy. Fireflux right now, one of our teams from our groups, which has really suffered. We saw them try and get into the west side of Hartin. Really struggle there, Jackie. I saw them go down very early to Influence Rage DRX, who sandwiched them. But yeah, we're going to see DRX right now looking to go for that rotate we talked about earlier, off towards that western side.
Oh, it's a nice first shot, actually. You see the dive in from Alter Ego, DBS behind the door. Walk through that, you're not breathing anymore. Instant first contact, mate, but Alter Ego at least clean it back up. They can get the res in as well. He's fine.
He is fine. He is fine. Alva come back up. They definitely want to keep him on board. You know, working together with Rosemary was very, very nice. Last game, as we saw. But this is not the end of the road for them because they've got a long way to go. Long way to go down this western coast. Yangon Galacticos are going to be in front of them. Many, many teams actually going for this western rotate as well across the bridge. So you've got Kinotrope just making their crossing now. And it's interesting to me that 4 Thrives actually opted to go far south here, Jackie.
Yeah, it is actually. I wonder what the setup is going to be late game for them as well. Like obviously the way they've been playing this, it's been really good in a lot of the individual fights, but I think their communications look good for the rotates so far. All of day one felt really good in terms of decision making. Hopefully that's a trend that's just going to continue because they are ridiculously compounding points. I mean, 75 off the back of the first game of day 2. Really good spot. Heads above water firmly. They're not just doing the doggy paddle.
No, they're not in the doggy paddle right now. We're in the big pool. We're big pool right now, you know. The infinity pool for them if they keep getting these kind of points. But you're looking at like a 10-point average here at the moment. Just a little bit under the 11-point margin, which is an incredible result for an international. Very hard to do. Typically teams that have managed to maintain a 10-point average, it's very obvious that they're going to stay in and head through to that top 8.
So I think for 4 Thrives, they're not worrying too much at the moment. There is something to be said about teams saying that they don't really, they're not minding this group stage too much, and they can always play in survival stage where you do take the pressure off yourself a little bit. But I do think that being able to perform here without that pressure and getting those points on board, super important if you can just leisurely make your way into the finals.
Do you wonder for Yangon Galacticos as well, if it was more of sort of, playing to the best of their ability yesterday early, and that's going to obviously taper off, because it felt like there was maybe some opportunities in game one here. It didn't really seize the day too much to really squeeze as much potentially as they could out of. Here it might look like they might even get nipped at on the heels as well by Alter Ego towards the back line. We'll see how that develops. Obviously a big shift, everyone making their move over towards the zone now.
It's a wild amount of teams. Having 16 teams, 63 alive here, and the majority of the squads are in Sosnovka. This is sort of a different stage we're seeing here. You're right, by the way, getting nipped in the heels by Alter Ego, coming slightly late towards Primos. Managed to find one of the players there over on Yangon Galacticos. And even finding Smile as well. This is a good turnout coming through from Alter Ego. They don't blow up the boat either, so that's an option for them if they want it. But yes, so many teams up towards Sosnovka. It's very, very impressive, and I think it's just a case of international. You don't want to go for these bridge camps. You don't want to delay. You're all looking for those points. You know how important they are. This is a quick format, right? It's a very, very fast format.
It was only Romeo and SayCloud that were able to get away by sailing literally through the clouds, just making sure they keep their distance and find a back door in towards the zone. Ulrika, like you said, it is actually a smart heads-up maneuver as well. Just get the full knocks into the converts, make sure they've got the boat. Fair decent amount of loot as well, actually. Yangon actually had a good stock, so you've rebuilt that for yourself. They'll be able to take a leisurely stroll over, join everyone else eventually.
I think this second zone is going to be the one that I'm most curious about. Right? I think there's a lot of opportunity for this to go a fair few ways. We've not really committed to either side of the island at the moment. It's pretty dead set on being Sosnovka. I don't see it going any other way, but sending far out towards that eastern side. Massive amount of water in this one as well. 4 Thrives can be very pleased with themselves that they headed south to give themselves a comfortable rotate off towards that eastern side. They could even make a really, really quick swing over towards Novorevnoye, set themselves up in the buildings early if they wanted to, because this is only going to come closer into the map, unless there is a crazy option of it moving far west. I do think for 4 Thrives, heading towards Novorevnoye right now, or at least just outside it, would be a good idea for them.
See how their day continues. Curious if Vision are going to be able to sort of dust themselves back off as well. It felt like their split sort of late game yesterday. Things started to really go skew for them, but overall when they can play together as a fully fledged unit, they had some good moments, some good excitement that was on board from the team. Curious if we'll see much more.
Yeah, I mean, we saw from Vision at the start of the day as well. I don't know if you remember, but we were watching them flick through their map sheets. They were giving the thumbs up for the Sandhawk, for the Miramar, but they weren't too sure about the Erangel. Honestly, there was some shaking of the head going on there.
Thumbs down.
There was a thumbs down. There was a thumbs down. And it shows humility, at least. They realize where their problems are. Hovercraft in play here for Regnum Kaya. Managed to get a hold of one of those, came across late on the north side from Sharkfin, down towards Grandma on the north side of Sosnovka. But since then, they've been moving far, far into the circle. Tospik gets caught out by Kinotrope, and there is no response, so he will not be getting backups. This is up towards Observatory at the moment. They're making a long run here in the hovercraft.
Kinotrope looking to make that one a little bit of Kino from the sideline. Points could be stolen away from it. Up top as well, TT with the bullets down, raining onto them. Use the backdrop of the vehicle for cover as it detonates. Cool guys don't look at explosions, Blank. They're all very cool. We know this.
Wild was taking some double takes.
No, he didn't look. He didn't do the Patrick Stewart triple take.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. He was just making sure it had exploded. I guess it's a rough position for Regnum Kai to be in. I mean, no vehicles to be spoken of, and it's a long run, but at least they are over towards this eastern side, and it's more than can be said for a lot of teams that came in late here. It is just going to be pretty rough in the interim, right, for them. It looks like even Thunder Talks are having a look over this way. King sweeping around And another, the Dacia's out to play. What are you doing?
Yeah, not ideal. The dastardly Dacia being dealt with as Loxy's able to get the flick off easily. Pulls him out of the driving seat. Curious as well, with one of my eyes glancing at the map feed. These late crosses on both of the bridges going to be problematic. Close grouping. Vision most likely having an easier time of it, but obviously for Alter Ego, they might actually take this one in their stride if there is a fight that breaks out, to be honest, bro.
It's a what? So they didn't take the vote, right? They moved across very pier. I think they've read into the fact that four Thrives like to move very, very early and just get into the map, so they've got a comfortable way in. And also they're assuming that most teams already made that big migration off towards the eastern side. So I think it's a good call. I don't think they had to take the boat after all, especially with this hard eastern shift. Silence is going to have to be real quiet in the future. Pros down, but Prestel G in position. Oh man.
It all gets a little bit awkward.
And he falls through the map.
He's gone. He's done for. Goes falling down in the end. Quick bandage up on the action as well. Sort yourself out. Keep on moving.
I think everyone probably hates me when I call him Prestige. I know it's Prestige, but come on.
The big Preds.
But I will never stop calling him Prestige.
It's good.
Sorry.
It works. It works.
Yeah.
I respect it. Falak lives for these, doesn't he?
I mean, he's got 10 bullets. I don't know what he's doing.
Don't matter. He'll make them count. Watch. All right, watch this. Next time we cut to his POV, I tell you, it's going to be 2 headshots, those 10 bullets, that's going to amount to 2 knocks, hands down.
No backpack, 1 ghillie, 10 bullets. That's all you need. It's not looking amazing, but for QXZ, the QBZ, only 60 bullets total in the back pocket here. I don't really know what Falak's looking. I think he's got a red dot as well.
I think the thing is, he's got vision for it to at least know if they're pushing up.
50 bullets.
Like they've got a wide berth on it where you've got the backline stab in as well. Not just getting the read, T24 up on the actual side as well to take the peek off his contact. Yeah. You can at least just get in. They won't have the blessing of knowing the ammo is limited. Couple pot shots, get their attention on him. You could peek in from the side, get the back door on it.
Alpha Gaming, though, making an entrance from the sidelines, coming in from the wings. It is very open ground, though, and QXZ will have the number on it. A lot of bullets for the S12. So close range, he's pretty set to go. Sizzy and Soez in the background there. QXZ forced to hold down this entire position. 16 teams still alive, though, Jack. It's astonishing. It really is astonishing.
It's quick shots from top as well. Mini 14 coming out to play. Bullets whiz through. QXZ down, sleeping now. All Z.
Fourth Thrives will have to move out here over towards the northern side. Give the ghost a nice, a cruel circle. We talked about how Vision had been a little bit slow to the party. Turns out they turn up just in time. Well, the dinner plate's full of food here, but that's a bit of a saviour coming through from the circle for them as they cross that north bridge. They'll likely want to hold out Gamax, though, as they move in from that north side. R8 similarly making a very low, late rotate here. Team Secret coming in behind them. Playzone even just takes down for Heater, so yeah, he's not going anywhere. Wrap him up in the pods here and send him home.
Yeah, just filling on that one, unfortunately for him. Not going to be the meal deal he was hoping for. So punished by the timings, you were saying, the party analogy, it just comes back around. And really, you are right, felt like Vision kind of have gone in as the guest of honor. They can set themselves up potentially for the position you've fallen into now. And there they are, actually. Good connection across, just playing on the edge, keep them inside of the blue and rip them to shreds with the bullets, Blank.
Yeah, it's been a VIP entrance, 100%. Straight on the red carpet across this bridge and into position. So I could have sent her up, and I think for Thunder Talks, actually it's a bit annoying. I think they could have just held Observatory. I mean, Regnum Kaya weren't in really any position to challenge them, and if they were up towards Observatory, had that amount of sightlines to work with, cleared out that south side with 4 players, then moved in a little bit later and just ignored the fact that Regnum Kaya existed, this could have been a lot better of a game.
rejoin now with Alter Ego as well. It's Rosemary once again that's finding influence. Ooh, wow, that is rough. Quick shot. Beautiful work with the DBS. Big pop-up pump, mate.
Yeah, S12K there, look lovely. Moana, though, doesn't want to let this end too quickly, but in the meantime, Alpha Gaming have spotted a weakness on the sidelines.
Shots back over, trying to dip into cover to stay alive. Moana making moves at least on Ajol, so Alpha lose one, reply back over as well, ripping out quick shots. R8 feeling the brunt of the damage, but Alpha also struggling to contend with this. Fights breaking out across the map as well. Regnum Karia taking head on against 4 Thrives. Influence Rage even popping up into the commotion.
Yeah, 4 Thrive just out. Weren't able to make that position happen on that south side despite being on the map so early. Rosemary able to find Doc there. The Alter Ego still alive into this one. 18 lips on the match. What's happened?
That's what I mean. I don't know how they do it. They just seem to make it work. Put it together even when they're in a really rough spot. And this is back to sort of deja vu, right? Alter Ego, 2 players left to try and pick up the scraps. Finishing off the last of the GMX boys on the cross as well there. That's Vision closing down the chapter they started on Control of the Bridge.
The top and the signature Mini 14 making this thing look real nice. As Reef is to go down in the middle of the road. Laura's in, spots him lacking. This is a tough circle, man. It actually is not very fun to play. Got a lot of the map cut out on that south side because it's just staged hilltop. Thunderdog's currently controlling that one. And they're hoping for a southern shift. It would make for a very fun game. And an entertaining game for us as well. Team Secret, we saw them on the stats earlier. Very successful on Erangel so far. See if they find that same kind of success later. We do get a little bit of a southern shift. Keeps Thunder Talks in, but you got almost this crescent moon wrap for a lot of teams on the northeast side.
The highlight there of some of the fights as well that have been going down in the meantime. For Top, barely alive, sliver of HP, got to top himself back up literally and keep himself in the fight. Similar story over for Team Secret that have been playing quite a late game on this one. Most of it's been rotation through the blue, so finally we might start to see what they're made of. Influence Rage consistently popping up. It feels like they're always trying to find some kind of control inside of this game. Getting as good as they get though at the minute, down to just 2 in the battle of attrition. Secret forced to play medic as well, get their players back up here. It's interesting, it was actually the rotate from Rosemary and co as well, resulting once again it just being him, the main man. They took a head-on fight versus Vision, did not go well. I wouldn't count him out though, Blank, even as a solo, room for him to sort of show us what he can do.
I think it's a big shot. Willing to get in the vehicle though, get gone. Got Morado on the road. Heads over towards Top, thinks second about it. Playing behind the monster truck here, and Rosemary's just going to double down here. Drops the deck. Oh yeah, a little bit of an aggressive play there. Adrian will find that Alter Ego out. Despite that, you know, a 7-point game to start off with into an 8-pointer without really getting all that far into both games as well. It's pretty good. Then comes Vision over towards Kino Trope. Regnum Kaya on the side, and that's one player down immediately.
Nades underneath the fence as well. No protection to play with as the legs are blown out. They've got to get up close and personal. Response back, Nade the compound. Volt looking to get himself in once he's topped up on the HP and avoid the sideline from Regnum Karia. Meanwhile, from distance, Diego gets Vision on them. Battles back, few shots over. Volt's POV with the DPS up close. Looking to make some noise on this one.
Volt's in for an electric finish here. Sting actually on the top side. Taking some good shots down. Diego's just going to keep sending those pot shots through. And they don't know. They don't know the angle. Kino Trup suffered to it.
Oh, the timing on it as well. The slight peaks. Diego's living his movie right now. Like, you've got prime time Vision straight in. It's uncomfortable for them. So Vision trapped on the back. You've got to hunker down. It's a great angle for him.
They love that Regnum Kario to hold off versus 4 Thrives. You saw a bit of replay early with Silas on the DBS, just looking clean as anything. makes this difficult. Team Secret actually have the surround sound system going on here versus Thunder Talks. 3 corners they've got locked down for them. So Thunder Talks are going to a little bit of difficulty getting off from the top of Observatory, depending on when this next circle goes. They'd love for it to send southwest. Pretty central though. Still cuts them a piece of the pie though. Team Secret immediately making an adjustment over towards that eastern side. Still covers them off though, and I think that's the main thing for Team Secret, is that they are holding this angle, which is safe. Oh, no, get back inside, get back inside.
I mean, in the commotion, they at least took a few shots back up towards King. But God, yeah, it's scary. Not ideal whatsoever. Hunker yourself down. Stay away from the windows and the doors. It's not what you want whatsoever. Yangon Galacticus back in the Elim feed as well, as one player gets knocked onto their last legs here. So much map control to work with as well up on this ridge. Good vision, especially down here towards the main compound fight with the 4 split. Got a read on this one.
Yeah, Fireflux is going to have some difficulty. It's an incredible amount of oversight that Thunder Talks have. Very hard to deal with. Yangon Galacticos sending across, Romeo behind. Look at the regroup with his Juliet and Say Cloud. How long will this love story go on for, as Romeo will get batted down by Scarface? One of the best long-range players in Turkey.
No chance for the Bison Blitz, as he's dealt with instantly on that one. Say Cloud just got to watch from the back line. Volt, meanwhile, finding an opportunity once again to strike for Vision as they peek back into it. Taking so many bullets for so long, but they turn it back on towards Fireflux. Response there, TT up on top still. Just getting stuck in where they can.
It's a nice maneuver happening right now from Ida. It's a real tough rotate for them from that eastern side, but they made it happen. Got themselves into a bit of a ditch, and here it is. Just trying to take that angle off. A nice nade over the top there. We'll find Say Cloud, but this is from Team Secret, and Ida is getting torn to shreds. Darkin's just going to have to send further down, take up position where Say Cloud was. Very unlikely Rita gets away from this. That nade's on target.
Slight bounce back up, saved by the bonnet there. Oh, just out of the flames as well. But everyone else is still being burnt down in the commotion. You can see the battle of attrition. We're quickly wrapping our way through the majority of these teams, whittling down the numbers and keeping you guessing. Smoke wall up, try and provide some semblance of cover. He's still breathing. I mean, the amount of nades Team Secret have cast out, they're throwing all the stones.
And just none are hitting right now. Bended knee just crawling, flinching a little bit from the nades, I'll tell you that now. But yeah, I think Darkin actually might get Rita up. I'm so surprised. He got saved by the belt. It's a bit of a wonky terrain there.
Yeah.
The nade bounces back up the hill because I thought that was on target. So Ida actually get to play with 2. They need to be really aware of catch right now. And I don't know if they spotted the nades coming from him across the road whilst they were in smoke. But TT is having a great time here. High ground galore. Looking like Obi-Wan here. Tons of vision around the map, and that is gorgeous for them. It is just an uncomfortable set over towards the northeast side now.
Suddenly everyone has to offer themselves up as sacrifice on the Great Migration over. And they're just in the prime time position for it, dude. Like you say, even from substantial distance, just on point with the shots. They've been taking anyone down that tries to fight the back nade round the corner. Volt, the solo for Vision, trying to keep himself alive with the 2020. Let's see what he can do.
Nice.
It's a good connection. Pick him off, trying to keep themselves out of dodge as well. The bullets through the slight gap in the window there, whizzing by. Loxy's heart must be pounding.
That's a really nice play actually coming through from Loxy, where he pushes up and doesn't commit to the back room. Right? Got no Molotov, otherwise it'd be a very different story. But the only option there for Volt is to run out, so you just have Wild hold that corridor. Yeah, very well orchestrated. I don't think Volt had too many options to work with. And Loxy knows he can bide his time, but they got to move. I think for Regnum Kaya, time might be running out a little bit. M249 spraying off in the distance. The big dog in the distance there for Matcap.
Really just trapped behind the tree. Hoping for a cook nade right on target. The three-pointer, potentially. Not seeing him. That's rough, bro. As soon as he pushes up as well, realizing his days are numbered, you get the shot back down from who else but TT. They've been absolutely given free control of this high ground for so long. And you're right, it is the Anakin storyline, mate. It's over for them. Like, the way they've been playing this, no one's had a chance to upset. No one's been able to force them off this angle.
It's been tough. I mean, the thing between Thunder Talks and Regnum Kaya right now is a tree. That's it. Which is obscuring the vision. Good shots from Ching as well. I mean, the fact that they moved down on this as well is very, very nice. They know they need to start getting some new angles. Regnum Kai goes down and TT get themselves up to 12 elims on the match, but still, Team Secret have set themselves up nicely here inside this Wizard Tower. It was one of the few safe positions versus TT. Unless you run outside and think you're invincible, which you absolutely are not.
Well, I mean, they didn't get punished for it, so at least, you know...
There was panic stations, though.
Yeah, it was bad. Like, it was terrifying, mate. But, hey, you got to live in the present moment, haven't you? And they're still living right now, at least.
One of the big storylines for me, at least, is just Eda. I mean, the fact that they made it across with Darkin and Rita, it was a tough time. This could be a nice nade as well. Heads over towards King. A substantial amount of damage, but that was the last one in the pocket. We'll just send a Molotov across to delay. Best he can do. No damage found from that one on the side. So Rita currently is safe. M79's been brought out now to unleash a bit of smoke, a bit of the mist.
Looking for the prime on the
nade. That's a good one, actually.
He does throw off the vision. Come on, yes! He actually makes it work for the first knockback over. Surprising stuff. I thought he'd fall instantly on that.
I
That was
really
crisp.
like that. Yeah, that was good. The way he angled it as well. So realistically, you're only playing against one player at a time. I mean, it was just a bit overbearing, honestly. Team Secret, look at the res fruit. AJ just playing on top with some nice nades. Got a little bit too far. Not many bullets remaining now, though. Expended early on as AJ was that high ground player. But this off angle is brutal.
Still just doing what they've been really doing best for free throughout the course. This one, Circles bless them time and time again. They're able to take the instant 1v1s. No real room for trades either, so you're just losing out. Every time they find an elim, it gets worse and worse. Brings Team Secret down to an awful position. The solo dolo. Ooh, nice peek over though. Frankie makes the play, hits the first. Zone going to be nipping at the heels. He's got to get a move on.
Nice.
There's the nade down. And that's enough to blow him out. TT on top, literally, and with the chicken dinner.
It has been mortar city from Thunder Talks this entire game. And honestly, whenever they were talking, it felt like whispers to the teams around the lobby. They were so far away the entire time. Not easy at all. A lot of teams lost their heads to this squad playing up in Observatory. Again, we're coming off Sandhawk, where it's a little bit of circle look going over towards Regnum Kaya. And again, you get circle look here for Thunder Talks as well, the Observatory. No one's able to challenge in that position. But I do respect the proactive nature towards that endgame.
No, absolutely, man. You know, the fact they took the head on with the split, still controlled the high ground, but were able to force out other teams. So it was always on their terms, which is, in reality, a good way to close it out towards the end there. Never felt like it sort of, you know, started to hit panic stations. They were being shoved. Finally, they were in cruise control for that one.
And I think for China in general, like, this is important. It's important for them because there is that issue right now where on internationals, at least the first initial days, it takes a while to adjust to the international teams. But this was good. This was good.
It really was. It really was. And there's going to be even more exciting action coming up soon. So enjoy the replays, and we'll see you in a couple minutes' time.
Okay, that water gun fight had me excited. Maybe for wait, Max, who won?
The viewers, because that was a great game. That's so cringe. You made me do that.
You were making me want to do it. I'm not gonna do it. But you know what? Thunder Talk Gaming. What a performance by this team. Some questionable plays. I feel like from you and I, we were like, okay, is this team being a little bit too passive? But they knew exactly what they were doing there towards the end.
Don't want to waste that ammo count, right? You want to make sure you hold on to your utility, to your resources. You want to keep your helmet, your vest in a really good position, because the issue is, sure, you might be able to get a lot of elimination from up there, but the main issue is that when you start to run out of resources, you can't loot the crates, and that becomes really, really troublesome for them to try and go for the win. But you know what? They start shooting towards the end of the match. 7 eliminations for AJ, 6 for Jing, the MVP contender everyone is talking about. King playing very well on the high ground, and unfortunately, sitting out this game, it seems, and not doing too good.
And I mean, for the MVP contender, you can see there 1,400 damage. He did end up getting less eliminations there than AJ, but overall a good performance. And I know you wanted to talk about this team early on, Tara.
I do. I have 2 points about this team. Okay. First one, yes, was the zone given to them a little bit?
Yes.
Yes. But what I enjoyed from that was their immediate rotation to the observatory tower.
Yes.
Like, immediate. There was no thought about it. They was like, okay, go. We go. And I thought that was really, really nice from them, because a lot of teams would hesitate. We talk a lot about hesitation. I think that a lot of teams would end up thinking about it just too much, where for them it was like, that's where we need to go. That's just what we need to do. Second thing I want to say is I see a little bit of a similarity to Team Weibo, actually, Weibo Gaming, because they kept to themselves, they kept quiet, and they kind of stacked on top of each other until they had actually room to grow, room to spread out, room to kind of do something with what they wanted to do. They made sure that there weren't any surprise angles going to be taking them out from that position, and so then once they were confident in that, they were able to take control.
I feel like that's accurate too. I feel like at first, Max, you and I were like, okay, we're really not enjoying what Thunder Talk Gaming is doing, but then they were able to fix it up there towards the end. One team that did end up surprising us, though, with an interesting rotation, and we're just going to mention it right now. Yangon Galacticos. It worked out for them with the glider.
It did. They went for actually not just a small glider rotation, or the glidation as we call it. They actually went for, they went from around Primorsk area down the southern side of the military island to enter back into the eastern side, crash into the water on a rock, swim back over to the coast, and play their game from there on out. It was a very wild rotation, and I kind of feel bad because, as we know, the glider is only a 2-seater vehicle. How do you pick the 2 players to go forward? Like, do you do rock, paper, scissors in the back? Like, okay, you survive, give me all the meds, we'll just move on back into the game. That is a rough decision that had to be made, but it worked out.
Just look at them. You guys figure it out. See you later. We're going to try to collect some points. One team that did end up doing a rotation, and it was super, and I mean super, super late. Team Secret, somehow, I think it was phase 4, and they were still trying to find a way into military, but they were able to find a way into military.
I think that's probably one of the latest rotations I've ever seen in esports. Like, that was wild. But hey, it worked, right? They made it work.
13-minute mark, by the way.
13 minutes? Do you know how crazy that? Anybody who actually plays the game like competitively, at least semi-competitively, knows how crazy that is.
Especially when you drop George Pole and the circle is on the literal opposite side of the map. And the fact that they get... What?
Lucky?
Oh, yeah. I think that went without saying, Seven. But the fact that they still find an entry point going into the southern side is very interesting to me. There's definitely a level of luck to that. But then they actually start playing into the Harry Potter Tower. Like, okay, we found a very good position. We're very lucky. We just want to play passive and hope we get a few extra good positions later on. So I like the way they played it after that. I don't want to see that rotation again.
I think as well, it was a really smart rotation to actually avoid so many teams, because
there was no one there.
Well, there wasn't anybody
Everyone
there.
was in circle.
But they were still here with a full squad. Like, everybody else was fighting. They went around to the south side, around to the east, found that tower and stayed there. But they were still a full squad when they went up against Thunder Talk, which I feel like is a feat of its own.
That's a lot of meds. I'm just saying.
It is a lot of meds.
Wait.
Yeah.
Just before we move on to this, just to make sure I am understanding that correctly, right? You're okay with the rotation that they did?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it seemed like you enjoyed it.
No, I liked how they played it. I like how they played after that they were still able, in the midst of everything going on in the late game, to actually maintain a full squad and actually get in zone and be second players. The initial rotation was insane, though.
I mean, you like team spirit, so you like weird stuff. I understand that. That's completely fair. So you keep going.
I mean, we'll get a chance to talk about this one a little bit more, especially when the next game starts. But
How dare he?
We got a fun little segment, Neptura.
Oh.
We got a fun little segment that if you enjoyed that play, what would you do if you were them?
I have two things. If I were Falcons, I would actually skirt around to the left side where that off-angle player of TXMG just went down. I would go off to the left and try and get a little bit more of a ground rather than stacking up on each other. If I'm Team ATMG, thank you. I would play exactly how they played it, to be honest. They treated it like a third party until they got a couple opening knocks and then just full sent it. That's really nice. It was actually only Narvalo that actually ended up getting rid of the team because then he was able to nade himself, his teammates, but also the enemy as well. But I really liked that from ATMG.
Yeah, one team that's not here and one team. You remember the conversation that we had at the end of the day yesterday too with Team Falcons in regards to that play too. They were saying that they were super surprised that team were even going to. I think it was you and I that were talking.
Yeah.
To them. They were so surprised that team would even push them when they were outside the zone.
Yeah, because they were like, we're in a really bad spot. Why are you pushing this? But I do get it. You know, you have to clear a team. You have to clear a team if the opportunity comes available to you. Also, I think they realized that that Falcons were sandwiched between the teams on the other side of the river and themselves. They were like, if we can just do this quickly enough, we should be able to do it. But also, yeah, it was a very big risk coming in from them.
I can imagine the comms also on the side of Falcons like, oh, don't worry about this team. They're definitely not
going to come here. Wait, guys.
It's Bucky's rolling in the background.
Guys.
Whoa, what's going on? And at the end, no survivors, right?
Yeah.
Everyone got eliminated. I think there was Hor also going for it. So,
yeah.
If you're AXTMG, I think you could have gone for the wider rotation south. It would have been safer. But you know what? They're not here today. We can talk about it more tomorrow. There you go.
Okay, you know what? Before we even move on to that, Max, do you think it might have been one of those plays that for a team that doesn't really have that much experience with a global event, that they're just doing something unpredictable? Like Team Falcons was not predicting them to push them, right? But they ended up doing it, and it ended up working out for them in their favor.
I think it's just a misplay. I don't think it's because of the stage or anything. It just is they didn't see other options at that time.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. All right. You know what? And as you mentioned, none of these teams are here, so we don't really have to worry about them. We'll see what they're going to be doing tomorrow. But I know that the next game is going to be ready. So you know what? Let's send it over to the casters.
Oh yes, we're in position, we're ready for this one. Let's see Black, last game for us today. Obviously the halfway point, game 3. Competition's been pretty exciting so far. Some favour from the circles, everyone knows their shapes today.
That's really caught me off guard.
You didn't expect that?
Didn't expect that. You know, the circle goes in the square hole.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Can't have a triangle in there, that's the wrong shape.
It is indeed. We've got a pyramid here on the stage. That's a shape.
Well, it is actually physically the strongest shape.
It is.
3 points of structure. The pyramid is by far the strongest shape.
It's like a few triangles.
Yeah. But we saw that from TT. They went for the triangle. Yeah, exactly.
They did indeed. And they played it well. Where's my... Oh, they've got rid of him. That black screen right there, that's the water wall right there. It's been removed.
Yeah, shut it down.
Shut it down. That's unfortunate for us. I was excited to bring that one back. But yeah, no point having him on screen, really. You can't see anything.
Too much water. Yeah. He's pure H2O.
Yeah, H2O at this point.
Hydrated.
77 points for 4 Thrives, just shy that 10-point average now. But Regnum Kai is definitely bringing it back up to speed. DRX still following in turn with that 64. But Team Secret still looking very good here on Erangel. It was a nice maneuver over towards the Wizard Tower, but not much you can do from there. I think once Thunderhawks realise your position, I don't really know what you do off the back of that. Tough playing path all the way over towards the eastern side. So it's going to be a lot of teams flocking over towards the west. So teams should understand that a lot of this eastern area will be picked up depending on this next circle.
Curious to see how things are going to start to go as well for Alpha. Obviously, like it's just said, halfway point, right? It feels like it's been kind of rough. Aggro. They've been diving in, bro. Like, it's not been ideal. First 2 games, I think, you know, some of the issues they've run into, just losing so much. God, look at the numbers on this, though. Hang on, Falak. God, he's up there.
He's blasting. He absolutely is blasting. Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him. Suk for 396, 4 meters off the max. That's a lovely target to set here early in the tournament.
4 meters shy of the big 400.
Yeah, big. Very, very big. At the moment, we've got IQ and Falak as our top naders with 4 and 3 apiece. Makes sense, really. Very, very good when it comes to that combat using the ordnance. You get a western shift on the circle. Now, I think this is important to bring up as well, purely because we did have that eastern plane. A lot of this area on the western side completely free.
Yeah.
North George open, South George open, Hospital, Gatka. So if you want to get a move on early, heading over towards that side, there's a lot of free areas to be taken. Kinotrope picking up Pachinki. Falcons are not playing here. They're observing today. We had a nice interview, reflection earlier, talking to Pico, basically asking him what their ideas were today, what they were going to check in on. And I think that Kinotrope drop in Pachinki is definitely something they'll be looking in on, and whether Kinotrope will give it up when they play against one another.
It's looked a little bit shaky as well for Kinotrope. You know, they've had some opportunities where it feels like they see the one chance, the eyes light up, full commit, and then everyone just gets taken down from the side. So it's not really been the absolute cinema you might want for the Kino boys.
It has not. No, it's not. It's not been Kino at all. But I think it's a typical thing where you want to see them get back up to speed. I think Max brought up a brilliant point earlier,
as he always does,
about how, you know, in terms of international experience, there's only really one player there with Ozzy-san. It's difficult getting on a big stage like this, an intimidating stage. The PUBG Mobile World Cup is never easy to deal with. And I think if you don't have a lot of that international experience, it's even worse. So the jitters do come early. Now, this is just the group stage. You will go to survival stage. We're not cutting anyone out just yet. So you do have that second chance at least right now, taking these days ahead, just to acclimatize yourself basically to the area you're in, honestly.
Yeah, the schedule, the flow, the noise as well. Like, it gets really loud in there. The reverberations, man. It's kind of a crazy thing, right?
The team shouting at one another across the room.
Well, we were seeing it yesterday, right? Like, everyone was actually popping off and looking super animated.
Giving it.
And I think that's one of the things, you know, when you come into that mix, it is a melting pot where it feels like suddenly you might not just be ready for it. Like, the animation, the human element of PUBG Mobile catches you off guard.
It's the emotional levels as well. It's really nice to see. You can tell when teams are feeling, you know, a little bit down or elated after a win. It's one thing I've noticed about 4 Thrives, at least, is coming off the back of great games, it's quite calm, actually.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, collected. You know, there's no mismatch there for them. I think for 4 Thrives, it's a good thing. Something we saw a lot of times. For instance, Senator used to coach over there for a lot of teams so far, had a lot of coaching experience, but he was always in there calming teams down.
Yeah.
Calming their players down as well, making sure that they weren't getting overhyped when they won a game. They weren't getting underhyped, saddened by a bad game. But it feels like 4 Thrives have already got that down just with the mix itself.
Yeah, well, if you get that like adrenaline spike straight into the downtime between the next start, it can take it out of you, and suddenly you're not feeling yourselves. It takes a little bit longer to make those snap decisions. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, bro. It definitely can throw you off massively. So there is a fine art to being able to balance it. Keep the heart rate low, but the happiness high.
Yeah, some teams feed off it, though. I know that Alpha 7 in particular, when they have a bad game, there is discord in the team, right?
You could cut the tension with a knife. Like, we've seen it sometimes on the player cams.
Revo is not happy with you, so you're having to sort that out as well. But it's almost a hunger thing where I think they're all very reasonable with one another. They're not afraid to be like, this was bad.
Yeah.
We need to sort this out right now. Like, I don't like what happened there, and they will fix it. So they don't get themselves into a situation where they're completely thrown off by their emotions, but instead just feed that into their gameplay, which is tough to do, in my opinion. I think you have to be with a team for a long time, as Mafioso, Korea, as well as Revo have been, so they can have those conversations with one another and not instantly want to, you know, take it out after the games. They're just like, this is gameplay. You know, we're going to complain when we need to, and we'll fix it. But after the day's done, you know, we're all best friends again. So yeah, it's an important thing to consider. Do you want to feed that hunger, or do you want to keep it chillaxed?
Yeah, the unpack of the bag is important. You know, being able to fully break everything down, no holes barred, but then know everyone's on the same page. Just come back in with that mental reset. You see the difference. So the caliber of teams that can compartmentalize it, but understand when you need to call something out.
Absolutely, dude. I think Alpha Gaming is a big one for this because they have some massive names on board. And the one thing I do worry about this team is the ego check. right? You've got Top, you've got Doc, you've got Zyol. These three players in particular, I mean, Reefers has just been an anchor for that team, in my opinion, keeping them all held down, honestly. Humble, basically, pretty much. But for those three players, they have masses of amounts of experience. And working together, how does that work? Is that why they're getting so aggressive? Everyone wants to just get into the thick of it. I don't think Doc is used to having players that also want to make kind of similar Doc plays, where he can't make a crazy play, maybe get away with 3 or 4 elims and go down, because it's like, well, Zyol and Top have joined me for this, and now the whole team is dismembered. It's not good.
No. You see it, though. The optics is there, where it is almost as if, you're all competing against each other within the bounds of the roster with one goal as the main focus. But sometimes it goes a little bit, more the other way than you'd want it to. Yeah, it's an interesting point you bring up, and you need to fix it a little bit. Obviously, halfway point of the day, you're relatively far down the overall standings with the points you've been able to acclimate so far. Can't be having that.
It's funny as well, because, we saw earlier that, from the analysts at least, their predictions for today, the teams to watch was 3 for 3 on Alpha Gaming. And I even spoke to you then, and I was like, hey man, just so we're aware right now, Alpha Gaming, they're looking like this because you can't not predict them. You can't afford not to predict that team, because if they do have a good day, it's going to be monstrous. But at the same time, this is a team that can just fall dead in the water so quick. And I think that's what we're seeing right now with just the 8 points over 2 games. There's still plenty of matches to bring that points number up, but I do think for Alpha Gaming, they're a team that, you have to include in the conversation and just keep watch over them. Vision losing a player early. That's over towards that eastern side. I think that's coming through from Alter Ego.
Very well could be. It seems like they're just in the back line there. And they've been a team that's no stranger today, taking fights even when they're in the back foot. It's looked very aggressive. But even for them, right, it's another team where it feels like they've kind of been hit with the unlucky stick with some of the starts, but been able to bail themselves out massively.
Yeah.
The points you're accumulating just off the elims has been huge for them. So one big game, suddenly you're thinking, all right, maybe there is more to be said.
And keep themselves in the mix. I mean, they've already pretty much caught up to Fireflux in 16. Obviously, Fireflux were having one of the worst days for themselves yesterday, and it's not been great today either. I mean, they started on 20 points, now up to 24 points, so it's not been great on the day. But for Alter Ego to get here on what has been a little bit of a rough start, it's nice to see that they're never backing down. Alpha Gaming, though, coming up against Thunder Talk here, assisted by Fireflux. I think Thunder Talk's taking an early exit.
It's like the lineup as well, though. Vision then in the back, further away. Everyone's taking pot shots at one another, so commotion breaking out amongst the 4, resulting in quite a few early removals of players. So dwindling those numbers immediately. Off the chicken dinner last time, that's going to be rough for you, then falling into a position where you are down to, of course, just one player. No real points already established either. So likelihood of being able to squeeze a lot in back-to-back games and keep that energy high, not looking good for him. That storyline, you can put that one to bed.
It's the replay here. Alter Ego picking up that first elim over towards Visions inside that warehouse, just locked him down, didn't let him back out again. Ended up as merchandise inside the building. But Circle, let's talk about this a little bit, right? We've got Ruins involved. Yangon Galacticos have found themselves out. Watertown, where you got Regnum Kaya currently playing. And a lot of fielded area down towards that south side and cut off on the west in terms of rotates, with Everest being that super massive high ground. So it's a bit of a weird one to come into, because you have got to go through Pachinki, the fields where 4 Thrives are playing, pass through School and Rozok. It's not an easy circle to be moving through, at least on those outer edges and sweeping. There's a lot of cover in those areas. Equally, you don't really want to find yourself over towards Headshot Hills, which is towards the center here too early, and get it spotted out. So this is very much going to be a little bit of a passive first 20 minutes of the game, I would say. You're probably going to have some scrapes here and there around the map. But yeah, I would say teams are going to take their time with this.
We got that little POV from Toshbek as well. I think it's interesting. Obviously, you mentioned headshots there. He was getting more headshots than the photographer, mate. Like the quick peeks he was going for, it's wonderful to see. Like stalwart in his defense is right. Felt like he was really good in terms of just defending on entrance. Crisp with the aim. It's what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, he's made a good addition. Because, I mean, Loxy, Wild, Silas, been playing together for a very, very long time. Last year, PMGC London, they had Sarah involved. I think Sarah really melded into the team very, very well. And they were shy by 2 points on taking the victory over at PMGC versus D plus Kia on one of the most crazy endings on Miramar on the island finish. So they've been looking for someone to play with. I think Toshbik has filled that role very nicely, but it is Loxy who is a criminal with the M4.
Yeah, pandemonium caused with the barrage of bullets. Results in the crash on the vehicle, commits with a knockdown.
He's focused as well. You see there, dude, like, taking this super serious. It doesn't really make sense as well. They're like 66 points. They're doing fantastically well. I mean, they're catching up to 4 Thrives here.
Yeah.
But everything's on the line. I mean, that comes off the back of getting in on 4th place on the spot that they earned from PMGO. Yet they know they've got a lot to prove to the fans.
I just kind of feel like that's sort of been a little bit of the narrative in a lot of the games we've seen. We almost look at them as sort of being the bridesmaid, never really the bride, can't quite get it over the edge. There's been a few times where they've been able to steal it away, but so many chances where you're thinking, yeah, they're going to grab this one. Really good spot, really good setup.
Yeah.
Like they're delivering individually. And I think today, again, as well, so much of a chance you could potentially look to lap. But again, you look at this squad in front of you. 4 Thrives, Falak and the boys, they have been playing some phenomenal PUBG Mobile. Decision-making's been on point. The way they've been holding themselves as well. Like, you talk about the pressure, physically seeing it on players, there's been none of that. Silas from the sidelines, fires out the shots.
Nice.
Squad set up for it. Loxy straight in. Hard commit onto that as well. Mini 14 takes him down. Vision as well from the side there, get hit on by Alter Ego.
It's pretty slick stuff as well. I mean, Silas always plays this role. He knows he's got to move this vehicle. The tires are getting shot out. He's going to move back over towards his team. Real sharpish. Now that Team Seeker is trying to backstab over towards Regnum Kaya, but provided so much information from that position, stopped 4 Thrives from getting a crazy spot in there that they wouldn't have been able to dislodge. So losing a player early like that is just going to make the life of Regnum Kaya easy. They also get a nice pickup over towards Falak, just pilfering the loot crate there. Yeah, this is nice from Regnum Kaya.
It's vintage Team Secret from what we've been seeing as well. Throw themselves into these positions and really dial it down. Slow down the pace, look for an opportunity. Never really seem to be the squad that goes in to kick it off. They're just playing for the backline, right? Once someone else presents the opportunity, makes a mistake, then they get involved. To a degree, we've seen that passive play work in a couple of the games over the split yesterday. I don't know if it's been as clean today, to be honest.
I mean, again, you bring it up here, and we've seen it a lot in the past, the PUBG Mobile. You're so right in terms of that passive gameplay. It really reminds me of Inco Gaming, for instance, who have made it through a lot of events just by playing that passive gameplay, taking a center position and just allowing teams to come to them and watching the carnage unfold around them. Unfortunately, in recent times, it's just not quite enough anymore, and you do need to be a bit more proactive. Team Secret has benefited off it so far with 59 points, which is, you know, very respectable, but it's one of those play styles that, you know, it keeps you up towards that top side, but it's not going to give you a win, right? It's not going to put you on that champion podium when it's all finishes and all the dust settles. That's the only thing I worry about for Team Secret.
That's the thing, I suppose, is how long does that go their way? R8 with a dive in. Up close and personal here. Good so far up against IG. Able to handle themselves nicely on the crash towards the ridge side. It's a little bit of cover to work off as well. Restock themselves. Nade over the top though. That's Volt setting himself. Good distance on it. Nice detonation, clean connection. Nade's right on target. Couple left to work with as well amongst the squad, and they're going with the staggered nade, one after another, getting it close on the vehicle. It's going to land on target. The mortar shells raining out. So Vision making it very uncomfortable for R8. However, never alone. Backside, that's Fanta getting the shot off from GMX. You got the drive up here as well. Alter Ego going in. Meanwhile, POV of Solus, that's Fireflux, looking to see if they can steal away any points from the commotion that's been caused here. Smokes up all around. Vision rough for them to get info on this. Nade's going to be close. Right at the feet there.
Keep this calm though for them. Scarface looks to move forward. A little underhand over the top side. There's a lot of damage over towards Prestige. And he will go down. But that's the Gamax off in the distance. So stolen away from Scarface. Ketch is res back up again. So Fireflux can continue to play it. They need a whole lot of points here, Jackie. It's not looking good for them. Vision managed to find themselves a bit more cover over towards a compound off in the distance there. But in comes Alpha Gaming. And will this be a moment where Alpha Gaming suffers, or will they take it to Gamax here? They get one res off, one is down, but they're swift with it.
It looked like a huge nade, but it's going to be more the plays that are made up close and personal. Gamax, struggling on this one as the dive comes in from Alpha. They clean up. The Doctor's here.
It's an incredibly swift fight there coming through, and I don't think Gamax had any kind of response. They're going to get 4 death crates to move through. Lovely stuff. Loxy gets up to 600 damage. Will do a lot of work over towards Yangon Galacticos, who find themselves in a crater of misery here versus 4 Thrives. Will not let anyone in to their territory. Lovely addition on this map as well. Those positions gives you a bit more cover to work with. Used to be all flat ground around there. Very, very tough. But that'll do the trick. 4 Thrives get themselves some more loot on board. Not only that, but a lovely circle for them to push this one forward. Unfortunately, they are missing right now, I'd say, the star player in Falak.
Honestly, though, you're going to take that every time, man. Like the dive in from Yangdong, the fact they've been able to grab that one away, get the additional stock from it, still have good zone control to play off. Yeah, there could be a lot to build from this, but it's the Moana madness in the back line, getting the shots in. IDA struggling, Influence Rage as well, getting hit heavy, down and out off the back of it. Rosemary still scanning through the smokes and looking to add insult to injury on this one. Bullets through the back window, barely getting out. Aaron putting the pedal to the metal.
In the meantime, Alpha Gaming is just still giving it on those sidelines over towards Kinotrope, and that is a long, long distance they're sending those across. This Scarface to find a double nade over towards Reefus. That will take one down. That was a far scout off towards that eastern side. At least Alpha Gaming do have eyes on towards that, but now you've got the deadly trio coming your way.
So with the distance on the nade, he's the one with his eyes honed in towards Fireflux, looking to stop them from really creating too much commotion. You got the split, of course, as well. Doc and Top making the wrap back around. Potential to get some free points onto the back line of Kinotrope. Regnum Carrier again as well. Team Secret obviously popping up early, now going down.
Very, very important as well, because they need to clear out those players, and Loxy finds Jaiki as well, and he's been on an absolute tear this game. Seriously good plays from him so far. I think he's bordering on 800 damage now. Silas will even find King. Should be the last player there for Thunder Talks as well.
Oh, mate. He's the mobile heavy machine gun. Like, absolutely on it right now. That's what I was saying. He smelt blood in the water back round towards Kinotrope and hard commits onto it. Barrage coming out, keeping him pinned in. It's uncomfortable.
Oh, my days. That is unreal. You see it a lot. You see players go for it, but you'll see a lot of players find success with it. And that's Yol. Very storied history player. Still making it work. Doc comes up towards the front line. A brilliant Molotov, and that will be Kinotrope burning to the ground there. Alpha Gaming up to 8 elims, and this is why you cannot count them out. This is why the analyst shouts them out at the start of the day. It's because when they start to pop off, it is hard to stop them.
Oh, Hyunbin catches whiff of what's going on, though. He's hearing you hyping up Alpha Gaming. He wants to cool them off immediately and show that DRX is still here to play on day 2, that they're not cooling off. In a good spot overall in the standings, but they really want to see if they can run away with a nice point accumulator on this one. Doc from the side being shot at. That's 4 Thrives to get the knockback onto him. Got the quick run in. Top looking to at least maybe save his mate. Hyunbin, Molly in the back. Flames go up, keep him pinned.
Doc's down here. Great shot through the smoke. Hyunbin takes a nade just to the forehead, but he headers it away. And it will keep him alive for the time being. Another nice air burst, but they're sending one far, and it gets both of them. Doc's down. Top takes a tumble. And it might just be the elims they find this match. In the meantime, it is Sizzy who does find a player over towards Regnum Kai. That's Loxy right in the background. Luckily, Silas is nearby. Might be able to go for the res here, but the blue is pushing in.
Got to be quick about this. No opportunity to dilly-dally. They got a clean house and then make their move. They dive in for the finish off onto top. It's all about Xiol. Had cover to work with, but no more. Shut down as they finish him up there. They can quickly loot and set their focus on the zone. With the 4-5's POV here as well.
For Alpha Gaming, though, there was that delay, right, where they were just, quite lazily picking up the death crates there. And I think in that instance, when you don't have sight lines over towards that plateau, you've got to assume there's going to be a team there. Alpha Gaming, I think after that explosive start to the game for them, they slowed it down just a little bit too much. I think they need to be thinking about their next maneuver there. Regnum Kai up to 6 elims. At the moment, 1,500 damage in the match. There's Noki finding one over towards Ketch as they were trying to rotate over toward the backside of Vision.
Fireflux just really being trapped between a rock and a hard place. DRX on the move after their stop to loot. Ooh, just in the back of Regnum Karia, nade over towards them. Waiting on the belly for the sideline swipe. If they're not ready for this, you could really be in a good position to cause turmoil. Cook on the nade as well. Close spacing on them. If this is on target, opportunities for the damage.
That's unreal.
Massive nade in, opens it up, commits off the back. They've got the nade primed as well, so it's opportunity for Regnum Karia here. Up close with the DPS defense on the front line, looking for more. Through the smoke, bullets go out, it connects. Toss pick down.
Silas got a big jump ahead of him now. Tries to go for one more, but it's Rosemary. Looking to get into the fight, it's a Rose Hail Mary.
4-5s as well. They sense the opportunity to strike. Everyone's attention turned towards the front. They're in the back and they're biting down. Regnum Karia fully out of commission. Rosemary throws another clip in and looks to unload Misery.
4-5s, they're not done yet. They hear all this happening in the wings. And they're looking to clip some of their own. Sizzy on the barest amount of HP. Any of those nades start to go a little bit left and they find a lot more. Regnum Karia just getting impaled from both sides.
This has been 4-5s with the eyes in the back of their head as well. The amount of fights they've been able to realize are worth instantly engaging off. It's been clean decision making. Again, another big game for Elims individually as well. I mean, 6 right now in the lobby. Still in a great spot overall for the outcome of the game of how they've been playing. It's such close grouping as well. Alter Ego, DRX, and 4-5s all on top of each other.
It's a good third party they come in for as well, because they know as a 3-man unit, they don't have the massive amount of firepower that some of these other teams had in that moment. So they take their opportunity. They know we have to have some kind of influence here. As soon as they see Alter Ego on that high ground, they back it up and they'll just let them pick up the remainder of the boys over on DRX. Sizzy down low, DBS in hand.
Such an uncomfortable angle. They're so focused on area denial over towards 4-5s. They know he's there, but it's the peek into it. He makes the heads up call, goes for the sprint up. Oh, trying to keep him guessing with the Texas 2-step, but it's not enough. Alter Ego, grab onto that one. Goodbye, DRX.
This is crazy. It's been a 7 elim match into an 8 elim match. We're taking it one more with a 9 elim match so far for Alter Ego. It's been a good day for them. And you're right, they didn't have that pretty bad early start, and it's only played into their hands here. But they've been able to have a pretty damn good game off the back of this. Rosemary with another.
Rosemary bowling right now. On point. HE blowing them to bits. Peeks up for the fight as well. Shots down range. Got to tuck in. He's got cover to play with. Top himself back up. It's okay. A little bit of cover as well for 4-5s. They can deviate further back from this. Zone on the move as well.
Erin, Lone Ranger, off in the distance there for Ida. Probably the best player on the squad, I would say, for that team. Closely followed by Darkin. See what he can get done all in his lonesome, but I think his position's about to be revealed. They drive right past him.
Keeps himself out of dodge for now. This is the 2-player solo split as well from Vision that could potentially have an opportunity to get stuck in and slow down what is otherwise a rapidly accumulating speed here for the Alter Ego squad. Noki on the move up, shot from the side. He's got to instantly hit the floor and try and top himself back up. Bullets barely whizzing by him towards the right-hand side. That's where Vision have been lurking. T24's POV here. Still nades to play with in the back pocket, 2 remaining. Casts out the first jump in the vehicle, try to make the move. Oh, Noki on target, Rosemary down.
from the side as well. It's a great position he gets him round, and almost guesswork here on the nades. And Alva off in the distance hits the deck. That shot's coming through from Marcelo on vision. All of a sudden, it's just Moana. Volt's gonna swing round, get some vision on. They've had a passive game here of Volt, but they've got a significant position. Moana's gonna try and pick up Rosemary, but it's Aaron to strike from the back line.
Been biding his time for so long, but finally shows up to the party. Vehicle on fire, his cover's being taken away from him, physically ripped away as the bullets come down. T24 got vision back over onto that side. The last 3 remaining squads fighting amongst one another. 2 duos, 1 solo, trapped behind the tree. Nade coming over from Volt, trying to get that right on target, just short.
He is dropping the fog of war in front of him. Try and keep himself in this when the circle's moving. It does benefit him, goes up towards that north side, but he has to move out of this hard cover. Have to pick his fights well, but that move maneuver actually gets him 3rd place, and Alter Ego just don't check the position as they send fast past it.
It's a haunting position for the knock-on effect it's had in the game, stealing away that 3rd place from right underneath their nose.
He's hitting hard onto 4 thrives, by the way.
Keeping him pinned in. Making it uncomfortable. I mean, if he does go for the late wrap-up, like they've got the read onto him, but right now he's comfortable to stay in position. Bullets seem and connect now. Yeah, no cover to work with, removed from the zone. He goes down. We leave it up, of course, to our last 2 squads then. Vision up against 4 thrives.
They were close to a chicken dinner early today on Sandhawk, now looking to pick up 1 for themselves. But Vision, who looked like they were pretty unhappy that Erangel getting a win here would be phenomenal. But this is a ballsy maneuver from Volt. He gets the eyes on, he gets the information, but at what cost?
The fact he's actually able to get himself back out from the scouting play in the car and top himself back up is miraculous. The peek up from Noki, it felt like it was over, and this is just an absolute head-to-head, nothing between you. Zone forcing you further forward. All comes down to the scrap on this one.
Zone 9, they're going to send 2 out. Noki's got to hit hard onto this one. Does it connect in the first place? Gets 1, gets 2, and Noki goes for an unbelievable 1v2 in the vehicle. It looked close, but the bumper stops short. Superman letting that thing roll straight into him.
And he should be hyped off the back of that one. You said sometimes we cut to their POV. They don't look elated, they don't look ecstatic, but they deserve that one. A hype up with 4 thrives on top again and again.
Unbelievable stuff. Noki had a massive impact yesterday, shows up once again in a clutch moment, holds his ground in the face of grave danger.
Happy about it as well, they know. Hell of a play. Heads up maneuvers. Man, it's crazy as well, the amount of altercations where they were able to find points for free. Eyes in the back of their heads, head on a swivel again and again. And that's what we're doing here today. Join us soon for more intense action. We'll see you in a few.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Four thrives, four thrives, four thrives, four thrives. Woohoo!
Let's go.
That was impressive. I mean, Naki has just been popping off, and in a way that's kind of quiet, I feel like. Sometimes the stats don't really reflect what he has been able to do for his team, but yesterday with what we saw in Miramar, giving Alpha 7 a heart attack in a way, and now here being able to clutch it up for the squad, Natura.
I love this guy, man. Naki's so much fun to watch. He really is, because his team sets him up so well that even if he is the last player alive, which typically we've seen he has been, he's able to actually take what they left and do something with it. It's been such a nice thing to see from them, man.
It seemed like the game plan is, okay, everything is going so wrong for us. Naki, you know what to do. I got you. Like, I'm just going to leave and just get a second place or chicken dinner. Like, he's been the one just kind of clutching it up when they are trying to go for those podium finishes for the chicken dinner so far. He's been very impactful. And I do have to say, looking back at PMSL CSA, he was by far the most silent player. You're looking at T24, you're looking at Falloc, IQ being the IGL, but Naki really just came in his own here at PMWC, which is why they're so successful so far, because every player is pulling their weight here in these matches.
I mean, Naki's just doing everything. Not only in the matches, putting out 40-minute vlogs up on YouTube on his channel too. That man is just insane. But 4 thrives, 8 eliminations, 18 total points. Alter Ego Aries, though, you were really impressed with how they were able to play it there.
2 big third parties in a row. Like, they did one a little bit earlier on when they were trying to leave the area next to school. There's actually a very strong dip. But if you don't take that position away, to leave the compound is going to be extremely rough on the eastern edge. So they're like, oh wait, there's a fight unfolding in that dip. Let's third party it. And then they were the only team over to the east. So very easy transition. And after that, Nitra, they see another third party happening up north. They're like, we can fourth party that and get a big opening up north.
I really loved how they played that 100%. We saw it. We were in the green room. We were watching that map feed. And as soon as I saw that start to happen, I was like, wait a second. This is awesome. Because you did have 2 teams were fighting over there. I think it was DRX and Regnum Karya. We're fighting over to the north side. Immediately, as soon as that fight started to wrap up, as we see here, right? It's starting to wrap up. We're doing a few things. There's a lot of nades going down, and then all of a sudden, Alter Ego zooming across to the north side. You have 4 thrives coming in from the south as well, both just to meet in the middle. It was an awesome moment for me.
We're looking especially at Rosemary. He was doing a lot of work in that third party. Alva was not too narrow-minded in that fight, because he was still driving about trying to get information. Okay, where's 4 thrives? Where's Team Vision? Trying to get as much information as possible while they're still going for that fight on the third party. I really do enjoy it. Though what I also do enjoy is the fact that Kalaris picked Vision as his team to win, and they did not win. And that makes me extremely happy.
Wasn't it Thunder Talk?
Initially. And then I picked them on phase 2. They got eliminated. And then he really wanted Team Vision to win, and they didn't. And it's so amazing. It's a great time.
I saw him hopping around too.
I love this reaction from Naki. Like, look at him. He's like, I've done it again.
You know that clip is going to be used in the montage, eventually.
100%.
Like, documentary.
Memes by KNAT. It's already on it. Leon as well on Instagram. Shout out to everybody currently watching too. All the viewer parties as well. But for 4 thrives, something that really impressed me here, Max, was just that decision making. They saw an opportunity to third party as well between that fights. I mean, we saw Alter Ego being able to third party that too. We've been talking about this team with the decision-making. I felt like in the last game, it was a bit lackluster. They were focusing a little bit too much on the RX. In this one, they saw an opportunity and they went for it.
It's really frustrating because 4 thrives can make really good plays. Like just now, they just got the win. It was a very, very good match. I think they struggle when there's more than one good option. Right, they're like hesitant, which one is the best? And then they get maybe too much in their own heads. Here they were in a dip, which you were saying, I think, Neb, earlier. All the Pakistani teams love that dip in that open area. But here there was only one good option, which is third partying. And once they kind of take out that questioning out of the equation completely. It's like, okay, we fully commit to that push, and it's an amazing play. It's literally a game-winning play. So if they can do that on a more regular basis, chances are, and we're complaining because they do that, but they're still in first place. But if they fix that minor issue, they could create a massive gap at the end of today.
I think as we take a look here at the SMB head-to-head, the reason why we are nitpicking on them, because this is starting to become, honestly, a possible champion caliber team with the way that they're currently performing, Neptune. And you can see in the head-to-head right there, they're currently leading in regards to average eliminations as well.
I totally agree with you. I think we are looking at a top-tier global team at this point. Yes, they might not have that global experience, but at the end of the day, this is the type of gameplay that we want to see from them. Regnum Karya, you're seeing that head-to-head there. Again, a global team that that are slated to win. They are the favorites to win here. And they are very similar, but it is 4Thrives that take the cake on this one.
The fact that you're not just out-damaging, out-eliminating like most of the teams, you're doing that against Regnum Karya.
Yeah.
They won PMGO. They were so close, got second place in PMGC. Like, this is a team that was at the very top of PUBG Mobile Esports. The fact that 4Thrives are directly competing and actually overtaking them in terms of stat is a very good storyline as to what we could expect moving forward here for PMWC.
Let me just add, like you're mentioning the past tournaments and how they've been able to do, like so far today, Regnum Karya has been on an absolute tear. Remember how we started the day? They ended up with a win, then they were able to back it up with the top 5 and just continue to be there at the top, making sure that they do just enough and what they need to do to actually make it to the grand finals. And if I'm being completely honest, I think that is one team that's going to be making it to the grand finals with what they have done so far. Now, I know Kalaris was picking Team Vision, so let's send it over to Barney because I think he might interview somebody from Team Vision.
Welcome back to the main stage. I've got Volt with me from Team Vision. Volt, I've got to talk to you really quickly about, you had a really good season at PMSL, right? And then when you came out of that into this competition, how were the team feeling?
Actually, it was hard to qualify to the EWC. So it's all about trust by yourself and focusing on the game. That's all.
Yeah, I understand that. Now, for me, I think everyone kind of wants to know, we've got 3 games left, right? We're halfway through day 2 of the group stage. You need to try and secure one of those spots in the finals, okay? Do you feel like you guys can do it? And what are you going to do to like change it up?
Actually, we will try for it, and we will fight until the last moments. So, inshallah, we will qualify to the finals.
Well, best of luck, Volt. I really hope that you guys secure that match, those crucial points to get into the finals. But for now, thank you so much, and best of luck in the rest of your games today. Back to you guys.
Well, Team Vision, inshallah, hopefully you will be able to make it to the grand finals. One team that doesn't really need to say that, especially with the way that they've been performing when we end up taking a look at the overall, is 4Thrives, because they're going to more than likely end up having a healthy lead. But you can see there some of the stats there from Volt, putting up a 517 damage, 2 eliminations, Max.
Yeah, I mean, really good presence from this guy. Again, one of the top players going into PMSL CSA. He's been learning a lot, especially from Never Alone on this team. So he's been improving really rapidly. Initially to go into this tournament, so I'm very happy with his performance. I do think that maybe here they did go a little bit too aggressive on that fight in the southern side of their compound. I think there was going to be RA, there was also the side of Intense Game. I think they did stay split a little bit too long, which did cost them to lose a player, then a second player, and they just don't have the numbers to go up against 4Thrives for the chicken dinner. But there is a lot of potential here, especially when you think about it. You look at MENA teams, you're looking at Power, you're looking at RA. Those are the big heavy hitters of MENA. And the fact that here Volt and also Team Vision have been doing decent here and every once in a while is a very good setup for what's to come.
But the thing is, when we take a look at the overall, look at Team Vision, currently in 7th place, 48 points, and look how close all of those teams are. Now, if we go there towards the top, 4Thrives, my goodness, 25-point lead, Neptura.
I love this for them. I know we keep going on about 4Thrives, but I do love this for them. I don't think anybody... I know, right? Nobody expected this from them.
I mean... to be completely... Actually, let's talk about that for a little bit, right? We'll get a chance to talk about it even more. For 4Thrives, I feel like everybody, including myself, we had them as a dark horse. We expected them to do good, but right now, they're completely exceeding all expectations.
Yeah, this is not what I expected from them. I expected, okay, I thought top 8, it's doable for them. Maybe 6th, 7th, something like that. If they go through survival, that's understandable. They're the new kid on the block. They got to go through the rounds, get that experience, do whatever. To be top of the leaderboard and 20 points ahead of everybody else halfway through the second day of group stage is kind of insane from them. I don't think anybody expected it, not even their own fans. Let's be real here. I think it's a surprise for everybody, and what a great surprise it is.
It is, and I mean, also we saw Regnum Karya, DRX, even though DRX hasn't had the gameplay that we saw yesterday, Max, in regards to those 2 wins, they're still being able to maintain themselves there towards the top.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sure, they're not able to get themselves chicken dinners, but they're still getting a few placement points, a few eliminations. They're getting into the late game, which is what I personally wanted to see after yesterday's 6 matches. So I'm definitely happier with their performance. Would I still like to see a DRX win? Oh, hell yeah. We just haven't gotten to that point just yet. Going on to the third page. Here, we're seeing, of course, teams trying to catch up a little bit. I haven't seen much from RA. Just a lot of fights that have been a little bit topsy-turvy. I want to see a little bit more presence in these fights. You know who I'm talking about. RA, okay?
Somebody that I want to see what they're currently up to is going to be Barney and Veracity. I've heard that they're currently up to no good.
Welcome, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile World Cup at EWC. My name is Veracity, and I simply couldn't stay away from this gorgeous stage. But don't worry, you're in great hands. I've booted Barney off for now. It's just me and you. We kick things off today absolutely incredibly. 4 Thrives, what a performance from them. After third partying none other than Team Vision and Regnum Karya, the final fight then came down to Regnum Karya and 4 Thrives themselves. Despite Regnum Karya walking away with a winner-winner chicken dinner in that one, thanks to those sweet, sweet elimination points, 4 Thrives rise to the top and absolutely dominated everybody else. Match 2, though, was at...
Hold the phone. Veracity, you ain't kicking me off my stage and doing the host rejoin without me. So I'm going to take you through what we did on map number 2, because we headed to Erangel and a spanner was thrown in the works almost immediately because we had a south circle all the way down in military base. And that caused a surge of rotations by land, by sea, and by air. And it was at the very end that Thunder Talk Global went head to head against Team Secret, who had rotated all the way from George Pole, by the way. And Thunder Talk Global, they managed to secure that winner chicken dinner and 26 points. That means 16 eliminations, Veracity.
You know what, Barney? That's enough out of you. Ciao, Bella.
Are you serious?
Match 3 is where it all really kicked off, because we almost saw the return of none other than the Dockening. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it work on the Alpha Gaming side of things, but you know what did happen? We had another 4 Thrives victory in the bag, baby. And my, oh my, what a performance that was. But you know what? Enough yapping from me, because I want to dive into match number 4. It's going to be a spicy one.
Don't worry, I didn't want to do it anyway. Casters, off you go.
Barney up in the skies, heading on into map number 4. We're having a great time here at the PMWC. What a way to close down that last match with 4 Thrives, another chicken dinner. They are having a blinder.
4 Thrives are incredible. They come into this tournament, we've got expectations that they're going to be good, but not great like they currently are. They're leading the pack, and one of the beautiful things about 4 Thrives is, well, they've got that clutch ability. Noki has been absolutely insane. He clutched yesterday against, or almost clutch, I should say, on the Miramar matchup against Alpha 7. We lost our minds thinking he was going to take it all. Hey, we'll see you later, my boy. It's great seeing you out there.
We'll send someone to get you,
I'll be honest with you, good-looking guy, looks like a Greek god out there. But hey, at the end of the day, Noki is insane. He really is. Almost clutching up against Alpha 7. And, well, obviously that clutch against Vision in game number 3, just the map previously. You've got to give him credit where credit is due. 4 Thrives doing everything right. But there are some other rosters who should be put on notice.
Absolutely. There are a few teams who have yet to engage the afterburners here. Not including Thunder Talk, of course.
Yes.
Who are currently on 28 points. Although most of those points are from one match, but you know, we'll gloss over that. But there are certainly a lot of teams who are still to make their mark. After their first 3 matches, we're looking at the single-digit teams, right down at the bottom end of the tables, 21st to 24th. These guys are having a bit of a shocker. Hopefully they can stand up. A team that was put on notice
up towards the last game of yesterday was Regnum Karya. I thought Silas was stretching it out before this match because they have been lifting heavy so far today. They have really sent themselves up towards the top end of the tables. Right now, I believe they're in 3rd place on the overall standings, and they have been having a massive resurgence, which is great to see. I was worried about them at the start of today, at the end of yesterday. They didn't look like Regnum Karya should, and they have managed to regain that throne. We were talking about it a little bit before, about exactly a third of the lobby will qualify directly to those finals. 8 out of 24 teams will be making it, so out of each group, you expect a third of each group to be able to make it through. Now, it's no secret that 3 is not a factor of 8, so you're expecting to be somewhere between 2 and 3 teams on average between these to be able to qualify. At the moment, we're looking at these top 3 teams on the tables. They are all from a group that is not going to play in tomorrow's games. This is their last day of games. That's right. And we have 3 very clear frontrunners. This is what we should be expecting, and the fact that Regnum Karya is in and amongst that group is good news for them.
Without a doubt, you know, they ended yesterday super strong on Miramar with a tremendous win. They start today with yet another win. That puts them up in 3rd place. We talked about it, 80 points, most likely going to be the cutoff for top 8. Regnum Karya is just right there at 74. Just a little bit more to go. I have no doubt this next Erangel is going to be wonderful for them. DRX, though, we kind of talked about it offline. A roster that is great when they're doing good. We're talking 3rd place, 1st place, big elimination games. But then all of a sudden when they're doing bad, they're doing really bad. However, with that being said, DRX still manages to be in 2nd place. So the consistency is key. The big games that they're having, like we said, are tremendous, which means, hey, they're still doing okay. That's going to be a conversation, I think, going into the finals. But DRX just on the outskirts of the next stage, which is going to go totally north, right? So for all those rosters in the south, including 4 Thrives, well, they're going to have to work their way all the way up. And, well, sometimes it's not easy to do so.
I mean, we were looking at this early rotation set around the military base bridge crossing last match back in the green room, and I'll give credit to Kalaris for this one because he was sat there with us. He's getting ready to come on in, but he was pointing out that it may have been a good idea to set up and try and guard APG, specifically for Thrives to do this play as well, because it's very likely they're already beyond where we expect the bubble to be and are looking set to be into the finals, right? So you sit there, you guard out APG, you force them to take an unfavorable fight. Not only do you limit APG's point scoring, a team that people are expecting to do incredibly well, you also get in their head about all future rotations. So what Kalaris was saying is that this would be a massive, what's called a plus EV play, right? A plus expected value play for all you poker players out there. You're familiar with that one. It will in general increase your ability to curtail the players playing behind you. You're going to have a good time of it. So not only are you going to increase your potential scoring, get 1 or 2 points in the engagement, APG are going to have their point scoring potential limited to boot. So it's definitely a strong option in the arsenal for 4 Thrives.
Well, they have the chance to do that, right? 4 Thrives on the Western Bridge means APG might run into them depending on how long 4 Thrives want to stay in that location. I expect them to go ahead and move on up, but even still, if APG ends up taking that Western side bridge, I do think they might have a bit of a tussle a little bit later on, but at least as of now, still looting up 4 Thrives. They're just going to be chilling where they currently are. Maybe Undertalk, we see them engage into APG a little bit later on. Eda's just going to be taking some shots on the team just off in the distance for that roster anyways. Pretty much center zone. It is getting a little bit clustered up in the middle. You would expect that. But as of now, everybody just trying to find their next location. Nothing too crazy happening at the moment. By the way, intense game for the first time here, at least, of course, for myself, looking at them coming out from the Americas region, looking for them to join the likes such as Influence Rage, Alpha 7, Brazil, have been doing a wonderful job representing Americas. Although Influence Rage currently a little bit further down than I want them to be, these next 3 games need to be powerful. I look for them to wake up during Miramar, but here on Erangel, it'd be an absolute bonus if they can pop off. But for intense game, as far down as they are, I know they got to tomorrow as well. I want to see them have a good game number 4, but it's up to them to decide.
I mean, as we keep bringing up this bubble, it is so important, right? You're going to be looking to put up at least 40 points in a day in order to feel healthy, to be able to achieve a top 8 position. Everybody else is going to those survival stages, so it's not all done and dusted, but you you do not want to be sat around those single digits, especially when you're entering the second half of your day. We'll see maybe if they can turn things around here or on Miramar, so potentially a map change could change that dynamic as well for Intense game. But to be honest, as it stands, I'm not really holding out hope. They've looked timid so far in their matches today. They've looked indecisive, and I need more from them to be increased in my estimation to certainly to be compared to Alpha 7 and also to Influence Rage as well.
Yeah, Alpha 7's in a different ballpark, I understand, but still want my Americas region to continue to do well. Fireflux, by the way, quite spread. Another roster that needs to step it up. They're not too far away necessarily from breaking into top 8. However, they're pretty far away if you consider they only have 3 games left. And, well, tomorrow's competition still needs to happen, and 6 more games for Group Red are going to occur, as well as, of course, Group Green. But they are a bit split up. 4 Thrives, notice, though, I thought maybe camp that western bridge. They don't, which is going to allow APG to move on up. 4 Thrives just full send it into the zone. They're going as far north as they possibly can, passing Influence Rage and, of course, a couple of other rosters up on there. But Gamex, another roster that is towards the bottom. Now, we talked about Power yesterday. Power and their indecisiveness, not pushing fights when they need to. You see them getting stagnant, therefore getting third party, getting pincered. It just didn't go well for them. But I think this Gamex roster, I don't know, are they still getting their legs underneath them? What's happening to them today?
They're just not. They're just losing fights. It's been pretty brutal for them. Obviously, they've only got 3 points today, and to be honest, there's not really too much to talk about with them at this stage. I'll be honest. They just have not been performing. Right. They're losing their fights. They're losing their engagements. And they can't allow that to happen. They need to be tighter on those engagements. Maybe, and there's several ways to it that one can address that. You can choose to fight better, or you can be stronger mechanically within those fights, right? And those are kind of the 2 ways that you can address that. And right now, they're kind of dropping the ball on both of those. They are following in the wake of 4 Thrives on that north rotation, going past the top of this observatory hill for Alter Ego up towards Stalber, and they will not get contested too heavily here. Alter Ego taking a backseat on this side.
Taking a couple pop shots at 4 Thrives, again, who have made it all the way from Ferry Pier up north towards Stalber, potentially going even towards the shoreline, which isn't as contested at the moment. For now, they kind of hang around the area of where Alter Ego are currently at. Gamex also another team that's going to be moving up in that vicinity, but we have a shift to the left-hand side, which is going to be towards Skull, Ruins, and so when you notice, everybody now kind of has to shift down. There was quite a few teams already there, but you also have that river that's just going to split right down the middle, which could make transitioning a little bit awkward, but I am expecting some blood to be shed now based off of this transition.
Teams really committed to the north side on this one. There are only about 3 teams that stayed south, and then you also have APG and Thunder Talk on that south side making these late rotations. This is going to be great news for them, but now we're going to refocus back to those headshot hills that we just finished our last match on. Things like Mini Pachinki, that location that Vision were playing on in that last match, again going to be pivotal. The question's who gets there first. At the moment, it's a race between APG and Fireflux. Looks like Fireflux are going to draw short and play up the road a little bit further. So APG now going to be afforded a big opportunity to play on the south side. A lot of open ground, but you're right, in terms of choosing, it is still potential to go north of this river. However, we're going to see probably about a 30-70 split from north side to south side in terms of the team presence on both of these edges.
But I'm a big fan of what Fireflux is doing. You got Catch, he's got the hovercraft. First and foremost, that's going to be huge, especially if we end up in an open zone right late game, which is still a possibility. But they also find the hard cover. They're relatively central. There's a very good chance the zone could shift south and encompass them. They should be set up quite nicely to maybe cut off APG and the likes of Thunder Talk, who start to move in. Still plenty of distance between them, of course, but I do like the fact that Fireflux is set up as nicely as they are. Again, a team that needs a big break. This game needs to go their way. Only 3 more games left. They're at 29 total points. It's simply not going to be enough to make top 8 by the end of tomorrow's competition. Ida, Influence, Rage, kind of tempting each other a bit. Who wants to take the shots? Well, nobody just yet. We're still early going.
Yeah, they're not quite getting stuck in right now. I'm looking at the map as well, and I'm seeing Gamax, again, kind of floundering a little bit.
I don't think they know where they really want to go. They haven't made the play call.
They didn't commit to their north side rotate behind 4 Thrives. And to be fair, the circle did push back down south, so I'm not entirely against it. And in fact, Alter Ego making the same maneuver out on that southeast side. But a lot of teams have made that same decision now. On the north edge of Potato Hill, it seems to be getting a little bit hot now. You've got Thunder Talk, you've got Gamax, you've got Fireflux, and now Alter Ego joining in.
Yes.
It's gonna get dangerous.
It is, and Thunder Talk continue to spread out and go for this 2-2 split. Granted, they're still relatively close to each other, but there's a lot of variability in that strategy. Naturally, it can pay off quite well. It can also be your undoing, leaving you with just a duo. And while we do have a Gamax member who's going to be all by himself, is he's going to be a little bit further north, closer to where Thunder Talk is at. We look at DRX, and DRX is taking the northern side of zone, which is relatively dead at the moment. That's great news for them, actually, for the longevity. I would not want to be in the southern portion or even central at the moment. It's just a bit too congested. For DRX, they're going to hug the northern side and hope the zone shifts to them, and it doesn't.
Oh, wow. This big 2-2 split for Alpha on this circle shift is pretty huge, and I like Zyol and Doc getting into those vehicles nice and quickly. I think it's too bold to hold in this circle as they did. In the previous circle, having that South Rozhok Hill with the split down towards Mini Pachinki, where Top and Reefus were playing there on the south side. Great. They have a lot of control, could slow things down, but now teams are going to start to crash into their locations.
And they are, and the bridge fight is underway. Yangon Galacticos, again, another team that is on their last 3 games at 48 points. They need a little bit more, and this is how you get the party started. Fighting up against Regnum Kara, who's been absolutely unstoppable. Loxy moving in. Now, Loxy has been the top, or was the top elimination leader for this roster just yesterday, and I expected to be the tip of the spear in this fight, but unfortunately, losing one of your teammates is going to hurt, but you still got 3 to work with.
Ooh, a nice little clip there from Rosemary to be able to find a player from Thunder Talk that rotate around on the south edge, not playing well there. Unfortunate for them. There's Alpha actually keeping their players in towards Rozhok. Not only that, they're pushing in towards the south side of the urban environment there. Doc with a nade on the bounce, and finding another player from IDA, gets the shutdown, actually goes to Team Secret across the way, out on the east end of Rozhok. The fact that they've pushed Doc into Rozhok, it's very bold for my taste, and I thought they were going to go for a regroup, but no, they're maintaining this 2-2 split. I feel like this is going to get a little bit too hairy for their south point.
Yeah, I don't like the 2-2 split. I really don't. You know, luckily for Rias as well as Top, they're going to be just fine, but you look at Doc & Co, who's going to be up top. It's getting very congested in that area. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail. Luckily for them, they're doing just fine, but rotating back south to join their teammates, it's going to be even more difficult, especially when Gamax starts to move up. Influence, Raids, Fireflux, right, who are all within that vicinity. But hey, I've seen the 2-2 split pay off. I mean, you look at yesterday, Alpha 7, they love the 2-2 split. It pays off more than ever. They finished off in second place, just behind that of 4th Thrive. So you can be successful with it. But luckily, it looks like, at least from our perspective, Doc is going to rotate down, but they still got a solo of Zyol who's going to be up top. So hopefully he'll be able to rotate down. But in the meantime, we do have Gamax, Alter Egos, and an engagement.
Gamax have been holding them out for a little bit. Alter Ego finally find the opening towards that plateau that we saw be so pivotal on that vision situation in the last match. The same story seems to be unfolding here. Unfortunately, Alter Ego looking to keep that crunch going, get a little bit too bold towards that plateau for Gamax. They lose a player, and this is a great position to just slow down, to stall this fight out for Alter Ego. They were taking quite a lot of damage from the blue zone. They needed to heal up before going for the next leg of this rotation, but now they feel nice and healthy, and they're on the road again. A crossfire potential coming on through, but Alter Ego look to hop out and go for the challenge. They've isolated another player from Gamax, and they're just leaving players behind. They're bleeding out, and they're on 2 now. It's not looking good. This is, again, just indecisive, floundering play. The nade connects, though.
Nade connects, but how much is it really going to help when you only have 2 players? And Alter Ego's not a team to back out. They've had a wonderful day so far. This is game 4 officially for them. They still have all of tomorrow's competition. But Chrono's gonna be wrapping around right, but it doesn't pay off. Krypton takes them right down. The revive should be in, and the last remaining player from Gamax, he's on the road again, but he's not even safe. He's taking shots into the backside, and he's actually full sending it out and straight into IG.
Hey, IG know how this game goes, right? They've seen this happen on their own roster. They lose 1 player, then they start to go, wait a minute, we're supposed to have 4 players, what's going on? Confusion hits the roster, and they scatter. It's just not gone well for Gamax there on the south side, and they have not found their feet here. hopefully intense game can maybe do a little bit better, but they do have to push further forward. They should be in with a couple of opportunities to do so, however. With this hard south shift, it goes back on in. The 2-2 split, as we hop back over to talking about Alpha Gaming, that 2-2 split did regroup now fully down to the south side. They didn't hold it, but it's, well, as it turns out, for too long here, and they will happily have 4 players on a really important compound.
Does Vision fire some shots? Does it have an effect? Well, they at least will show their hand. DRX forced to go into the blue zone that we just find at least a little bit skirt around, but where do they crash into? 4 Thrives? You got Influence, Rage, R8. Their route into the safe zone could be perilous, and in fact, it looks like they're going straight into 4 Thrives. This is going to be a tremendous fight, and you can argue both of these rosters need this because they're on their last 3 games, and already DRX taking themselves down.
Hyunbin goes down first, losing a player early for the South Koreans on the approach, and a second as well. This is a really well-handled push coming through from 4 Thrives on the defense. They were all there, all ready and waiting. Big nades, big call-outs. That's exactly what you need to have, and it leaves DRX floundering. They only have 1 player left standing, and Sizzy will have to send away now, but he doesn't have anywhere to go. He's just gonna have to hide.
Yeah, and this is obviously dire straits for 4 Thrives. No reason to overcommit and challenge Sizzy over in the other building, but 4 Thrives played that well. I think for DRX, they got a little bit too caught up onto the top side of the river. Once they crossed the bridge, they had Vision shooting at them. For them, they just kind of went a little bit haywire. They had to crash into hard cover. That's exactly what they did at 4 Thrives. Unfortunately for DRX, we're already set up from one fight to another. Vision, we get on board with them, of course, with Team Secret trying to take them on.
Ooh, a nice early nade up through to the high ground. Vision seemingly having a little bit of a game on their hands against Team Secret, and it's only 1 player on the outside. A lovely hop across with a pump action. Finds Never Alone. The experience now set aside. Volt needs to try and charge something up here, but not quite gonna get tagged by that nade on the cross. Volt pops down and goes for the Bison wrap around there, but in the meantime, there's the flush coming on through.
Jaiki's playing this very, very well. Sliver of health, however, can he live? Can he have an opportunity to get a medkit? Not the case. He gets naded down, and that's gonna put the pressure now on the remaining members of Team Secret, who are just going for the cleanups. Jaiki can absolutely be res, but Marcelo says no, not today. Vision with 2. How much work can they put in? Well, seems like they might dip away from this. Team Secret arguably walk away with the better end of the stick. They get the most damage done, and Vision actually isn't over with. I thought they were going to get out of here, but they feel like they can't, and the pressure is really on. Their ticking damage now into the smoke, and Team Vision might be able to get the cleanup once they rotate out, but if not them, Kenotrope also taking shots.
They have a little bit of time to play with here with that small bit of terrain cover, but Marcelo going down leaves Volt really without too much of a hope here, and hope maybe he can find something, but you're right, these crossfires, these angles make it near impossible to get out of this scenario for them. They're going to have a tough time on their hands, but every other team in Roshok also has to lead.
That's right.
They have to go. The question is when. Does a team like Kenotrope stick around, try and pick up these elims, or do they try and move further south as the circle moves away?
Everybody's trying to hug their hard cover POIs as long as they possibly can. That's Fireflux, DRX, 4 Thrives. They've got to transfer in. Kenotrope, right? We also have, of course, Ragnum Karai, who have to rotate down. You've got, of course, Team Secret, Vision, who all have to rotate over. I can't believe it. Marcelo still manages to pick up some of the players from Team Secret. I feel like that's a massive oversight. This should not be happening. Team Secret should have been staying alive, but granted, Kenotrope had them in their line of sights because they were in the forward position. Kenotrope walking out of this with potentially 3-4 eliminations.
A couple of important things have happened during these last few minutes as well. First of all, obviously that engagement on the north side, Marcelo opened the window. Volt is now a solo for Vision in the center of the map. Second, Alpha pushed across the road to the south. They didn't need to, but they took down the majority of R8, and now we've got a fight on the north side. It is intense game versus Regnum Kaya, and it looks like intense game have a chance, but Silas is on the warpath. Pump action out wide, doesn't connect. It looked like it might have been on target, but no, it sails wide, and he will not find any retribution. Regnum Kaya fall to 1.
There it is, intense game, showing up and showing out. This is the time they start to come alive. Granted, only 3 eliminations, but plenty more they're going to be able to get. Plus, they should come out of this 4 strong, and unfortunately they don't. I thought they were going to be able to get the res, but just falls a little bit too short. But still, with 3 members, I fully believe intense game is going to be just fine.
4 Thrives just sent into the north side of the compound that Alpha currently occupy. The fact that Alpha pushed down south and now fully wiped out R8, it's great. It covers their back. It may provide an opening for teams like Alter Ego to flank in towards there, but they had their players towards the south because of that push, and 4 Thrives did not have to contend with the massive volley of fire that they may have done if Alpha stood on that north side. And actually, Alpha getting lit up, Doc's too far out wide, and Influence Rage is still alive with 1 player. Diego was there, and he was able to extract his pound of flesh.
All right, on board with Thunder Talk, locking down the stairs and doing it quite well. That choke point, so critical. Obviously a replay from earlier, but for Thunder Talk's perspective, it's great to see them getting active. In my opinion, they've had a wonderful day. I think this is a great day 1 from them. They still got tomorrow's competition. I know they're a little bit lower, but I think they're starting to wake up. And even though they're out, I still feel Thunder Talk is going to be a strong team moving forward.
I feel like they have had a good day 1. I feel like you could equally say they had a good match 2, right? It is a majority from match 2. 26 of those 28 points come from that 1 game. And right now, they haven't really proven to have the backup behind that. They were on top of that massive mountain on that military island position. They had a really easy time, frankly, of that game. And so, whilst sure, they're having a good day, they need to show more. Certainly to be in with a chance of getting towards those top 8.
Kinotrope, intense game. They've been opposite of each other for a little bit, but it looks like Kinotrope might be nailing the final nail in the coffin on intense game. Only 1 more player remains, going to be Adrian, and well, he was way off in the distance for the longest time, trying to pop shots off as Rafa and co were fighting up close and personal with Kinotrope. And well, for Adrian, he's going to be one of the many solos that are still left. DRX, right? Team Secret Vision, all with solos. Meanwhile, Fireflux, you got Alter Egos, APG still looking very healthy with 3 members themselves. Kinotrope too, right? Winning that fight puts them at 3 themselves. And do my eyes deceive me, or is Rafa still, is he back up? No, he's bleeding out. But hey, Adrian does come in. He can still do a lot of damage to Kinotrope depending on how he plays this.
His 2 nades are cooking though, and I don't think that Adrian's going to be long for this one. One goes short of the car, the other one goes behind it. Doesn't actually get the knock there. That should have been, but a little bit of a misplacement on the nade as they try and drop another one out wide. That should have hit. Goodness me, Adrian, the luckiest so-and-so in the game right now for intense game. Has the smoke blooming, has the vehicle, but at stage 6, that blue zone's going to start to do more than tickle. And Finale wants to try and put him down here. Remove that threat on the northern side. Your power vehicle connects the spray, and finally, Adrian is out of there.
Well, good effort nonetheless. Dodging the nade, staying up as long as he did. Top 9 for our boys from the Americas region. We'll see how well they're going to do on the Miramar, which I think that's where they're truly going to wake up. We've still got this battle kind of stagnating a little bit between Alter Egos, APG, 4 Thrives. You mentioned 4 Thrives rotated in to get the hard cover. Very contested area. This is going to be crazy, especially when the zone shifts. If it goes north, 4 Thrives are going to have such a tremendous advantage over APG as well as Alter Egos, who might have to rotate in. So for Team Vision, they've been fighting tooth and nail. I know it's a solo, but Volt, he's given it his all.
I mean, he's got a pretty decent bunker to play around here as well. Given that 4 Thrives sit on the north side of the compound that is south of Volt's location, there are other players as well around. He's actually fairly well covered off from getting pushed from that north side. Kinotrope is really the only team at the moment that could reasonably push onto this position. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Vision get up into a top 3.
Kinotrope can have a tremendous advantage if the zone does shift north. If they can take down Fireflux, they have all that open space that they can utilize to be the gatekeepers for 4 Thrives and Co to push up. And it looks like 4 Thrives do run into a little bit of an issue as 1 player is currently down. I don't know what ended up happening there. And that was to Volt, excuse me, the solo, right? Still managing to fight tooth and nail. They should get 4 Thrives member back up, so they'll be 4 strong. Mind you, hitting 100 points, right, is tremendous for them. So good on 4 Thrives at the moment. They are leading the charge and could very well take first place in our group play.
Yeah, it looks like Volt might not be long for this one. Kinotrope certainly will be the team to displace him, but he has managed to get across here. That makes it so much harder for Kinotrope to spot him. Gets a little bit easier for the other teams, though. So Volt is currently dancing through a hailstorm, and it is a very unfriendly atmosphere in the middle of these hills. He will go down. That goes to Fireflux across the way. Kinotrope take up that mantle, and again, this position is quite strong. And now with a duo placed in here, I feel like it's just got a lot stronger. I mean, Four Thrives currently have that north side playing up to 100 points. You're right, they're breaking that century. They've basically locked in their ticket to the finals. Very, very happy. But they can play on more. Let's see how far they can go.
Yeah, very happy with where Four Thrives are currently at, and I think this is going to be a game that they take, in my opinion, which, by the way, would be back-to-back, a huge accomplishment at this level of competition in PMWC. They came into the tournament. We had expectations for them to do well, but this well, not exactly. They are exceeding everybody's standards as far as I'm concerned. We see a replay onto the fight between Alter Egos and APG, and it was Rosemary up top just putting in work, not only on the far away members from APG, but also Four Thrives. And that was the down that I ended up seeing in the elimination feed. So good on Rosemary to put up that fight, but we're going to have to see a little bit more as he's got to go north straight into the enemies.
Fireflux wrapping around on the north side, across the open ground, straight into the duo, and they're holding well, they're holding strong. Scarface, last player to stand, but with the DBS, able to keep Solus alive as well, and they take up the mantle of the duo in the ditch here on the outside of these compounds. Now, it is all about what Four Thrives can do with this warehouse, right? They've had APG Alpha on that south edge, dismantled a little bit by Alter Ego, so that is the outside factor here. And this is a standoff between these two teams. It's Alter Ego and Four Thrives, the major threats in this lobby.
Oh, wow, but getting that knock is huge. Maybe Alter Egos can start to push up. Mind you, Four Thrives, who knows, do they start to engage themselves? They don't have to move, but I was kind of seeing some nades cook, and if they get a couple downs themselves, maybe they do want to capitalize. This is, in my opinion, where Alter Egos need to push up. Why go to the open space? Why wrap around? Take where APG is currently at.
They're they're maintaining space on the outside here. They have got a knock, and Four Thrives actually could end this fight for them. The nades coming thrown on through. Valak with a bouncer, but doesn't quite connect. Zjol staying alive for just a moment longer. Valak in danger now, coming through from Alter Ego, could potentially be in those sightlines. You can see how close they are, but it is just shots and nades and every kind of ordnance being sent on in. Valak's getting so bold with it.
Yes, and he shouldn't have done that. He overcommitted. You have to assume Alter Egos are going to be on your backside. They look like they're backing away. Maybe it was a ploy to maybe distract and give confidence to Four Thrives to push up into APG. Once Alter Egos backs away, Four Thrives says, okay, if you're not going to push, we're going to go ahead and do it for ourselves. And now you lose one player. Granted, it could have been a lot worse. If they would have full committed, man, Four Thrives could have been in a lot of trouble. But losing one player, that could be the difference between winning or losing this game.
And now Alter Ego, having not taken the option to dive on into the fight, will not get third party. They won't get embroiled in the compound engagement. They have the outside control. They have the numbers, they have the terrain, and the circle has pushed away from both of the hard covers. Over to Fireflux. This is the other stronghold position as Krypton diverts, goes for a drive-by, back into the driver's seat, doesn't quite connect on the shots, but down go Fireflux. They lose one on the knock, but they have full control on the outside now, and neither of the two other teams can take a challenge. They can't leave whilst the other survives.
Wow, look at how active Alter Egos are getting. They are taking the fight to everybody, and they are winning. Rosemary once again on your screen, putting in the work. Now at 4 eliminations, we're up to our top 3 at the moment, and Alter Egos are steamrolling through the lobby.
10 elims, though, for Alpha. They've had a good game already. They ran across the road to R8 and allowed Four Thrives in the door, and that spelled their demise. For now, they do still have an opportunity to get a little bit further here. We've seen what duos can do, but with the chokehold that Alter Ego have on this circle, I don't imagine it's going to last for that long.
Not at all, and man, I'm so impressed with Alter Egos, the amount of pressure, not only with their utility, but also taking the moment and shining through it. Alter Egos mowing down Four Thrives. They took down one earlier, they get the finish on them, and now it's APG versus Alter Egos, and Rosemary, who else? The tip of the spear, pushing forward, looking to take down APG, take game number 4, and they will do exactly that.
A beautiful chicken dinner coming through from Alter Ego. They rotate around the outside. They pen in the fight. They extract value. They get 13 eliminations on the match and 23 points to add to their tally. They are the top of their group, and they are on top of the world right now. A happy bunch of lads they are. What a great run from them in that match. They rotated far during that game. They played it well. They played it wise. And in the end, they came out on top.
Without a doubt, and Rosemary, you gotta sing his praises. Rosemary was that guy for the roster, taking matters into his own hands, keeping the pressure up onto APG as well as 4Thrive. Simultaneously, there in the replay we watch, and even in the final moments, pushing straight forward, because even if he goes down, he has full-fledged confidence his team is gonna have his back.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. We also saw in those final moments, Alpha having a decent showing, getting late into the game, a large elim count. They had some good plays there, allowing 4Thrives not a shining moment though, and 4Thrives will capitalize on that. A beautiful shutdown for Alter Ego to find the chicken dinner on match number 4.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
I'm here in the coaches viewing area and I've just spotted Mitra from Esports and I want to have a quick chat with you real quick. First and foremost, what was your preparation like heading into this entire event?
Can you repeat again?
What was your preparation like coming into this event?
We have own game, so we just practice our game. That's it.
Did watching the games yesterday help you guys at all?
I did, but we don't care really opponent's game. We just have our own game. This is the main rule for us.
And what's the game plan? Because you guys had a great day one. What is the plan now moving forward? Can you keep up that same momentum?
I hope so. We will try our best.
Amazing. Well, best of luck to you. I'm going to let you go ahead and continue watching the games. Thank you.
Alter Ego being able to clutch up one of the most impressive wins that I feel like we have seen today. Because the way that this team was just moving around Neptura, it was, I think I'm running out of words here, besides just impressive. Leapfrogging people, doing the right rotations, doing everything correctly.
It's pure vibes, is all I have to say about that. It's pure vibes. Max is going to be having very many words with me after show, I think. No, I think it was really good. And I want to say vibes particularly, honestly, because how I often see a team, when I'm looking for a team that I think might win a game, I am looking for a certain kind of aggression in how they're moving. And that is like the vibe that I'm talking about. It's like all of a sudden, it was in the last game and in this game, Alter Ego all of a sudden decided we're going to win this game. Not we might win, not we're going to try and win. We are going to win. And you could see that in the way they rotate. You could see that in the way they were playing with each other, how they were moving. It was a really, really good thing. So for me, yeah, straight vibes.
Yeah, I mean, we'll come back to Alter Ego because I want to talk a little bit more, and I'm sure Maxman wants to talk even more about Alter Ego. A team, though, that we've been wanting to see a little bit more of in the last match, not this one that just happened, but in the second Erangel. Alpha Gaming was just 2 split out. They were able to kind of fix that up here in this match with some 2-2 splits. They end up with 17 points, Max.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the game, they have a good split. Good wide split into phase 2, going into phase 3. It was like, okay, that's a pretty good one. You have Rozok under control. You have Mini School, as I like to call it, between Mini Pachinki and School itself. They have these 2 really solid positions. Wait for the circle to shift, and then you can take the better of the 2 positions fully under your control. And then, 780, talking about the splits that kind of caused their demise later on in the game, they send players solo over the road to try and take care of Thundertalk at one point. That worked out, but then the same onto Alter Ego. That was really confusing to me. So I think that they're just feeling a little bit too confident. Sometimes they're like, oh, just send a player who'll take care of the squad. No, like, you're at PMWC. Okay, can't do that. It's PMWC. You're going to be in a lot of trouble. So I want them to try and be a little bit more respectful of their opponents in these matches.
Well, even if you rewind it a little bit, right, towards the beginning of the match, whenever they were having a 2-2 split there towards the Rozok, you were not happy about it. I was not happy about it. Neptura wasn't happy about it either. But it's good to see that this team is at least staying a little bit more closer to each other. One team that we also saw, and we're not really going to continue to talk about them that much because they have just been so good. Yeah, if you said 4 Thrives, you're absolutely correct. They have been performing really, really well. There was some things here and there, especially for Falak in the last game. I didn't enjoy how he ended up overextending Neptura.
Yeah, classic bait move, I feel like. He just decided, I don't think he knew or he realized that there might be a player still in that building after he naded it, right? So he was like, there's nobody there, I'm gonna go forward. But there was no need for him to do that in the first place, and that's really what caught him out. So yeah, it is unfortunate that we saw that, but again, I feel it's like the one major mistake we've seen from them in this entire tournament so far. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna give it to him this once. Don't do it again.
There's been a couple more, and I feel like now we're starting to just start nitpicking on this team because they are starting to become the contenders, right, for champions. They do have a healthy lead whenever we end up looking at the overall. That team has just been able to continue to perform. Now, going over back to Alter Ego, I feel like one of the winning plays, and I'm pretty sure you might end up agreeing with this, Max, is when they ended up rotating south, but then we saw a nasty leapfrog.
Yeah, the leapfrog ahead of Alpha Gaming here in Mini School, where they send Alva over to the little ridge. He's like, oh, actually, this is a really good angle. We can get onto Alpha Gaming and 4 Thrives. If a third-party opportunity happens, we could send it. So let's send Alva. And then Alva is the one that enables the rest of his team to go back over to that eastern ridge. And then everyone is safe. You don't have to cross the road, which was the biggest issue for me on that initial rotation, is what's going to be the next move after you put yourself in that compound. But no, they had the next step already ahead of them. But that was a good play already, Neb.
Right.
But what I was super hyped about even more after that was when they went wide around onto Fireflux. Like, that rotation was literally the game-winning rotation at the very end of that match.
But it was so risky. It was so risky to do because you had 2 players of Fireflux, you had 1 player of Team Secret, I think it was. You had all these players up there that really you didn't really have any idea that you could do something against. So for me, it was really, really interesting to see that they actually went for that at all. But again, they had that momentum going in, and so they felt like they could do it.
I mean, we've been talking about this team, so let's take a look at this SMB head-to-head. You can see Alpha Gaming, we know them to be aggressors, and they're currently being just that, Max. And you're looking at this graphic, and I saw you squinting your face. What are you seeing?
No, I was like, is that real? I was like, wait, is
yeah,
there's a very big disparity, but it just goes to show that how Ultra Ego, unfortunately, has been relatively silent until this very point, right?
Yeah.
And then you go on to the other side, Alpha Gaming, just the fragging machine they typically are. They're still going to be doing so here in this tournament.
The crazy part, too, that is just for today. Remember, this team just came in today, so it's good to see that they are at least putting up the numbers.
Yeah, we love to see it. I mean, we expected that from APG. We did expect that. We might have expected maybe a little bit more. Maybe not so much fragging, but a little bit of that position as well. I would have liked to see a little bit more of that. But I think they're doing very, very well for the first 3 games of the tournament for them. They are doing very well. It's going to be, again, those first day jitters, those first day vibes that you've got going on. A lot of the other teams with more experience coming in, they're laughing at me for saying vibes, but it's fine. You get me, you understand. But
no,
I
the vibes are we want a bit more. Look, I want more vibes.
More vibes.
I agreed.
Yes.
You know which vibes I want? I want the vibes of the overall ranking, please. I want to see how far ahead just 4 Thrives. Oh my gosh. 105 points to 78 points there from Regnum Karia.
Oh my word. My goodness me. What lead is this?
just throwing catchphrases out there.
Holy moly, guacamole. What is going on? You know what? I think it's time we stop talking about 4 Thrives too much because we've been hammering home this point from like day one until this very point. They're in the finals. They're big chilling. Okay, the vibes are good, as Niptro would say.
The vibes are good. How about Team Secret's vibes, though? 4th place with 0 wins.
Same as the start of the day, really.
Yeah.
It's just like
that's also true.
But it's good though because they're continuing that consistency, right? And the reason, like, if we are going to be moving on to 4 Thrives, at least some of the other teams have an idea of what they need to do to achieve and like what to reach for. Alpha Gaming, we're talking about it, right? Niptura, you're saying 3 good games to start off here on their first day, but yeah, those might be just good games. They might need to end up becoming great because of what 4 Thrives is doing in regards to what Alpha Gaming has been doing so far today.
Sorry, I'm distracted. What was you were making?
Yeah, I was making a weird face. I was looking at Thunder Talk and how they only got 10 placement points and they got 1 chicken dinner. Just like DRX yesterday, I was saying it. They only get points on their win. DRX have been fixing that slightly today, but Thunder Talk, that is not a good setup. It is scary because top 8, you're not going to have time.
Well, for everybody, don't forget that from July 25th to the 27th and August 1st to the 3rd, log in to Summon airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to Enterprise draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. Additionally, from July 25th to the 31st, vote for your favorite airdrop partner for a chance to receive special gifts from them. Don't miss this year's airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise. All of us have done it. Let us know in the comments below if you guys have done it too, as the players are starting to get ready here for Miramar. So you know what, without further ado, reflections. John Allen, take it away.
All right, here we are going into game number 5, our first Miramar of the day. And for Group Yellow, the last 2 games, the last 2 chances they have to break in the top 8, if not already in top 8, or let's say they are, get as many points as possible so they can obviously be nice and healthy whenever Group Red comes back in tomorrow for our final day of group play. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by John. Hey, last game was exciting. Alter Ego showing up and showing out. And, well, we got some tongue showing up and showing out, too. It's getting weird out on the stage, but, hey, I'm liking it. The players are having fun. They're getting ready.
Oh, hell yeah, they are. We are going on into this match, and if you guys want to keep up to date with the latest rotations, you can on our official map feed. It is a separate feed that you can check out over on our PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel. Make sure that you stay up to date with where every single one of our teams is. If you've got a favorite player, you can track where they are throughout the entirety of every single match. I know, we spoil you, but let's get on with the proceedings here. It is Miramar. It's time to take to the largest match
in the west, and we are going to be heading on over to the desert.
That's right, going to the desert, and maybe an opportunity for DRX to do even better, which, again, already sensational, but you got to remember, last Miramar we watched yesterday, third place, 10 eliminations, a massive game for them. Team Secret as well, who I got to say definitely need points because they're teetering on the edge of that bottom 8. So 10 eliminations, second place, and Ragnum Kara ended up finishing off with first. And if they can get 2 solid games here, they're going to be even healthier going in to maybe tomorrow's competition. Hey, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to get this going, but for those bubble teams, the reality is, right, like for the likes of Influence, Rage, Fireflux, right, those rosters, if they do not place within top 8, survival stage is a guarantee.
Yeah, it is going to be fairly certain and mathematically guaranteed at that stage. Although even if they do manage to get into the top 8 now, it's still very uncertain. As we were talking about before, repeatedly now, it is going to be around that 80-point mark that we find our bubble, and we're expecting about 3 teams from each group to be able to make it on in. And we're seeing that unfold here. With 2 games left to play, we've got DRX on 77, Regnum Kaya on 78. They're going to be looking to put up 10 points or so over the next match, 2 matches, sorry, to be feeling a lot safer into that tournament standings, because these are their last 2 matches of the league stage. If they can maintain that high point scoring, they may be able to join 4th Thrives and head on over to those finals.
Zone moving up top left. El Pozo going to see a lot of activity. I think there was a hot take yesterday for an El Pozo hot drop. I don't believe we ended up getting it, but maybe we can get it today. Always a day late, but at least it ends up happening. And already hearing some shots. Yeah, intense game already in a little bit of trouble. Padrino off in the distance, down himself. Silence down on the rooftop. What's going on?
Well, it's an early fight. It's a hot drop. Low ammo counts, low weaponry, low armor, low meds. This is what characterizes these early engagements. And the fact that Emre has an M249 is a little bit unfair, right? The fact that you have so much lead to just pour down range in that scenario, it makes it very difficult to stand up against. The question, as I said before, is ammo count. I wonder if he's already unleashed the majority of it over towards them, because he's running around with a pistol in tow as well. In the meantime, the flanks are coming on through. An intense game have sent Adrian out wide to cover off the flank. There's another hot drop going, and it's Regnum Kaya and Fireflux in the meantime playing off towards La Bandita.
Well, Regnum Kaya is very healthy, you would have to say, in the points category. They want a little bit more, maybe even get closer to 4 Thrives, or at least solidify their position within the top 8. But on the opposite end for Fireflux, well, they're trying to break into top 8. This could be a big fight for them, and if it doesn't go their way, well, they could be, in a lot of trouble. For intense game, they do manage to get their teammates back up, or at least one of them, I should say. They're going to be a 3-man unit, but it doesn't mean that they're safe just yet. You got Rita crawling around going for the off angle.
They've sent a lot of players out wide here. Adrian's trying to curtail the position out on the west side against Darkin, but they aren't really in a position to control this one either. Rita doesn't have any armor here, or a helmet, or nades, utility, meds, nothing. He's going in with just the AKM here, the red dot, only 29 bullets behind, which means he's going to have to wait for the rest of his team, establish some crossfires, can't just go in all guns blazing. However, he's coming up against a bow and arrow.
Which I'm all for.
You know what, for Rafa, he's going to nail it. I have full faith.
You know, I didn't see too many bow and arrow plays during Americas, but Rafa clearly been practicing, and, you know, they never want to show their full hand whenever they're qualifying in Americas. Maybe this is what Rafa's been wanting to do, the secret weapon all along. I'm here for it.
What's your favorite go-to archer comparison when you're talking about archers? Best archer, go.
Legolas.
Okay.
Come on.
There we go. Well, let's see if Madcap can nail these shots down the stairs as well.
Oh,
surfing on the shield? I don't think so. He's not going to be able to find it, and that's only 1 knock sent back. That's the second Fireflux player to fall.
And that is going to be tough for them, because Ragnakara, wolf packing together, it's going to be tough. Even when they go up 1 choke point right in that staircase, it's still not going to be enough, man. Ragnakara cannot sing their praises enough. They have done so incredibly well. And well, as we transition back on to Ida versus Intense Game, you still got Rita on the off angle, got Aaron starting to move up just a little bit closer. The question is the linchpin, of course, being Adrian off in the distance. I don't know how much he's going to be able to do, or how much of an effect he's going to do. Or Rafa. I mean, we're literally going prehistoric.
He's going full Rambo right now. He's got the knife on the back. He's got the bow and arrow. He's got that Molotov lit.
ready to go.
But is he Rambo? That's the question.
I don't know. Because he's certainly got Adrian on side, so it's another Stallone role there coming into play. We'll see. We'll see.
You're a nut, man. I like it. All right, Silence is going to have to be the one to really, truly help Rafa out in this moment. And if only Ida truly knew what Rafa is rocking with, I think they would have been a bit more aggressive here. But no reason, honestly. Take your time. Now, I do wonder if R8 off in the distance, as they start to close in, maybe start to notice this fight going underway, maybe go for the third party. I think it's going to conclude before that, though. But Aaron, hey, is he looking to maybe make a push? I don't know. Silence has got that doorway.
He drops the smoke there. I wonder if that's where he intended it to go. I mean, it does cover off the back door there, so he could potentially isolate the angles, but they're going for the push. Emre up now to the balcony. Rafa still with just a bow and arrow against an AUG. That's not a matchup I'd like to take if I'm on the side of Intense Game. He's going to be hearing these footsteps. He's going to be waiting for the call. He's on the inside. It's coming from inside the house, and Emre still has a little bit of a way to go. Silence holding the ground floor with the shotgun here. You can see his HP's a little bit lower, and it looks like Emre spotted something.
I think the door's shut, though. Can't see him through it. Rafa can't be spotted just yet either, but as soon as he does, you got to think his chances are a lot better. And Rafa's just up ahead. Ida playing this very slow, very cautiously. Rita there in case Rafa decides to maybe jump out or maybe make a play on the outside. Unfortunately for Rafa, he's going to get gunned down. Silence down low. Not going to be able to help Rafa in this moment. So honestly, this is going to be a true 1v1 since Ida is so spread out.
Goodness me. They have got that off angle from Adrian on the outside here for Intense Game. As Aaron goes up to join him.
Yo, M249 versus bow and arrow and knife. And of course, if the bow and arrow wins, hey, it comes to show you Rafa might be that guy. Darkin moving down. Adrian spots him. Adrian, good trigger discipline. Finally goes on the attack. Misses too many shots, but finally clutches up in the end. My heart, it can't take it. I thought Adrian was about to choke. A guaranteed elimination.
The issue is the ammo count here for Adrian on the outside. He doesn't have a lot to play with. Sure, he got the knock, but it's not confirmed yet. And Nate takes down Rafa. The Archers no more.
No more indeed. Well, here it is. Silence. You've been waiting. You've been waiting all this time. You go to the classic top of the stairs and already down. Rita gets the off angle, takes him out. And Adrian, the last stand, the last attempt for Intense Game to make anything happen in game number 5. And, well, he's maneuvering. He's walking away. And honestly, he can't truly disengage because the question is, or excuse me, Eden knows exactly where he's at. Rafa goes down, and so does Adrian. And, well, there it is. Intense Game, the bow and arrow, the knife, simply not stronger than the AUG and M249.
The standoff there not going well for Intense Game, but now there's a third party. R8 have come to play, and they are going to be moving in from that north side. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby has been condensing close to this location, right? We are centering up towards El Pozo, as you said, on that early circle, and now with Prestige, he's on that north edge, has got full sight lines over towards Rita. This is going to make things hard, but IDA with 3 players can still live on.
Let's not forget for R8, towards the very bottom, only outdoing Gamix Esports. They still have tomorrow to play, but already 4 games have concluded, and R8 sits at just a measly 8 points. This game is needed. They need to do well. Question is, can they do it? We have a zone shift, and well, for a couple of the rosters, including R8, you got Thunder, of course, looking quite well. Team Secret, Gamex still chilling at where they currently are. You got Alter Ego, the winners, and the amazing, amazing pushers from the last game still chilling up on the northern side. Meanwhile, the 4 Thrives, APG, DRX, some scary names that are going to be rotating into a tightly contested area.
You're going to hope that they can make it in unscathed, but it's a difficult and treacherous path out to the east of El Pozo. DRX currently moving up on that western side. They're going for a wide sweep here as one board behind Hyunbin on the road. We'll see if they can get on further. Regnum Kaya, they've managed to earn a point so far this match. Any point beyond 80 that they get is looking to be gravy right now. They should be happy with their position as well in this zone. They should be okay with this spot. Currently a little bit leaning towards that south edge, but they're in and they are covered off for the time being.
Ginotrope with the high ground, in a very, very solid position. They're going to stay here as long as humanly possible. Of course, expecting potentially to be challenged a little bit later on. 4 Thrives off in the distance. Regnum Karya, you got number 1, number 2 in the same vicinity. IQ taking a couple of shots.
4 Thrives trying to make it through the valley here. Going on down to the side. They've covered off their south flank, but Fireflux pushing up to the road to take more shots, and they clock IQ as he goes for the cross. Look for more. Noki very, very low, but just about surviving catch. Seidels on in with the M249. Plenty of ammo, plenty of guts to go for it, and he makes the play work. A nade over the top of 4 Thrives are losing 2. No 2 ways about it. They are going down.
That's it, and the rest of the 4 Thrives member just forced to retreat, get out of there, and live to play another day. And I know it seems a bit rough, and it is. Don't mistake it, but they're still in first place, and more importantly, walking away with the duo means, well, they can still accomplish quite a bit as they go into the later stages. But for Fireflux, you gotta appreciate them setting that trap, taking the opportunity to take down 2 members of 4 Thrives. They desperately need the points.
Only Noki now remains, the Clutchmeister himself, looking to try and snake his way through the streets here, but not really having too much to work with. Does manage to catch a break, though, and send into the buildings. And will head up to the top floor, tries to tuck himself away. Not buying or selling at this door. Shuts it firm in the face of anyone trying to move on close by, but I don't think he's going to have too much luck moving on forward, surrounded by Thunder Talk.
Well, you say that, but look at what he did to Alpha 7 on Miramar, right? Just yesterday in this same game, game number 5. I don't know, it's going to be hard, but I'm becoming a bigger and bigger fan of Naki. He is truly the tip of the spear for the 4 Thrives Esports roster. And, well, the zone doesn't shift too much, not a lot of movement. Vision still way off in the distance. You just noticed what 4 Thrives had to go to as they were moving in. Vision most likely going to see the same result.
Everybody trying to make their move now towards San Martin. Looks like we might be on for an urban finish as we're heading closer and closer to the center. All of these teams trying to make their way on through. And at the moment, it is most of the teams in that San Martin position. Their positions out to the west as well, like Regnum Karya's spot. Going to potentially be a little bit sticky. Alpha, they've still got all 4 players alive, a little bit spread from each other, but they're still on the rotate, so they haven't fully committed. As Doc takes a tumble, he's in cover though, and he'll be all right for the time being. Gain momentum again. Fireflux with a challenge over the top.
Yeah, Solus is the one laying down the fire. APG is going to have to stop in the meantime. Fireflux once again on the outskirts using the bus and whatever natural coverage that they possibly can. They just recently took down 4 Thrives, or at least 2 or 3 of them. And now they got to try to go against APG, who is a little bit split to their credit. So they're not going to be able to utilize all 4 of their members. So if Fireflux does play this right, they could do a lot of damage to APG.
Unfortunately, they don't really have too much to work with here. With Solus down, they need to commit to that res. That means they only have 1 active sightline for the next 10 or 15 seconds, depending on how fast they can get back to their feet. It allows APG to regroup. You can see now they have the high ground. They're going to have brilliant angles over towards Fireflux. Excellent intel. In the meantime, Gamax, they've managed to sneak their way on through towards this peninsula of land that sits to the north of R8. This is a pretty happy position for them right now. Look at the cover that they can provide towards their back. They just need to execute on those shots, and DRX are going to challenge.
But Vision being on the outskirts, they finally rotate in. They crash into hard cover, but so does APG, rotating away from the Fireflux engagement, now onto the top ground. And you've got players with off angles, you've got players inside hard cover, and it really comes down to these players on the outskirts. Zyle taking a little bit of damage, but so is Vision. Doc already going to be down top. He can't really push forward. Vision has all the line of sight straight ahead, and they're taking it to APG. I think they might be in a little bit of trouble, but again, it comes down to Zyle. I want to see what he can do on the outside.
To win this fight, Zion needs to win the fight on that angle. Like you say, on the outside, it's going to come down to him. There's only 2 players on the inside, and they cannot push across the open ground towards Vision if they want to clear this fight before this position is dealt with the Nawaf out on the outskirts here. He has full cover on this run out for APG. They need to control it if they want to find that opening, that chance to move across, conclude the fight, or disengage. The difficulty is for APG, where do they go if they do disengage? They can potentially go back to their fight with Fireflux, maybe try and go over towards the north side of the road, but in the meantime, Vision actually going to disengage it for them. They're going to move out wide.
And they've got to go north either way, so this fight, it's going to take a little bit, most likely might even go until the blue zone encompasses them, and then forcing them to move forward straight into Thunder Talk. And of course, 4 Thrives solo of Naki, maybe even Team Secret, but this fight, I don't know. How long does it continue to go? Well, it's really a question. APG is really the team to kind of rotate out if they decide, and I think they're doing exactly that.
Right now, I'm looking at the sitting of the circle. I'm looking at R8's spot. Fireflux going to challenge for it, but I feel like whoever ends up in where R8 are right now is going to be able to clutch this one out. I would put my money on R8 right now, despite them not doing so well. They've got a really powerful spot with that ridgeline in tow that sits out to their east side. They're going to be happy with it. We'll see if they can capitalize. In the meantime, on the south side, there's been fights popping off. Yangon Galacticos and Kinotrope have been at it. But Regnum Karya now going to join in the fray with all 4 of their players and leverage that numbers advantage nicely.
Yeah, very well done from them. They still have, like you said, 4 players. Lockseed becoming a huge fan of him. He was the stat leader yesterday. Today, maybe a little bit slower, but make no mistake, he's still very much in the action, and taking down Law is going to be huge. Diego now has to fully commit to try and pick him back up. Meanwhile, Wild's going to be able to close some distance along with Tospic. This puts them in an even worse position, but the rest should come through, but by the time they do, he's not going to be able to heal up because you've got Regnum Karya starting to move forward.
Laura's in as well, into the fight, trying to draw some attention, give them time, but Law's straight back down to the floor here. A spray down on the off angle. Romeo chimes on in, and he's giving them the runaround. Regnum Karya torn from the sidelines by Yangon Galacticos. The 2 players they have still up for a scrap, and are Regnum Karya disengaging? They've sent Silas out wide. He's just opening up the path for them to leave this one. Toshpik, though, seems pretty locked into the engagement.
Karya with just 2 players left. Tospic up on the top side. Smile maybe going up top to get the cleanups, get the finishes. The question is, does he clear his left side? I don't know. No, he's going for loot. He doesn't know Tospic is just off to his left, and Tospic is going to go ahead and just chill out, spring the trap. Once Smile peeks his head up, he might be dead here.
He's hopped back into the vehicle, though, and he may have just escaped catastrophe. He's so slow in the driver's seat. He's on the driver's side as well. Smile, he goes down. Is there a retribution? Is there an answer? No. Romeo's up and into the fight with Influence Rage in the meantime. That is disastrous. In the meantime, though, Toshpik's teammate Silas has fallen. Their IGL leader will go down. So 1 player for Regnum Karya. In the meantime, Romeo's still putting them through the ringer. Will lose 1, and Influence Rage are busted down to 3, but Romeo finally falls.
Yeah, they take down Yangon Galacticos. Influence Rage stays up like you said, but the question is, Regnum Karya, well, they're all done for as well. Fireflux against APG. Zion's going to fall down. Reefus also very low in health. Then you've got R8 just above them, and, well, do they decide to maybe take that high ground over Fireflux? Well, in the meantime, Fireflux need to finish this fight off as quickly as possible. You know you've got it down. You know there's utility coming your way, and Scarface, half damage. He gets taken down, and there is the 3rd party from R8.
Catch now, the last to stand for Fireflux. The high ground coming into effect here. Reefus claims one of those points. Ziol is down. Alpha are flagging a little bit. Next circle is just about to pop, and finally, Marth finds that final blow necessary to take Fireflux out of the fray. The west side shift just benefits R8 more and more.
APG going for the res. Oh, can't get it. There's a huge nade to drop Reefus, and he's in no man's land. And, well, surely APG is going to be down and out. The last solo forced to just retreat away. That's top. And, in fact, he's in no man's land, even outside of the current zone. He's got Thunder Talk in front of him. He is all but done for unless he makes some miraculous plays a little bit later. Meanwhile, Influence Rage, who have miraculously stayed alive with just 2 players, putting up a heroic effort here against DRX and co.
It is still, for me, a story of how far can R8 go in this match, right? They've got a lot of control. We saw how much power they had down to that south side approach. Teams like Thunder Talk gonna have to make a similar play here. They do have a little cut of the circle, still on the outskirts of San Martin down to the south side, but R8 still have so much influence over a lot of this game, and I'm hoping that they can do a little bit more. Try and stand up, like we said we wanted to see.
Good shots onto Gamix. That's gonna be another one down. Just 2 more remains. Diego keeping last remaining 2 at bay. Smoke down maybe to go ahead and retreat a little bit, reposition, which is exactly what he's going to do. By the way, update on 4th Rise. It was Naki who was the solo. Not going to make a heroic effort in the urban landscape. He ends up getting taken down. Meanwhile, again, back on board with Diego and Influence Rage. Maybe a drive-by, pick up Lil Boy, get out of here. It's a possibility. It's something they can do if they choose to reposition. But the question is, where do they go? I think the fight is right here.
Ooh, Prestige does get clocked, and it's Alter Ego from distance. So it may not be a flush here. An ID can go and get that res for R8, but that could potentially be an opening on the south side. Vision have wrapped around. Thundertalk could potentially poke their noses in. So danger abound on that south edge for R8. 2 teams of 4 will look to go for it. Here's a replay of how Fireflux fell. Marth just lighten them up. You can see the nades from the low ground and puts that nade in as well. Fireflux in a really tricky rotate approach there. It's such an open hillside.
Yeah.
They didn't have too many options.
Yeah, I felt like they had their back against the wall for the longest time as well. You know, every time we were on board with them, they were forced to set a trap and, well, spring it just in the right moments. And one was against 4 Thrives, and then, well, they had that next opportunity against another roster. Back on board with R8. Vision down low, and the utility is just hurting them so much. Marcelo forced to crawl. Can anyone from Vision get him? Well, at least as of now, not yet. And plus, you got Noof, who's going to be way off in the distance. So for R8, loving their positioning, loving where they currently stand. And mind you, still 4 players remaining. This is the best game R8 has had today.
Certainly is. It is a little bit of a turnaround for them. They've got this strong position, and as I said, it is a question of what they can do with it. Vision crunching in into that same position Fireflux held, trying to use that back angle to help, but the blue zone's going to push Noof out, and now they're going to have to go for it. They do manage to go for the approach and do open up with a knock towards Ida, but Marth is still there, and Damar is ready for the res. The north side a little bit more exposed, but nobody's pushing from that angle. Nades on in aren't quite connecting, and Vision can't get their foot in the door.
Well, Marcelo's back up, though, and that's a huge boon for them, in my opinion. We've watched Marcelo make some wonderful plays, and, well, he can do exactly the same here. The question is, how do you penetrate the top of this hill? And it seems almost impossible. And you mentioned Marth, right? Marth on that off angle, too, is, well, obviously hurting, and, well, we do see R8 is going to be able to recover. And Vision doesn't have the confidence, nor do they have the ability at the moment to push up and punish R8 with the down.
Thundertalk are pushing in, though, as well. They're trying to move on up, and you can see they have now just crested. They pushed Marth off location. This is worse for Vision, though, because it means it's now a full 4 squad on this angle, taking the shots out wide. And Team Secret, like you say, pushing up from the east side, could crest this ridgeline. It is a big test for R8 now, as 3 teams bear down upon them.
Yes, R8, they're going to have to put up a wonderful fight, and I honestly believe that they can do it. The good news for R8 is they don't have to leave this compound. They can stay where they currently are. Everyone else, well, they're not feeling too comfortable because their back is exposed. This is going to happen to you with Thundertalk, you mentioned, coming onto the backside now. Vision forced to focus their attention up ahead. King, though, is looking at a wave of nades, and he's forced to retreat.
Moves out to the side, sidesteps them. Sheng nearly tumbles himself down the hill into another, but only takes a little bit of damage from it instead. A nice hold out there from Thundertalk to keep things going for R8's hold on the north side, who have taken another knock, but they just keep funneling these reses on through.
Thundertalk forced to just take a little bit of a break at the moment before they crest over that hill to challenge Vision once again. For R8, you know, they don't have to move. They're just staying where they are currently at. On the northern side, DRX and Alter Egos might be getting into a bit of a scuffle themselves, and they actually are, with Alter Ego once again onto the high ground. They have done such a great job in their positioning, and the confidence boost that they got from the last game must have been tremendous.
It certainly would have been. Their play was seemingly impeccable coming on through for them. Thundertalk on the south side still trying to hold out Vision. There are teams here today who have really impressed, and I mean Alter Ego, yes, you're right to bring them up, right? In that context, they are outperforming almost everybody else when it comes to the averages. Well, in fact, they are outperforming everybody else when it comes to the averages. They are up to a, what is that, a 13-point average, I believe? Right, yeah. Something like that, something in that sort of order. They have done incredibly well so far, more than that, in fact, on their first 4 matches. And we'll see what more they can do today. Are they going to be able to overtake Alpha 7 on their 6-match record?
It's a question, and that would be a big statement without question. You look at Alpha 7 and what their history and what they've got. Lil Boy finally gets active onto DRX. Lil Boy and Influence Rage, right? They've been going through the blender. They've had such a tough time. Really, the only thing Lil Boy could do in that moment was just get 1 elimination, 1 additional point. But it did hurt DRX quite a bit because now they're down to a solo.
They are not going to have a good time. DRX eliminated on the north side, and that leaves Alter Ego a little bit more free and clear. With all 4 of their players alive, they'll be happy about that one. They're up to 54 points on those 3 elims, adding to the 51. As Thundertalk and Vision both trying to get up this hillside.
They just can't.
It's just too hard with R8 on the front of it. It's going to be nigh on impossible to make that work. On the descent towards the center of the circle, Alter Ego taking out to Rosemary, but they'll pick that back up nice and quickly. Only one player from Gamax left.
Yeah, that's it. And he's going to put up a wonderful fight, but I just don't know how much of a success he's going to have. I mean, Alter Egos have so much range on him. They can just funnel him in and just takes the bus, gets absolutely melted down. Surprisingly stays alive for a little bit longer, but it's only just, you know how this story's going to end.
Krypton, nade, cooking. The pin is pulled. Arthur does manage to get the heel off and the reposition away from the bus, but they are bearing down upon him. He's going to lay in wait and try and look for a point here. Spots Krypton on the approach in the buggy, but gives his position away. And with a clenched fist, Arthur goes down.
Well, good effort nonetheless. Gamax Esports now out, and well, we're getting down to, of course, our top 6 teams, and R8 still has center zone along with that hard cover, and the story between ThunderTalk and Vision still remains. Neither team able to get up top because of R8's positioning. It's so tough for them, and honestly, it would be a miracle if any of these rosters don't cannibalize each other.
It seems like ThunderTalk are going to try and draw that first rotate out here, moving up with the vehicle towards the compound, but R8, I feel like they've been very disciplined on their hold here. 2 players now to follow the crossing, and they cut across the Vision sight lines and will move now 3 players into a position to go for the push over towards that R8 position, potentially making it over the open ground here.
What Alone's up to, though. I think he's been spotted. Volt, good shots onto one from ThunderTalk just up ahead, but not enough to get the drop. Plenty of damage out. One player from Alter Egos, mind you, is down, and they're crashing in onto Ida. Alter Egos getting active once again, aggressive, much like they did before, but it looks like Ida is winning those engagements, and, well, they only win them for so much. Alter Egos 2 downs, but they should be able to recover. Meanwhile, for ThunderTalk, Vision finally pushing into them. Tons of utility being out, but it looks like Vision are slowly going down.
The graveyard of Fireflux becomes the terminal location for 2 players of Vision as well, and now they have to play into a 2 versus 3. They find the re-knock onto Xing and the spray down towards ThunderTalk, but it is a shooting gallery, and a huge nade comes over to answer the question of what can be done here. It's R8 sending more ordnance over the top, and a third party from Alter Ego.
Yeah, beautiful opportunity for R8. They sniff it out, they push forward, they get the finishes, they take the players down, but like you said, Alter Ego's now starting to crash in. They gave up the compound, and now they have it.
R8 now being pushed to the borders. They have to turn their attention over to the west as Alter Ego flow around the edge. Team Secret, they're going to be biding their time. They are chilling on the outskirts right now, but the fight is cracking on.
Rosemary, the hero from the last game, the one who was able to take the fight to so many different rosters. Now on your screen, Damar laying fire through the doorway, saying, don't come through here. I'm taking you down if I can. Up close and personal, CQC fights. It's going to get tense, but slowly but surely, Alter Egos continue to push forward, and R8 has no choice but to just bunker up and hold on tight.
Rosemary, forward position for Alter Ego. Damar up to the wall as well for R8. They've been holding this compound like their lives depend on it. R8 have been admirable in this position, but Rosemary wants to change that story. Rewrite something here or there, but he goes down low. The challenge with the shotguns works out, and another player from R8 fell off in the distance, but they're getting the res onto Marth. The nade changes it, and Prestige goes down too. R8 finally getting pushed aside, and who else but Alter Ego? A huge turn up for them as Moana can get res too. Team Secret still on the outside, thinking, you guys handle that, we'll take a second place.
But let's also not forget ThunderTalk managed to get a couple of reses. 2 are up, and they're going to be challenged from another player from Alter Egos who looks to be getting the cleanups. Rosemary, step aside. Aliva is tearing it up. Now R8 down, just operating on fumes with only 1 player remaining, but still manages to make it in the top 3. You mentioned Team Secret biding their time. While they can only do it for so long, they now have to get active.
They have got up to the ridgeline. It's open ground, a couple of rocks maybe. There's potential for them to send up to the building that R8's last player, ID, sits inside of. If they can make that crossing, they have a little bit more of an opportunity here. The question is, can they ladder up? Rosemary now on guard. I think they know that there's a team off to the north side.
Start to quiet down a little bit, only for a bit though. Good shots from ID7. The remaining players Alter Ego's up ahead. Here comes Zeus, though. Big nade up top. Connection, no, not just Jits. But at least he managed to get inside some hard cover, which means up close and personal in the CQC fights, he could do some damage.
Low armor health as well as no helmet on the top side there for the last player of R8, the last bastion of hope. Alter Ego want to challenge this spot as well. Oh, Frankie actually chiming in on the off angle. Krypton goes down, gets flushed, but there is a response, and Alva takes him down in return. So now solos for Alter Ego to handle for a potential back-to-back chicken dinner. It's the fashion of the day. You win one, you win another. You buy one, you get one free. I said you buy one, you get one free.
You love the deal, baby. Free 99. Best price out there. ID7 from R8. He doesn't want to move, but I will say he's been... Oh, and he gets melted from a distance, and it's all but over with as Alter Egos are going straight for the winner chicken dinner. However, we have seen solo plays, and they are magnificent, and Zeus is looking to do just that.
Xerus moving in, a 1 versus 3 around the inside, and he goes down. Of course, they shut it out, and it is all guns blazing here. Alter Ego topped their own score from the last match. It was only 23 last match. Nah, let's go again. And with that game, they have put up a momentous scoreline here on a single day. They've still got one more game to play. They are over 60 points. I think they're over 70 points. Yeah. They are potentially pushing to an 80-point boundary in a single day of games. Yeah. That is incredible.
Absolutely stunning. Alter Egos looking like the top dogs. We talk about 4 Thrives and how incredible they are and how incredible they have been, and there's no disputing that. We talk about how powerful Alpha 7 is based off of their day 1 performance, but Alter Egos, a new challenger has approached, and Alter Egos are looking like the top dogs themselves, could very well qualify off of day number 1 of competition for Group Green. Phenomenal job for Alter Egos. A Rosemary leading the charge. We're going to a break. When we come back, the final game of the day will be underway.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC avatar frame, Esports Passion set, Esports Passion parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 AM UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
Nice son bir. Bu kaya. Oynama. Canı bir sever mi?
Helal! Nice! Helal lan!哎，上炮楼的应该上炮楼的，对，上炮楼，2楼是吧？1楼，外面，别急，抽，外面，别点，准备，打不到，应该跳雷，nice，我操，又没爽到，我操凶的，楼，哇3，不，هايل دبلوك هايل حلوه روق ما بعد لا روق نط نايس والله اديت
Alterigo, you said 7 said we were gonna do something together, and he abandoned me.
I did. I thought about it. I wanted to go with Alterigo.
Go! I could throw this at you. Okay, you're not safe over there.
I forgot we were going to go with something that we didn't forget. Yeah, I actually did. But with that one, I mean, Alterigo, back-to-back wins, too, in an impressive way for a second there. I thought it was actually going to end up being R8. That was not the case, Max.
I mean, most importantly, a win on Orangle, a win on 5 of those a day is very important, and most importantly, the team that Kalash again predicted to win did not win in R8, so I'm very happy about that. But no, Alterigo, we were talking to the SEA talent just a few days ago, and they were not very optimistic about the chances of an SEA team winning the entire thing, but man, Alterigo coming in swinging with the 2 wins here today, and especially, I gotta say, they're respectful, they go for some very nice rotations here around the compound of R8, so far, the fighting's there, the vibes are good, Iptra, so I'm very happy to see it go forward.
At least the Indonesian talent looks happy now. You were talking about him after that first win. They were like, okay, they got some... They're starting to smile. Now we're seeing them over there just jumping around, being happy. That's good to see, though, especially for Alterigo. This is a team now that we have seen them multiple times at global events. Usually they kind of tend to shy away. It's good to see them being able to perform like this. One thing, though, that we do want to notate is the splits from R8. R8 just had so much control of their area, but they were doing some risky splits, Max.
I do think the 2-2 split was risky in case of a crash, but teams, I think, were so scared about that compound because it's in a very strong position. They don't really want to encroach on that spot whatsoever. I think what caused the demise of R8 eventually here, Nep, was actually when they decide to third-party Vision versus Thunder Talk, and they leave the compound, giving a massive opportunity for Alterigo to claim that position for themselves.
Yeah, and I could see what they were trying to do as well, right, is by leaving at least 1 or 2 players onto the north side of the compound, they were trying to use them as an anchor point so that the rest of the team could go third party and come back. Unfortunately for them, Alterigo were just way too busy taking out everybody they had in sight, so it didn't really work out. But I can see the vision coming in from R8. It just, with a compound that split up and that far apart, I don't think it really worked.
Because even if you try and regroup in case of a possible crash, it's going to take you 10, 15 seconds to initiate that regroup and for you to get back together as a team. And by that time, you maybe lost a player, maybe you already lost half of your team, so it's not quite what you want. So unfortunately, because of that, R8 do get a second place. Still a very good game, 13 points on board. Nothing to be really forgotten about here. They get himself a lot of points on this match, but 26-point bomb here for Alter Ego Ares. SEA here to play, man.
They definitely are here. Another team that I'm currently looking at is a Chinese team, Thunder Talk Global, being able to clutch up at least 9 points. We saw what they were able to do earlier when they got the win. And we go towards the second page, a bit of a slip up there from Alpha Gaming. Fourth Thrives, I mean, that's completely fine with the way that you guys have been performing, but let's keep it going because I want to end up getting to the overall, and I want to see what it's currently looking like because now, as we are going to be going into the last match of today, keep in mind, Group Yellow, a lot of these teams, it is going to be their last match. Fourth Thrives, once again, still there with 105 points. And we're going to keep going down. Yangon Galacticos, Max, you've been talking about this team for a long time. 53 points. Is that going to be enough?
Ooh, I mean, it is going to be... not enough. Realistically, it's not going to be enough to go straight into the finals. But one thing you have to keep in mind is that after this stage, all of the big heavy hitters we expect to do well are already going to be in the finals, making the survival stage technically a little bit easier, also because you're not going to have the group rotations between yellow, green, and red. So I think Yangon Galacticos, if they're going to make it through, it would be in the next stage.
What's impressive so far, too, is Alter Ego now on the overall. You can see them. Fourth place. They still have to play one more match. They have already passed Alpha 7. This is an insane day for them.
With only 5 games, by the way, against everyone that played 11.
That's so true. Whoa, hang on a second. Okay, I mean... Holy moly, my goodness me. No, but I do think that actually a lot of the teams probably weren't expecting them to come out so hard so quickly as well, right? I mean, one of their players, I can't quite remember which one it was, had 8 elims in that last game.
Krypton.
Was it Krypton? Yeah.
Yes.
Out of all the elims that they got, which was a fair amount, he got 8 of them. And to have the fragging power right out the gate like that in only 5 matches is something probably a lot of teams might just be reeling from at this point.
You're talking about Krypton and how he had so many elims this game. I really want to focus mainly on the side of Alvat, that he's been really good at securing off angles, a lot of information, allowing his team to transition onto his spots. Alva, maybe not top tier fragger here, but definitely the one enabling his team to get in those game-winning positions.
Okay, well, let's step away from all of that for a second. Yesterday, we had a bit of a fun moment and a first segment for us, too. Let's do Maxman Grenade of the Day once again, because, yes, I was really, I mean, what was it, Team Falcons yesterday? What's it going to be today, Max?
This one is going to be from Team Vision, nading his own teammate and someone else. You know what? I'm actually going to say that was a good time to nade your teammate because you get rid of someone in the process, and if you have a bit of beef with your ally, guess what? You can sort that on the battleground. They do get the res after that, by the way, but that was Maxman Grenade of the Day.
Calm down, Kalaris.
Yeah, I don't have a jingle yet.
I'm starting to see something here, though, with Maxman Grenade of the Day. To qualify, you have to grenade one of your teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at Doc. Top. They did it.
Yeah.
They did multiple times in CSA.
They did.
And they won it.
Maybe they'll come back into it.
It was the top inning if he nades his teammates.
No, that doesn't work.
Okay.
We're denied.
Chat, let us know. What should we call it?
No, chat. No, don't get into that one.
Yeah.
No.
We're sticking with the docketing. It hasn't been happening that much, but going back to some of these teams and that it is going to be going to this last match. It is going to be Group Yellow. Just let's remind everybody of which groups, which teams they are. It's Fireflies Esports, Random Caria Esports, Fourth Thrive Esports. I mean, those Random Caria, Fourth Thrives, you got absolutely nothing to worry about. Then if we keep going, you got Team Secret, Team Vision, Influence Rage, DRX, Yangon Galacticos. I'm going to be looking at Influence Rage because, to be completely honest, Neptura, this has been a lackluster performance so far in PMWC for them.
I have been confused by them. I thought we'd be seeing a lot more from a team of their caliber. And so far, it just has not been exactly what we wanted to see. I'm sure it's not what they wanted to do either, right? The performance they've had so far has not been what they have been wanting. But at the same time, I think with as much experience as they have, I think we could have very easily expected a bit more from them.
It is quite confusing when you look back at their results, right? They did really good in Americas. They did really good in PMGC last year, right? Actually outdoing their homies, as we call them, of Alpha 7. And the Hong Kong Invitational, you were covering. They were doing exceptionally well, almost competing for that first place against Weibo. And here, so far, they've been sorry to be blunt, but non-existent. This is not the Influence Rage that we are used to seeing, so I feel like they need to be a bit more comfortable into this, and hopefully they can initiate that big old comeback.
And I mean, if we're staying there with Americas there, we got a chance to see intense game as well. That's one team that's been a bit lackluster for my liking too. Hopefully they'll be able to pick it up here as we're going to be going into the last match. Miramar, who is going to take it? Our teams from Group Yellow that are not going to be able to play tomorrow, are they going to be able to step it up, or is it going to be just Group Green continuing on with the performance that we've been seeing out of Alter Ego? Let's send it over to the casters, none other than John Allen and Reflections.
Oh my goodness, what a day we've had today. It has been phenomenal coming on through for these teams, and well, for one team in particular, it has been a miraculous day for Alter Ego Aries, up in 4th place, going neck and neck with teams who have 6 more matches under their belt on this point scoring. They have almost guaranteed themselves a spot in the finals on just their first 5 matches alone.
To put in perspective, Alpha 7, we hyped them up yesterday. They come in 2nd place, just behind that of 4th Thrives. And look at where Alter Egos currently stand. 77 points. They have surpassed and even thrived over Alpha 7. And of course, 2 different groups playing against each other. I understand that. But the fact that Alter Egos has done this well is truly wonderful. And well, they've still got all day tomorrow to play. I cannot wait to see how far they can go, and more importantly, can they stay consistent? This is one day, and it's phenomenal, but will tomorrow also net the same results?
Well, we'll have to wait and see for tomorrow, but the end of today will bring the end of the run for 8 of our teams. And right now, I'm looking at, well, maybe a few more than we would have expected from this group to jump up over where we think that bubble might be. We've got Team Secret, who have been slowly, silently pushing their way on up towards the 80-point bubble. They're on 75 points here. A big game to close out the day. That could see them safe. We've got Regnum Kaya Esports as well as DRX, both on that threshold as well. Both looking to put up numbers here. So we've got 3 teams to watch out for their group that will go down. For Group Yellow, they are going to have their last go around on Miramar, their last go around of the league stages. But it looks like that bubble is shaping up to be about where we expected it.
You would think so, definitely. Although I will say I would have loved to have seen Influence Rage a little bit higher, but it just has not been in the cards for them. And, you know, you also have the question, Fireflux, how well are they going to do in the survival stage? Unless, I don't know, we just see a miraculous game number 6, their final game for this group, but anything is possible. We'll see how it ends up turning out. But Alter Egos, the only team to truly break the mold, at least for Group Green, and do as well as they have. Although Thundertime, you know, I've been impressed with them too. You know, Thundertime would be the 2nd team just behind that of Alter Egos, even though there's a massive gap, right, who has done as well as they have in Group Green. We're heading into the final Miramar of the day, game number 6, the final game for Group Yellow. The question is, who really wants to be top 8? You need every point you can possibly get, because nothing is guaranteed once Group Red returns to tomorrow's competition.
Absolutely. It is going to be a slobber knocker, to be sure, tomorrow. But we still have to get through the rest of today. As you can see, our players are ready. They are raring to go. Fans blazing, keeping those phones nice and cool.
Absolutely.
Sure, they are heading on in the best possible conditions. Well, plane path sending from El Pozo over towards Campo Militar on the northeast side. A little bit difficult to get down towards the south edge, but vehicle drops, that should sort it right out, lickety-split.
See where the zone ends up going. Do we get another zone like last? Do we get an island, which I'm here for? I love chaos, and I want to see chaos for the last game for Group Yellow, but there is a lot at stakes here. I mean, absolutely. I mean, especially for Fireflux, Influence Rage, Galacticos, who also need to work their way up, and even for Team Vision, they're safe now. No guarantee they're going to be safe tomorrow. There's Rosemary on your screen, a guy that has just been performing so incredibly well for Alter Egos and truly impressing me as much as he had, and even having the highest damage. When you have a player doing as well as Rosemary, things start to get scary for all the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And the prize that they could potentially be claiming here, even just in the group stages, $80,000 US for first place in the group stages.
Massive.
Alter Ego could be looking to take that one away. Right now, they are uncontested on these averages. They have been playing phenomenally well. There is no other team that stands up to them. They have had 2 chicken dinners in their first 5 matches, which does have a bit of a statistical outlier smell to it, you know. It could potentially get a little bit more stinky towards the rest of today and tomorrow as well.
Yes.
They do have to keep up this pace in order to keep that metric going. But for now, they're going to be very, very happy with themselves, and rightly so.
Okay, here we are, game number 6, and well, already we're seeing a snipe come out as one is going to go down from Gamix, who has been unable to get anything going today. To put it in perspective, we are on game 6. They are on 5 points. If they get 1 point here, they're averaging 1 point per game, which just is not going to be enough. They're obviously going to have to come back and do better. They're not the only ones, though, towards the bottom. Kinatrop as well as IG, intense game. But R8 showing a little bit of life in the last game. That excites me. Maybe for this final game, who knows, they can have a pop-off, get towards 40, setting them up very healthily, going for the top 8 run once Group Red comes into play tomorrow. But for R8, I really do think that last game was a huge confidence booster. Second place, maybe they could have done a couple of things better. Did they need to push, of course, the likes of the teams on the outskirts? Maybe not, but they did what they did. They finished in second. We're still very happy with that. I think they have new life.
They got a very healthy elim count, you're right, and a second place is definitely nothing that you want to turn your nose up at, right? It is still a very nice addition towards the point scorings. And in my mind, I feel like R8 were never a team I was looking at for top 8 coming into this one. So pushing towards that, I don't think is something that I'm sort of considering for them. But you're right in terms of that confidence boost, moving towards survival stages where 8 out of the 16 remaining teams will make it. So the question you have to ask yourselves basically is, who are the bottom 8 teams? Because those are the teams we will not be seeing in the finals. And R8, I feel like they might have been in that conversation, right, to be in that bottom 8 bracket. But with that game, they can start to fuel the gas tank, see if they can keep up pace and keep things going, because they're going to have to get, first of all, away from Influence Rage.
Yeah, that's the question. Can they get away? And I think they'll be just fine. Influence Rage can go ahead and park the bus in this compound. R8 will continue to disengage themselves a little bit further away. No problems there. We did see a drop in the elimination feed for Ragnum Karya, and that's going to be Silas, a guy that has quite a bit at stake, right, when it comes to this event, trying to go for the Triple Crown. And while the chance is absolutely still there, second place looking very healthy, and the point should be at that point threshold for top 8, but Silas going down this early, well, begs the question of what the rest of the game is going to look like for them, and that was a long shot coming out from Alone in Team Vision.
Hitting them with, I think, the most aesthetically pleasing gun in the game.
Is that right?
The Winchester there, just I love the lever action sound, that shot, that just the look of the scope as well. It's such a unique gun. It's so bad, but you just like it's
all that build up for it. It's
aesthetically pleasing. Everything about it is brilliant, except for how good it is. Yeah, I don't know. Buff the Winchester. That's what we're starting with.
Buff it. Buff the bow too. Buff the bow too.
Hey, look, stop hopping on my train.
Hey, I'm here, man. I'm riding with you, baby. Riding with you all tournament long. Well, at least for Silas, I believe he gets picked back up. No, he does not, excuse me. He's fully down and out. That's going to hurt for the final game, of course, for Group Yellow in regards to Ragnum Karya. But that's okay. They still have 3 strong, 81 points, and a chance to finish off very, very strongly if they do. DRX coming out from the southern portion into APG. Kinatrop also doing the same thing. Meanwhile, for Yangon Galacticos, they've got the high ground and Infinite Vision.
Sounds pretty scary. Infinite Vision, seeing everything?
Everything.
Goodness me. I mean, that sounds like
he's seeing Ghost right now.
He's taking out the tires.
Taking out the tires, that's right.
On the vehicle over across the way, making sure no rotates without their say-so. Nice stuff.
Let's go, crowd. Get loud. Love you guys out there holding up the signs. We're getting active here in Riyadh. And tell you what, the crowd loves the games. Tomorrow's going to be packed full. Home team comes back once again on the stage.
True.
It's going to be insane.
They do need to pick up the pace, though, for the Falcons.
I 100% agree.
They have maybe dropped the ball a little bit. They had 1 or 2 showings, but it's not been ideal. We'll have to wait for tomorrow to see if they can get up towards the top 8, because we were talking about teams that we were considering in various conversations, and Falcons are definitely a team that I would have put in my top 8. I'm not going to speak for you.
No, I agree. I agree.
think most people would have put them into their top 8 coming into those finals, so we'll have to wait and see if they can stand up to the mark. And the mark is being moved right now by these teams towards the top, right? We've got 4 teams coming now for Group Yellow. 4 Thrives, Regnum Kai, DRX, and Team Secret, all of whom are on that boundary of where we're expecting that bubble to be. The question of how many points they can put up in this match will be the answer to where we're, well, it will be helping to solidify the answer of where we expect this bubble to be. And at the moment, around that 80-point boundary seems to be relatively secure. But I didn't really expect Team Secret to be able to keep pace here. I feel like they haven't done anything today, but all of a sudden, here they are.
Absolutely. Team Secret have been consistent, right? That's what's key.
You know how they've done it?
They podiumed, by the way, a couple of times today already, right? More specifically on that Erangel second place. So they've done quite well, but I mean, I'm saying all that. How did they do it? Go ahead and give me the answer.
That's a secret, man.
Stop it. Why did I fall into that? You're ridiculous. Here we go.
I feel like you knew what was going to happen.
I had no idea.
Okay.
I'm oblivious.
Yeah, fair enough. I did keep it a secret. All right.
Stop.
Going to be in the same compound. So where they end. I mean, drop location, fine, sorted. Didn't need to move too much. And they will be able to play fairly central and chill out here again for the time being.
Just for the time being anyways. Taking a look at the map, I notice Alter Egos off to the right-hand side, and I get excited now that I start to, and I've definitely had a lot of opportunities today at least to watch Alter Ego. They remind me a lot of like aggressive rosters like Alpha 7, for example, right? Those gatekeeping teams. They obviously like to be a bit more central, but they're highly aggressive. And one thing about Alter Egos is when they do make a push, they do it very confidently because they have a lot of great slayers. And again, Rosemary has been that guy. Now, have we seen Alter Egos like make some mistakes with their aggression? Yes, but we've also seen them thrive as well.
Rosemary's the second top fragger. He's played 6 games less than everybody else there.
Yeah.
That is nuts. The guy's insane.
Aggression. And again, I love that. I really do. Now, it's a double-edged sword. Okay, you're too aggressive, it turns into recklessness, you run into trouble, right? You get punished. They're going to have to find that balance, but at least today, there is no balance. It's all aggression, and they're doing it so very well, and they're punishing every single roster, and very well could be taking maybe advantage of the nerves for some of the rosters who are playing for the first time on the stage.
Potentially could be. I mean, you do need to sort out those nerves, especially when you get to this sort of phase of the tournament. I think everybody here should have played in a LAN final at some point. But hopefully they can keep their nerves. The longer distance you travel, the more nervous you get. That's just a direct correlation. Directly proportional.
Without a doubt, the closer I got to you, the more nervous I got. The more distance, the better I got. Joking, APG running into trouble, and this could be very tough. A team that needs to at least get a little bit more points, I think, to feel more comfortable breaking into top 8, going into tomorrow's competition. They're going to have to go at it with 3. Kinetrup also losing a player, maybe even 2, as we start to see Thunder Talk wake up once again. A team that played the final end zone so well in the previous game, now doing it once again, and they're taking it to 2 teams simultaneously.
There we go, nades over the top. Looking for the shutdown here, and Reefus with the spray down. Alpha Gaming are chiming in, so a pincer, a vice grip around the position, but Kenotrope are able to squirt out the side there and just get away back towards their backstop position. Only though with 2 players alive.
Let's look at Ida. Ida, a team that 3rd place in the last Miramar. Rita dropping, unfortunately. Chance to get back up, maybe, but R8 is on the opposite side of the compound, so Rita most likely going to be completely down and out. We transfer back over towards Thunder Talk, again, who is challenging APG just up ahead, and it looks like they are looking to hunt down Reefus, take him out. The solo remaining, but gets an off angle, fires some shots, but it doesn't matter. Maybe it was a bait that pays off. Thunder Talk taking APG out.
Brilliant stuff, and that is great news for them as well. Up to 39 points now for Thunder Talk. They are pushing boundaries here on their first day, and they will end the first day for Alpha Gaming. They will draw up on 38 points, a respectable total. It is right on that boundary of qualification in top 8 though.
All right, we look at the next zone dropping out. By the way, Rita did get back up for Esports, so Rita will live to fight yet another day against R8's 4-stack. That is just opposite of them in the compound. The zone will shrink down, still centralized. When we're talking about Thunder Talk, they don't really have to go to anywhere. They can kind of feel out how this R8 ETA fight is going on. But if I know Thunder Talk, I know they're waiting for the perfect opportunity to crash in and third party.
Emre with the sightlines over towards Ida. He's just not taking those shots, doesn't have the team backup. It's really difficult, especially with those DMRs, to go for those shots. You know it's unlikely that through a sliver like that, you're going to be able to get that full knock. So generally a better idea to get a team shot going. Loxy, Regnan Kaya going to lose a player in the meantime on the north side of this engagement. And R8 going to be able to chill out just that little bit more.
Just a little bit more. In a line of sight. The shot finally fired. Marth gets away. Good on him, but he's going to burn through some much needed meds that he's most likely hoping that he can get. Alter Egos, by the way, rotating in. They split up just a little bit, but they're getting dangerously close to potentially going into this R8 ETA, maybe even Thunder Talk engagement that is starting to culminate around this compound. So it's going to get quite busy, especially if that's where the next zone goes. This compound, this area is going to be insanity. And speaking of Alter Egos, well, Influence Rage want to go ahead and test the waters.
Yeah, on this east side, the hills that stretch from Picado up towards San Martin. They are just going to chill out for the time being. Rosemary needed to get a res sent his way, but that's being picked up as we speak. They will be back on their feet again. So disengagement coming through from Alter Ego. Not going to get embroiled with Influence Rage on the north side, but the question is, where do they go here? It's a difficult decision to make. There's not too many super strong positions that aren't already occupied now.
DRX, Magnum Karya, so close to each other. Second time, back-to-back games, Tospic has been setting a trap, laying low until the right moment to attack. Sis starts to move up. Again, Tospic, all eyes on him. And when he does challenges, Wild way off in the distance, able to help? I don't think so. So I believe Tospic is going to be all on his own in the current moment.
Yeah, Wild is far split on the north side from him. He's very central though. And the question is, does DRX want to start something in the middle of this zone? And at the moment, they're at 3 players, they're on that boundary. Maybe they just want to live a little bit longer. I feel like that Elim point might be worth it, but R8 are ready to take that fight, right? From that eastern side, they'll peek over that lip, they'll take the shots as soon as they hear them pop off. You've also got to worry about your northern flank coming through from Intense Game. See if they can find it. Oh, another knock from Influence Rage over towards Rosemary. Alter Ego, in the meantime, all the while, have been sending back up a little bit towards that northern side. Rosemary, a knock again sent his way. The blue zone's right there. And the pickup doesn't come through. Alva needs to be fast on this one. And he's into the same sight lines. Diego gets that flush. Not nice.
All right, so losing your top Slayer, in fact, the top Slayer, right, when it comes to our tournament so far, that's gotta hurt. What can Alter Ego do without Rosemary? What you gotta say, hey, their game today, their scores have already been phenomenal. Even if they let this one go, they're still going to be just fine. But for Alter Ego's Influence Rage, that story is still going to unfold. They have the 2-2 split. The only thing that I question is Diego and Law. I hope they don't get a little bit over-aggressive. They need to backtrack because Fireflux is just on the opposite side, and I believe they might run into each other. So that would be my biggest worry if I was Influence Rage at the moment.
It is pretty tricky to navigate from that eastern side. The circle has shifted down to the south of the road, nice and hard towards Power Grid, keeping RA again in the central location, so another opportunity for them to keep the wind in their sails and keep on going. Romeo, we've seen what damage this guy can do. We'll see if he can do a little bit more over towards Gamax, who have lost one already. They've taken a knock as well, so they are playing on as 2. Yangon Galacticos going to sidle on into the compound there. The concrete's trying to keep safe around it, but Gamax can't suppress him. Smile is on the hunt, and that is one more under the belt. Gamax going down without a fight.
There it is, without a fight, and well, today just not going their way. They finished with a total of 5 points, averaging less than a point a map. Tomorrow has to be much better. But for Yangon Galacticos, right, this is their final game. They currently sit in 7th place. They're at 56 total points. They need everything they can possibly get, and that fight is a start.
Influence Rage finding another tag on towards Alter Ego. As Alter Ego do try and send forwards. That was Krypton who moved in. This was an early scout from them, but Influence Rage have had their number for a while now, and Alter Ego may have bitten off more than they could chew.
Gone down. Alter Ego's forced to just survive with just 2. Like you said, getting picked off one by one. Thunder Talk up ahead. They're taking shots. Moana's going straight into Jing, who might apex that hill, take a couple of shots on the car. He tries it, but just, he hits the buggy, and he might be down and out. I think this is Alter Ego's fully finished off. Moana hits the dirt.
Has to try and keep safe now. A little bit too far away from Thunder Talk to fully commit, but there is Team Secret. The nades pouring on over the top. They move away from one another, stop an immediate knock and flush on the entire team. That nade would have found both of them, but Alva had repositioned away. That's what you're looking for. Thunder Talk are going to take shots. Team Secret want a slice of the pie here as well. We'll see who's able to pick up the pieces, but it might just divert the fight between these 2 4-player squads.
Oh, AJ from Thunder Talk takes down one from Team Secret, who might be crumbling right before our eyes. Zeris still has to move forward to help his team out. Thunder Talk is mainly doing this fight with just 2 players, mind you, and Jing has been the linchpin, and he's been the one starting the fights for this Thunder Talk roster. And it looks like Alter Egos are sending a solo out, just try and get away as this fight is currently underway. Team Secret going for the revive, and Thunder Talk can't get the nades over to get the cleanup.
Is Alpha going aggressive down towards the south? Maybe he's looking for the fight over towards the edge, but AJ misses that spray on the cross, and it allows 2 players from Team Secret to find that res, get back to a healthy position, and now Frankie is feeling a lot safer, has the backup of 2 teammates on the off angle. Circle shift out to the west side now, and over towards 4 Thrives, Yangon Galacticos.
All right, still seem very, very solid where they're currently at. I don't foresee them having to move anytime soon. We look at intense game against Vision, and looks like a big win so far for IG. Much needed points. They've been relatively quiet all day today. Game number 6. Would it be unorthodox for this roster to be the best in the lobby? But they're going to have to do it with just 3 players. And so I want to say if they can hit about 30 or so points, I still have good faith. Maybe they can make a top 8 run with a heroic effort in tomorrow's competition.
Regnum Kaya hoping that I'm right on my bubble prediction right now, because they've just been eliminated. They have 81 points at the moment. That might well be enough, but only tomorrow we'll be able to tell. Or maybe the rest of these games here, looks like Alter Ego's miracle run may be drawing short, as we've seen the numbers start to dwindle on this match. Vision, they were looking to try and chase, but they were a real outside chance on this one, and they potentially are going it down. But Never Alone, he's not going to give up, not without a fight.
No, not without a fight indeed. Great shots on the Fireflux, and well, they're in a bit of shambles at the moment, and Alone is the large reason for that, but they are going to be able to recover. And Alone, he's making a last-ditch effort. He understands, hey, this is our final game. We've just got to go for it. And if it doesn't work out, well, we're in no better position than they were before. 56, most likely. They understand just simply isn't going to be enough. But the true question is, for IG just up ahead, how do they take this attempt and how do they take this fight? And also, can Alone get some off angles on some of the IG members?
Potentially looking for some shots here. Never Alone does have 2 nades, 2 Molotovs in tow in his backpack, so could potentially leverage those. In the meantime, Influence Rage go down, by the way. That will draw their tournament to a close for the league stages on 54 points. Not going to be enough to find themselves in the top 8. They are already down in 9th place, so they are guaranteed not to be going through directly to the finals. We'll be seeing them in the survival stages.
Alone continues to push up the hill. Got to think Catch understands this. He throws out a couple of nades in Alone's path, but Alone does manage to get some distance between him and the roster of Fireflux. And, you know, once Alone, so this is the thing, right? You see IG, they can maybe pincer Fireflux here if they can time it correctly. If Alone decides to challenge, it would be a perfect scenario. They would have to time it very, very right. But if they do so, hey, things could get quite weird. But in the meantime, it does look Fireflux wants to make the attempt. They're pushing up, and Silence needs to be ready.
And the pincer may be the other way around here as Intense Game have a backstop of Yangon Galacticos. It is just Romeo here, but SayCloud's not too far off either. The spray down works out well, though. Scarface, Solus fall. The answer is sent back the way of Intense Game, but the front axle careens over the dunes here, and Silence once more. He's chewing through them and spitting them back out.
Wow, Fireflux are gone. They choose to leave alone, and then go straight into Intense Game. They get a couple of downs, but Intense Game's going to be able to recover. Now the question is, do we see Yangon Galacticos start to move up to potentially gather some ground? You notice Romeo is going to be relatively close. He's going to be the tip of the spear for the Galacticos roster.
Oh, they got to go for it, though. I mean, they've got such control over the northern side. Do Intense Game want to go there? I don't know. They might try and push towards DRX and have a good time of it. We'll have to wait and see. Thunder Talk trying to stop Team Secret from leaving. You're not going to be successful in that endeavor, unfortunately. Might be able to catch the backside of that rotation as Alter Ego do finally fall. Their day is over, but they earn a gargantuan, a mammoth amount of points.
That's right. Nearly breaking into top 3 is so impressive. Off of just 6 games. Can't wait to watch them tomorrow. Smile taking down a 4 Thrives member. That's the first one to drop so far. Not down and out just yet, though. They can get him back up onto his feet. 4 Thrives have already done a wonderful job. So this fight is going to be impactful, but not as impactful, at least from 4 Thrives' perspective. Now, DRX, however, on that potential theoretical threshold of 80 points, they sit at 79. They need everything they can get, and they are playing very cautiously.
Yeah, Team Secret as well, looking to try and keep that one going with the 3 points they've earned already, and placements starting to come in after the next team falls. Every point's going to matter here. Team Secret on 78. They are currently level with Alter Ego, who have gone down, but the 6-man disadvantage. Intense Game do send on in towards DRX's bunker, but they are not having a good time of it. The 3 players alive for DRX are working with one another beautifully. So easy, though. Nice. The last to stand stays alive for the South Korean roster, but in comes R8 around the headland. Yangon Galacticos moving in. The Sharks are here. They smelt the blood in the water.
Absolutely, and they want to feast. Team Secret also not too far away either. For DRX, still in a little bit of trouble. You need to get your teammates back on your feet, at least have a duo to make something happen. But the nades are careening in, and R8 has the utility to take them out as they currently stand, but they just can't make the connection. Either way, they're starting to close that vice grip. They're moving forward. They're starting to form a fatal triangle, and in the middle is DRX.
They are just trying to live this one out. They have got 3 points. They're over Regnum Kaya now, which is a very nice place to be. Another point would be beautiful, but they've got the placements. The nade from the backline doesn't tag on to QX, and the nade from So Easy, looking for Marth, isn't going to be able to get the full job done, but does tag him, force that heal. He's burning, and there's the knock. The Molotov behind him forces him out of the bunker, and they may be onto another one. R8, losing their 4 position, have lost a little bit of momentum.
Yes, they have, and DRX still holding on very, very strong. And I do want to point out, Yangon Galacticos get a little bit overzealous, and well, for 4 Thrives, they take down one of their members. They have to try and recover, but if they push up a little bit too far, maybe Team Secret is in the vicinity. Maybe they capitalize and set the trap to take down Yangon Galacticos. We'll see if that ends up unfolding. Meanwhile, all attention on DRX in this R8 fight, which should have been single-handedly going to R8, but you got to be so impressed. DRX holding on tight to what they got. They understand they need to hit the 80-point threshold, and they're going for gold.
They need more placement points as well to feel safer and safer. Currently, with the points that they've earned, they're on 83 points. They are ahead of Regnum Kaya by 2, and that's before you add whatever placements they get in this match, whatever more they're able to earn. It's going to feel nice here for DRX, and it's very likely now that we'll see them moving on up and in towards those finals. We'll see how far they can go. 4 Thrives right now with the challenge of moving on in, and they opt to take the northern rotate, try and flow in behind Yangon Galacticos, and maybe backfill on this rotation.
Let's see what they decide to do. I thought Phallic and 24 were going to push up onto Smile. Luckily, they don't. And the reason why I say luckily is because you had Romeo and SayCloud, who are off in the distance for Galacticos, who were going to have the great angle to potentially punish them once they apex the hill. Anyways, Phallic still stays. He wants presence on top of the hill, and Smile knows this, and both are careening towards each other on their stomachs.
Ooh, it's slow, it's steady, but it is potentially fatal. Phallic,
he knows.
With the advantage, I think, on this engagement. Smile will crest the ridge. But I think Falak will get the peek first here, has that info, will have heard those steps. He knows exactly there's a player there, has full sight lines, goes for the spray down. He does not miss those. There is no way that he's going to lose out on that engagement. And that's another point under the belt for Thrives. They want to try and put up, or the 120 on today. That would be beautiful for them. Keep
Without a
10-point average going.
Without a doubt. And you know what? To keep Falak, by the way, to challenge Smile in that vicinity was great. It seems like a tremendous risk, but Thrives knew exactly what they were doing, and they have been piecing apart Yangon Galacticos. Remember, they took out the first one a little bit earlier. They just take out a second one. They're taking them out piece by piece. Now, on board with Esports, who we watched a little bit earlier in the engagement against R8 for the compound. They kind of separated each other, but they're still within the same vicinity, and they're still fighting. R8 up ahead, and the first knock is in.
The tap with the Mini 14, good for the knock. And the first blood is drawn on this skirmish. Forcing Damar back up to the wall there, not really going to be in a super resible position, potentially just done and done for him. And R8 looking to move on with 2 players left standing. See how much further they can go. There's that flush to confirm it. Thundertalk going to make their approach now. Potentially try and push in behind Ida and have a little bit to say about this situation. But they do draw short. They stop, pop some smokes, try and stay safe. In the meantime, Thrives over on this northwest edge. They found Yangon Galacticos with 2 players still standing. Say Cloud and Romeo down in the ditch, and Falak close by with a nade, looks for the cook over the top, doesn't quite connect, and T24 is down in the meantime. 2 players to face him, and he will be rebuffed.
Well, he gets taken down. Revenge is in the cards for Yangon Galacticos, taking on Thrives, dodging buggies. Do we go over the top? Well, IQ goes for the attempt, backs away. What are we doing? You had full ground to do it. Nades are being cooked. If he could just apex that hill, he's taking them both out, but he doesn't know. And the nades come in. Can IQ live? Yes, but just barely. You can't res Falak here. Surely not. There's no reason to even go for it, but he gets a couple of shots on a Say Cloud. IQ finally drops, and now it's up to the clutch master himself, off in a distance of Naki.
6 teams now remain, and in the top side, it is DRX still going. It is Team Secret still going, but Team Secret take a knock sent their way in the meantime, as IQ was bleeding out before Noki's feet. He's not going to make that dash. There's no way that he can get over there. Doesn't have any nade, any Molotov to back him up. Only smokes, and you can't be using those right now. You need those as a solo to go further. Another team drops, and now 5 teams remain. These placements are adding up. The P90 for Noki, a 1 versus 2, but it's a needle threaded from the backlines there from Romeo to see Noki down.
But a tremendous day, a tremendous 12 games for the Thrives Esports roster as they finish, at least at the moment, in first place without tomorrow's competitors joining back in the mix. We're getting down to now our top 4. You've got DRX, Team Secret, you've got Ida who's up ahead, and well, things start to look crazy as Yangon Galacticos also joins in the mix. And you know what? A big win here would be absolutely needed. Let's not forget, they're on their final game. They have a chance to potentially apex and be well within the top 8. They can still qualify for finals off of this game, but they've got to do everything right.
It is a monumental task to be able to find enough points out of this game for teams like Yangon Galacticos. It's going to be a real tough time. Ida, though, this could also be a massive game for them. They're up to 8 elims already, up onto 41 points now on the tournament with those elims. It's a question of how much further they can go. With 4 players alive, they do have the dominant position. They are looking to try and flow around and control that south edge. We're into stage 9 here, nearly coming up to the 30th minute as our circle is closing dead center. It will be on top of Team Secret.
Everybody too just is going to collapse straight in to Team Secret, who I feel like have kind of been running on fumes for a while. We've looked at them make some great plays, but they've been in this little ravine for the longest time, and finally some shots are being fired. Eda's going straight into him. Hold up, DRX melting them down, and is this the end to Eda's run?
Yangon Galacticos also will have sightlines onto this. They're now hitting the deck, trying to go for the nades, but they're getting lit up from every angle. And not even finding a knock onto DRX. Only 1 player now from either stands, and everybody else is picking a piece of them out, adding it to their score tally. Darking desperately looking for the res, but the stand-up not going to be successful there, as it is again Yangon Galacticos to find the opening, to look for the shot. So easy is pushed back, but Ida are flagging, and Team Secret, where are they? They're still on their belly buttons.
They're hiding. They've been hiding this entire time. They're going for gold, and the opportunity is there. But I said it, right? Yangon Galacticos can still do this if they get every point, and they're going going for it. Team Secret finally get active. They get off their stomachs. They're on their feet, and they're pushing up towards Yangon Galacticos. The question is, can they win the 2v2?
Belt buckles to the enemy, boys. We need to take the fight now. Team Secret out of the ditch and into the fire for Yangon Galacticos. They are sending the nades on in, trying to split them up, trying to find those little bits of information that they can play off. 6 smokes still available for SayCloud, but it's not really going to matter too much. They are into the final circle. It is closing, and they stand up. The first knock is there. Team Secret now in a 1 versus 1 trade. Romeo, who's been devastating, but it's shotgun shell for shotgun shell, and Yangon Galacticos able to close it down. Will it be enough?
Question is, will it be enough is exactly the question we should be asking ourselves. A tremendous win, a great finish for the 12th and final game for Yangon Galacticos over in the Group Yellow region. Man, well done from them. And I said it, look, I think they can do it. I really do. I was feeling it in my bones. 2 players left. They went all the way. A tremendous win. You got to give them credit.
What a romantic close down to that game, Romeo. I love it. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming on through from Yangon Galacticos. They held a wide split on that northwest side for a long, long time. They forced a lot of fights to play in different areas of the map, and they extracted value from a lot of them. Some third-party picks, that setup over towards IDA, tearing them to pieces as soon as they went towards DRX ditch. It was really nicely held in those final moments. A nice result coming through.
And let's not forget, Fourth Thrives was tearing them apart piece by piece at one point, and Fourth Thrives wanted to take them down, wanted to finish them off. So Yangon Galacticos had to go through so much adversity in order to take that game. Let's go to the studio because it's time to break down Game 6 and the entirety of Day 2.
That's right, Reflections. Yangon Galacticos, Max, a team that surprised us from the first game that we played in Day 1 with the amount of eliminations that they were able to get. Could this be enough to qualify them straight to the grand finals?
I mean, they were in the top 8, right? And now actually getting themselves a chicken dinner. Not just a chicken dinner, but a double-digit elimination chicken dinner. This is the perfect time. But it had to be now because it was the last game. They had no other option. But they do actually get themselves the win. Now it's going to be stressful because don't forget, tomorrow they're not playing, right? So they're going to be one of those cutoff point teams possibly that's going to be at the bottom of the top 8 if they do end up qualifying. So there's going to be a big target on their back. That's the point threshold we need to reach. So it is going to be the team to beat in tomorrow's 6 matches.
And for this team, I mean, we got to talk about the other team too there towards the end. Team Secret, they have been so consistent. And something that you mentioned earlier too, Neptura, is that this team has been able to maintain themselves there towards the top, even though they haven't gotten any chicken dinners. And once again, right here, they don't get a chicken dinner, but they do end up getting 11 points.
I mean, yeah, we've seen them in the top 5 basically the entire time, top 5, top 6. So with 11 points, they're able to actually do that again. They're able to just maintain that position. Is that a position we're going to see them still in at the end of Day 3? No. Is it going to be top 8? Possibly, with as consistent as they've been without any wins whatsoever. Seven's looking very frowny face at me. I think he disagrees.
No, I would love to see a win out of this team, whether regardless if it's going to be against a rival stage or maybe grand finals. We'll have to wait and see, right? We still have to wait and find out what's going to be happening tomorrow on the final day for group stages, as we're going to be having Group Red coming back. You can see there, Fireflux. Not really. We didn't get a chance to see much out of this team, Max. I expected a little bit more. I know you were kind of high on them whenever we were watching PMSL EU. They were barely able to get into PMWC, but it's just a lackluster performance.
I was excited for Fireflux, but now that I think really back on this team, they only really did well in their region or back in the European Championships, and when we had those, like, what, 2 years ago? So since then, they've not been doing too much. They actually fell down significantly in the rankings of the Turkish teams, and as of right now, even Ketch or Solis, they're like our renowned players on the world stage, are just not able to bring the heat on the same level just yet. So Fireflux, unfortunately, compared to like a Regnum Courier, I think they might be missing out on an early slot to the finals, and maybe entirely they might miss out on the survival stage, and I unfortunately would not be too surprised.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta wait and see, but you know what? You know what I want to see? I want to see how high up Fourth Thrives is currently on this overall leaderboard, because they have 111 points. And the scary thing for me is I'm just gonna bypass second place, third place, fourth place. We'll come back to them in one bit. Alter Ego Aries 78 points, Neptura, in just one day. And look at the difference. They're surrounded by those teams with 12 games apiece. They've only played half of those.
That is wild, actually. Yeah, because the only other team with 6 matches is Alpha 7, who have also managed to maintain top 8 position even when during the day they're not actually playing. But Alter Ego, that is a phenomenal performance. I mean, 2 matches in the first day is wild.
That's right. And I mean, remember, Max, at the start of the day, we have 4 Thrives with 56 points. That is just an insane performance from Alter Egos. Now being able to, in a way, improve on the performance from Alpha 7 yesterday, getting 23 more points than that in just one day.
If they double their points and they do the same tomorrow, they'd have 160 points, give or take.
Wow.
How do you do that? It's not happening, but like, oh my goodness, that would be crazy. Actually, I want to bring up a question here as we look at this page. Who is currently not safe out of all this? I think Alpha 7 are safe and Alter Ego because they are playing tomorrow. They're looking very good in my opinion. They are going to be rising up in the rankings compared to the teams that have played 12 matches. Team Vision, they're going to fall, all of that. But like, what's the cutoff here we're looking at for you guys?
You just said it.
You think just Team Vision?
Team Vision, yeah.
That's the only one you think they drop off. You don't think Yangon Galacticos could fall off despite Alpha 7? Alpha 7's going to push down Vision and Yangon 100%.
I think the better way to look at this, right, is remember the cutoff point, right? You got 59, 55. If we can, let's go towards the second page because then we kind of get a better idea of how some of these teams have been performing. And based on this, I mean, just look, IDA perform well, TT as well. Which one are you looking at, Natura?
Hora, for sure, will be stepping up massively tomorrow as well. Alpha Gaming should be doing something. I mean, 38 is low for them, but I think we'll see more coming in from them tomorrow. Weibo Gaming as well, TT, both the PEL teams I think are really going to do something here. R8 have been looking okay. So like any of those teams, honestly, on the second page that are playing tomorrow have a chance of doing much better.
One chicken dinner's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to say I'm sticking with Team Vision. Right now, some of these other teams haven't really shown me that much. Something that I wanted to point out for you guys there in that other page was APG. They just continue to not being able to just clutch up those placement points. This is something that has been going on throughout the whole year, Max, something that we've been pointing out every single time we see this team when it comes to a global stage. Yeah, we know you can get the eliminations, but when it comes down to displacement points, they're just not there.
It's because they lose players for weird reasons. Okay, I could have used a way worse word, but I'm being pretty nice right now.
Which one?
Not gonna say it. They keep sending players. I think it was who was it? It was Reefus earlier versus Decider of Thunder Talk, and then there was going to be Alter Ego in that position. There was no reason. You can play it passive. You can respect your lobby. Like, sure, you're big Alpha 7. Everyone's scared about you because you're such a world-renowned team. Like, fair enough. But respect your teams you're going up against. God damn it. Like, they need to respect the lobby way more. They just go for these weird sends, lose a player. You're down to 3. You take a 4v3. You're going to be losing the fight. Please, tomorrow, rethink it. Stop wasting lives of your teammates.
I agree. I have to agree with him. Look, I like Alpha Gaming. I like them a lot. I think they've got a lot of good things. I think there's a lot of potential there to do really, really well. So it's so frustrating when they do things that just seem a little off, outside the box. We don't want you to think outside the box because the box for Alpha Gaming is already so big and so interesting. You don't need to think outside of it. Stop. Draw inside the lines.
Outside the box vibes, yeah.
Outside the box vibes. Yes, outside the box vibes. I'm owning it. Outside the box vibes.
No. Get out of here. We're going to end up moving on from this vibes. The only vibes that I want to see is the Kriya top plays because so far, I mean, we got a chance to see them earlier in the day when we're looking at those day ones. Let's see what we got so far here for day 2. And we're going to start off with Ida. Okay, not bad. I wonder if we're going to be getting some APG at least top plays because they did have some good plays. But I'm with you, Max. I really enjoyed what you were talking about there in regards to that team. It does seem like they just do very questionable things, not respecting the lobby. It feels like they still think they're just in their own region, PMSL and CSA.
Look, they're the best team in CSA by a significant amount. Like, Hora, 4th Rise have been good. Actually, 4th Rise kind of eclipsing also the results of APG, so they're making a big statement here. The playstyle that APG have is just not really well suited for this right now. So you need to respect the lobby, be a little bit more careful. This is PMWC for a reason, and they need to be a little bit more cautious. As we go through some of these other top plays. And Influence Rage, we did say it, right? We wanted to see a bit more, and they are done. right? Because they're not in the top 8, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to have to go through survival. And we know they can make it, but it was a weaker start than I expected from a team like Influence Rage.
I want to just go back very quickly to Alpha Gaming, though, because we have heard, and we speculated ourselves many times with different teams, are they going to go for finals, or are they okay with playing survival? And I think certain teams might want to play survival. We discussed that as well. I wonder if that's the case for Alpha Gaming. I think they are a team that does do very well once they've had as much practice, as many days as possible in the lobby. Are they just kind of messing about for a little bit, to an extent? You know, I'm not saying anything, but are they kind of just playing until they need to?
Okay, so I'm going to say...
I know, he's ready.
I'm sorry, because you're saying like, oh, do they want to play survival stage? I think if you want to play survival stage, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. You want to qualify for the finals as soon as possible, because do you really want to put your spot for the finals at risk twice?
No, because...
For Spotify, like, for the Lion Shell, $3 million? Like, come on. Like, you need to want to qualify right away.
I don't know, because Seven was even saying that a large majority of teams that are very successful in finals are the teams that come from survival stage.
For me, that means they're not confident. That's it. Like, oh, we're going to get more prep. No, you're just not confident you're going to beat the top teams in the lobby. That's what I think it is.
Interesting.
Time will tell. Collecting all that data will tell. Before we even show it, though, we got a Sony Hero of the Day. Any guesses?
Ooh.
It's a very clear one.
Yeah,
I feel
it's
like.
got to be Naki. No,
Now you got, that was your guess.
Dang
Max. No, there's no way you're
Rosemary,
yes!
Krypton, but I would have to say Rosemary on my final pick.
Krypton's a good one.
Krypton had a good one too, yeah.
Yeah.
I would have to say a Rosemary. So you know what? Just show me the Sony
on,
Hero of
Naki.
the Day.
Come on.
Because if it's not Rosemary, okay. 5,000 damage by himself?
Yo. What? Okay, that is a...
Is that the most?
On a day? I think that's
up there.
That's better than yesterday for sure.
Oh, yeah. Hey, hands down. Yesterday it was 3,425.
Yeah, and we were like, oh, wow, that's so much damage.
5K?
That is ridiculous.
Whoa.
Like, without really... keep in mind, that's without really playing long-range DMRs, which usually enables you to get way higher damage. No, this is AR shotguns. Right?
Jeez,
and he gets that much damage. Like, the elimination for that much damage is quite low. 18 eliminations for 5k damage. Like, you would expect maybe to get around 25 or something. But, Rosemary, SCA MVP for a reason, right? And here able to show that they're here to play. And SCA, again, their own talent from Indonesia were doubtful, but I'm so glad to see that not only Rosemary's performing, Krypton's up there, you know, Alva in particular, the setups are looking beautiful.
Yes.
And I hope they keep it going in tomorrow's 6 matches.
That was a nasty angle there by Rosemary. And even though he doesn't have a bunch of eliminations, right, even though he does have an insane amount of damage, I'm still enjoying seeing that kind of stat. Because it just shows that it's playing part of the gameplay for that team, especially today in Neptura.
No, it really is. It's all part of it that, you know, you have such specific roles, and I think in the meta right now is that we have been discussing this, right? The meta is 4 fraggers. You have to have 4 fraggers, and then those fraggers also have other roles, right? For Rosemary and for the rest of the team, I think they know their job so well that they're able to put Rosemary up on the front, but then other times it is other people. It's Krypton on one side. You know, if you have a team that is really good at what they do, you're able to actually utilize them in so many other roles and so many other ways that you get a team like Alter Ego who are able to just do everything.
Yeah, like you're always a fragger, that's your main role, and then it's like, oh, I'm also an IGL. but if that matters, I'm also IGL or support on the side. It is very important, and everyone on Alter Ego can do it. And they've shown it here today, especially with that back-to-back right that was very impressive. And the fact that they not only do a back-to-back, I mentioned it earlier, but it's on an Erangel and it's on a Miramar. You have 5 of those per day. It's a really good setup for what's to come on the side of Alter Ego.
Time will tell if it's only just a one-time thing. I'm hoping that that's not going to be the case, because we did see some amazing stuff from the whole squad, as you guys have been mentioning, from Rosemary as well. But let's take a look at the Honor Domination. Rosemary, not surprised there, by the way. This is just players that have been able to get 3 or more eliminations per match, and Rosemary was able to do that 4 times today out of 6.
And Alva 3 times out of 6. Like, it's not just one player of the team, it is 2. Actually, wait, talking about Influence Rage earlier, Jago actually is up there.
Oh.
So that's, I mean, only Jago's up there. So some things may be happening with the rest of the team, but...
Yeah.
And then Doc. Oh no, Doc's there.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm having PMGO flashbacks, 7. I don't like where this is going.
So I didn't want to say it, but the docketing has been happening today. Even though it hasn't been super obvious, there has been positions here and there in Neptura where I feel like it has happened, not just with him, with the whole squad.
I was going to say, it's apparently infectious.
Yeah.
Because, it's particularly, I think, in the last Erangel, they ended up doing it
Reefus, yeah.
one by one. Reefus did it, then Doc did it, and then Zeal did it, and then Top did it because he was the last one alive, or however, whatever order that was in. Doesn't matter. They still all did it. So.
And then the manager did it. The CEO did it. The entire squad did it.
It's a downhill slope.
It's unfortunate. If they don't make it to the finals, that's going to be the issue. That's going to be the reason why they don't qualify.
Yeah.
Okay. Chill, Zen.
He's mad.
If they don't do this, they could win Global Tournament 7. This is why I'm quite passionate about this, because it annoys me to hell and back.
And it's not like we've been saying this since PMGO.
I've been saying it since last year with Jason, okay? We know this is a constant issue. And he's just like...
I'm pretty sure Doc is just like, come on, man. I'm just trying to get back into the finals. Top is probably just having flashbacks of what happened at PMWC 24, where they were coming in as one of the favorites, and then it didn't end up working out for them. So I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. All right, that's what I'm going to be hoping for.
He's like, I really miss action. Why do you have to retire? we played as a duo, Adley. No, I think he can work on it. He's been improving in PMSL CSA, but I just want it to happen here.
That's right. But don't forget, everybody, from July 25th to the 27th and August 1st to the 3rd, log into Summon Airdrops and collect 2025 airdrop vouchers to enter prize draws for official merchandise, smartphones, BD partner rewards, and permanent in-game items. More, it's just going to be more for every participant. It's guaranteed to win. Additionally, from July 25th to the 31st, vote for your favorite airdrop partner for a chance to receive special gifts from them. Don't miss this year's airdrop carnival and unbox your surprise. And a big surprise for us right now is that the docketing is happening, and we're hoping that it doesn't continue to happen, because that's one team that I would honestly like to say I would love to see them in the grand finals. I would love to see their actual full potential if they just fix those little tiny things, Neptura.
I mean, we could talk all day about everything that's been going on with them. We have talked about them for a while, and I think it really is. It's down to all those little tweaks, and I think for a lot of other teams maybe who are looking at them and going, okay, so what isn't working? Figure it out, because I think it's not that hard to see what is actually going wrong. So if you're a team that's looking at Alpha Gaming and going, hey, we could learn from them. Learn the mistakes as well as the good things as well. That's my advice.
Well, let's take a second here to talk about something good, right? Yeah. We're talking about APG not really doing the thing. We got to give massive props. And I know we weren't trying to talk about this team that much, but we got to give massive props to Four Thrives and what they were able to do. It wasn't just Phallic. I came in super high up on Phallic. Naki came through. T24 too has been able to put up those eliminations. And for this team, they're feeling confident right now, and they're continuing to be confident.
I'm going to put my cue card down because I'm very passionate about this. Yesterday, we had we're all going in on this. I love what we saw yesterday from Phallic saying, we have a game plan for Alpha Gaming going onto the bridges. But actually, I was scared because I was like, hopefully they're not going to want to fight them because they could lose players early, and that means their odds of a chicken dinner are just out the window entirely. But no, they decided to play it passive. That was the game plan, and I very much enjoy that. That they okay, we'll just give you the bridge, you make the cross, you survive, but we survive too. And because of that, you get into the late game and the odds of a chicken dinner, right through the roof. It's good to see.
Well, one thing at one point too, in an Erangel, when we had Stauber in play, we were like, okay, where's Four Thrives? Because APG was still towards the south. And we're like, Four Thrives is nowhere to be seen. They were already towards the north, Neptura.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nice to see them, that adaptation of, we're taking the long road. We're out of here. We're going around. We've already played with these other squads. We know what they want to do. We know our direct competitor is APG, so you know what? First day at least, we're going to avoid them completely, do what we need to do with other teams we're already familiar with from day one, and that has worked so well for them.
Well, so far, 2 days done of PMWC. We've gotten so many surprises. We can continue to sit down here and just have a whole podcast talking about what happened today. But we're not going to do that because I'm hearing that Barney is going to be doing an interview with Rosemary. So let's send it over to him.
Welcome back to the main stage where I am joined by Rosemary from Alter Ego Ares. What an incredible day today, Rosemary. I kind of first want to kick things off by talking about your team because you were all really impressive. Particularly, the analysts were choosing that Alva was really, really impressive today. He gave you loads of information, provided off angles so that you guys could all pop off. I just wanted to ask you about the synergy between the team right now. Is it particularly dialed in?
Jadi tentunya di sini kalian berhasil mendapatkan hari pertama yang lumayan baik ya. Dan dari para analis itu memperlihatkan bahwa Alpha ini menjadi salah satu kunci dari kemenangan kalian di hari ini. Di mana dia selalu memberikan juga vision, informasi dan juga off angle yang baik gitu. Menurut kalian bagaimana dengan performa tim kalian hari ini tergantung juga dari sinergi kalian tentunya di hari pertama.
Kalau untuk ditanya tentang performa kita di hari ini, kita masih banyak mistake yang kita lakuin dan mungkin di esok hari kita bakal memperbaiki itu. Dan untuk sinergi kita, ya puji Tuhan kita mau ngelakuin apapun itu selalu bareng, makanya kita mendapatkan chemistry yang bagus dan sinergi yang lumayan bagus.
Okay. I think overall we still make many mistakes actually today, but hopefully we will able to fix that tomorrow. And about our synergy, yeah, our synergy is like doing great at the moment, but still we want to do better and we will try to be better tomorrow. Yeah.
If that was you guys making mistakes today, I feel bad for everyone that's going to go against you tomorrow. Now, okay, we've established that today you had such a great day. Let's look into tomorrow, okay? Are you guys going to ease off the gas a little bit? Because you've more or less guaranteed yourselves a spot in the finals with the amount of points you accumulated today. But are you going to ease off or are you going to pile more pressure tomorrow?
Jadi tentunya dengan hari yang baik di hari pertama ini kalian ada kemungkinan besar sudah masuk ke dalam babak grand final ya untuk di besok. Nah, bagaimana dengan besok? Apakah kalian bakal lebih santai atau mungkin kalian tetap mencoba berusaha supaya mendapatkan poin sebanyak-banyaknya?
Dengan hasil yang kita dapat di hari ini, ya itu puji Tuhan lah kita mendapatkan hasil yang bagus. Tapi di esok hari kita bakalan lebih try hard lagi biar nggak ada mistake lagi yang kita lakuin di satu match pun.
Yeah, I think tomorrow, of course, we're doing great, and we will look forward for tomorrow. But we still, as I said, that we still make many mistakes, and for tomorrow, we actually will be more try hard than today, and we're just gonna try to be the best version of our team tomorrow.
Wow, going to try even harder tomorrow. It's going to be such an impressive watch. Thanks so much for joining me in this post-match interview. What a great day for you guys. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. And with that, day 2 of the group stage is over. Tomorrow is our final day of the group stage, where we're going to see all of these teams try and secure those spots in the finals. And if not, they'll be battling their way out of the survival stage. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen then tomorrow. We'll see you back here, same place, same time. See you then.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb glider, the